he is really self-indulged. Hold on. He is really self-indulged narcissist with unresolved childhood trauma. That's a fact. That's a fact. But the thing about this is, I want y'all to understand is, watch this too. I want y'all to understand is, this was in 2018. It's 2022. Aunt Vivian told people about the real Will Smith, but Hollywood covered it up because he was profitable. This is what I'm saying right here. I want everybody to read this. Well, if you don't have to read it, you don't want to read it, I'll say it. Aunt Vivian, the light-skinned auntie, told people about the real Will Smith, but Hollywood covered it up because he was profitable. If Will Smith turns around and does something crazy, it's going to be on a lot of people's hearts. Not because they're going to feel sorry for him, it's because they're going to be potentially responsible for Will doing whatever he possibly does in the future. Will is a walking time bomb. Put it in the super chat, y'all. Put it in the super chat if y'all want me to see your messages. Will Smith is a walking time bomb, and is a very good possibility that Samuel Jackson doesn't have an Oscar, Camille. But the dark skin. Yeah, I mean the dark skin baby. That's the dark skin baby. Not. I'm sorry. I'm just willing to bet that Chris Rock is not the only person that Will Smith has slapped. And that is all I'm saying. There's a possibility that Will Smith is a walking time bomb. And because now, he ain't got nothing to live for. Not nothing to live for. He ain't got nothing to act like he's perfect for anymore. So I'm gonna give you guys the link if you guys want to come up. Hold on. All right, so let me do this. Cool. All right, so now the link is pinned in the chat. The link is pinned in the chat. The link is pinned in the chat. Now, for those of you who have not seen the whole thing, I want to just start it over.
It's broken, and I learned how to look fixed to the world.
Yeah. Right.
Will Smith is a character.
Yeah.
See, y'all believe this man all you want to. Y'all can sit around believing that this man is innocent and is poor Will all y'all want to. This man is a problem. What's going on, Swipe Side? You there? What the hell? Swipe Side sounds like one of the Transformers we grew up playing with. What the hell is Swipe Side? Oh man, I remember playing Transformers. It was a Transformer named Swipe Side. Will Smith is well. Look, this isn't about making fun of Will and calling him a simp. This is about y'all and how you can actually lose. You can literally lose traction in your own life by getting with the wrong man or getting with the wrong woman.
Yep.
Right? But deep down inside, I was an insecure little boy that wanted Jada to say.
So right now, he's like, I'm an insecure boy, and everybody like, oh. But the second he sits back up, watch what happens.
I was great.
Oh.
right? And if she didn't say I was great,
Here we go. Here we go. Ike Turner. If she didn't say I was great, something's gonna happen. What's going on, Stan?
Nothing much.
All right, hold on one second. I just want to show y'all this. So Stan, am I wrong for looking at Will Smith as a potential Ike Turner? And don't say anything crazy, no violence, no nothing, no cuss words, no nothing.
No, I'm listening to what you're saying. First of all, you have a great show. First of all,
Thank you.
I've been listening to many times of your show. It does show that you do read a lot of psychologists' book, like I do, Tony Robbins and all those people and everything. So I could understand what you're saying and everything. Yeah. But Will Smith, the problem with him, he forgot something that he said many times. He tried basically to make another person happy when many times he said, it is not my job to make anybody happy. And he forgot that law that he has, which is a basis that he said. And he tried
what does that mean then? What does that mean? That means
he doesn't follow his own law. He doesn't follow this. He basically he doesn't follow his own law.
Means that's not his law. That was him acting.
Yeah.
Listen to this. Hold on. This is important.
An insecure little boy that wanted Jada to...
Hold on.
Right.
Will Smith is a character.
Yeah, I agree.
He was a character in these motivational videos.
Yeah, because I remember he would say many times, you cannot make somebody else happy and this and that. And I'm like, Will, if you're saying those things, what the hell are you doing with Jada Pink when you basically try to slap another person? Basically, you're going against your own law. You're basically going against the thing that you keep on saying in the motivation tape that we see of Will Smith. That's number one. Number two, like you said, he made a choice. He chose to marry somebody who was in love with somebody who's dead. Yep. When Will Smith could have come, I'm sorry, you're Will Smith.
Don't cuss.
You could go to any place around the world and just go to in front of women. I'm Will Smith. You know how many women would have jumped on him?
Well,
just to have...
hold on. The thing about it is, okay, one thing first. Zone fanfic, you said the super chat is blocked. If the super chat, I don't know why the super chat is blocked, but if it is blocked, my cash app is Aaron1000. Aaron1000. So if you want to, I don't know, somebody's saying the super chat is blocked. They're saying it right here. I don't know what the heck that means. The super chat is blocked. So if the super chat is blocked, you can use the cash app, which is Aaron1000. But go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Like you said, it's the same thing I would say with the same thing like when Kobe basically bought a ring to his girlfriend or whatever when he cheated. He forgot who he is. He's Will Smith. You do not need, you are, like you said, you are one of the top actors as a black person except Denzel. You are the top of the top. You are 0.00001% of the population actor, and you're acting like you're not?
Let me ask
you're not acting. You're not going to Jada Speak and saying, go ahead.
I get it. But I want you to just pay attention to this. The person that he feels he is versus the person that everybody else sees is totally different.
And that's the problem.
Remember, he says, I'm an actor. Why would somebody with this much money, this much stature, this much success feel the need to be an actor? Because he doesn't feel like he's as amazing as people say he is. Does that make sense?
I agree. 100%. That's his biggest problem. He forgot. I agree. That's 100%.
Feel it.
Yeah, he doesn't go to the reference of saying, who are you?
Right.
He doesn't have friends who should have been very close to him, who knew him from the beginning. Yeah, he doesn't have close, boys, friends.
Yeah, this dude ain't got no friends.
Well, he doesn't. I wonder where his friends are basically telling him and talking to him, saying, you are Will Smith. What the hell are you doing accepting him?
I don't think he has friends. I'm dead serious. I really don't think he has friends. I think he just jumps around and dances around his family all day long, and he's never around men.
Exactly. He needed to be around men. He needed to be
Yeah.
around the people who've grown with him. He needed to
Yes.
be around, successful or not. I have my way to make money and everything. But there's one thing my father always told me: hang out with friends who knows you from the beginning, so you don't
Right.
forget who you came from. You don't
Yep.
let other people basically change you. And
Right.
maybe that's the thing. I'm like, where's his friend? Where are the people that basically know Will Smith from the beginning? Say, wait, we
Mhm.
need to talk. Where's that
Right.
talk as men, like you said, that we get around and say we need to talk. We need
Yeah.
to go to a coffee place. We need to
Yep.
do this.
Go
Where's
to a
that talk?
bar, have some drinks or
Yeah, we need
something.
to have that drink.
Yeah.
We all went through that thing. I've done it with my best friend, and my best friend done it with me. That's what we call best friend. That's what we need as men
Yeah.
to basically look at ourselves and say, "You're Will Smith. You are accepting things that you should not accept."
Yep.
You are accepting
Yep.
your wife basically cheating on with a boy that is a friend of your son's.
And that's the thing, man. Um, there's a lot of men and women out here acting like Will. And what they're doing is they're dragging their mates and their children along with the ride of this lie. You know,
Exactly.
hold on, let me show you guys something real quick.
Daddy, it's so sad.
Now, this right here is an example of how he's dragging his daughter along.
Yeah.
His She was 9 years old. Listen to this. She was 9 and said this to her dad.
She's putting her hand on my face. She was like 9. And Jada was in the kitchen, and she's like, Mommy, isn't it sad? And Jada said, what? He said, Daddy has a picture of a family in his mind, and it's not us.
And look at her.
And I wouldn't be laughing. Did you hear the way he said it? It looks like he doesn't sound like a man. He doesn't sound like somebody who's proud of his family. He doesn't sound like somebody's like
He
his
sounds
pride.
like somebody who doesn't know his family.
Exactly. He doesn't sound like somebody. You think somebody who has pride, who believes he knows he's great in his career, believe in
Mhm.
himself and everything, would say things like this?
Look
He
at this.
sounds like me.
Look at Willow.
Yeah.
Listen. Everybody was at the table laughing. Hold on, you got something playing in the background. You'll turn it off. All right. Everybody is at the table laughing, y'all. Willow, who he was talking about, is not laughing. Then back it up just a second. Everybody at the table is laughing except Willow. And Willow is like, you're still doing it. You're still doing it, Dad.
Exactly.
Wait, hold on. I just want to show you. Look at her face. Everybody is laughing except for Willow.
And it's not us. External.
It was just a second.
Not us. External.
Damn, you can't see it. Willow is like, and you're
in his
still doing it, Dad.
mind. And it's not us.
Everybody just bust out laughing. I can't. Forget it. I can't get it.
I agree with what you're saying.
She doesn't see this as funny.
Yes, he's trying to act like I'm the funny comedian. I'm the clown of the plays. Instead of saying you're the man of your house, you're the man of your family, you're the man who's Will Smith. You have a lot of people who are looking up to you as an inspiration.
You know
and you're
why his
acting
mom
like
was
a
laughing?
clown. You're acting like a clown.
You know why Jada's mom was laughing in that little spot? Because she has to laugh. She has
a family in his mind, and it's not us.
She does. See, Willow don't have to laugh, but the mom, she has to laugh because she needs some money.
Yeah.
See how she laughing? How is your
externally
not laughing and you're laughing?
Yeah.
I'm trying to get it with Willow. Okay, forget it. I can't get it.
Not us.
Yeah, Mr. Lego, can I ask you a question? With all the money that he has and everything that he has, why If I had a problem like him and I'm Will Smith and everything, and I know I need to go to psychologist and everything, why did he hire the best of the best psychologists? He could have hired Tony Robbins. Tony
Hold
Robbins
on,
would
hold
have
on. Listen,
fucking.
listen. Let me ask a question. Let me ask you a question. Let me answer the question. Um, I don't know, but the first thing I would say is you don't think that you're that bad. See, he may go to a therapist now because he slapped Chris Rock, but people don't necessarily think that there's something wrong. There's a lot of men and women in this chat right now who be doing the same stuff. But guess what? They don't think it's that bad. Oh, it ain't like I'm like Will Smith. I'm not like Jada Pinkett. So if I'm not like them, there's not really a problem. Does that make sense, Stan?
Okay, okay. Because that always confused me. I was like, you have money, you have this and that. You could get the best resort. He could even hire you, or you could have her, Tony Robbins. Tony Robbins would have resolved this and said, this. This is the
But he
reason you
has
are.
to portray himself as looking perfect. You already know he's so much of a big actor. If he gets therapy, people are going to say, ooh, he's getting therapy. Something's wrong with him.
And that goes back to the thing that he always says, that you don't care
I
what
got to
other
be an
people
actor.
think. Yeah,
Yep.
you don't care what other people think. That's the conflict.
Yep.
That's what he always says in motivation. You are the
Right.
most important person, and it goes in
No,
coupling out of I'm an actor. So basically, you're trying
right.
to please other people.
Exactly. And you got to remember, he's saying it, and this is 2018 when he said it. Hey, Dodra, am I saying your name right, Dodra?
It's Daedra.
Daedra, how you doing, Daedra?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm great.
Hey, Deidre.
Hi, I'm enjoying this show,
Thank you.
and I love all the points that you've been making. I think you're spot on. Um,
Okay.
and what I feel is happening is that when Will was a child and he was out of control when he saw his father beating his mother the abuse,
Yeah.
children who grow up feeling out of control end up growing up needing to control everything.
Yes.
So he grew up saying, I'm going to control absolutely everything, my image, my career, my
Hmm.
wife, my everything.
Hmm.
So we are seeing his childhood trauma being played out
Yeah.
in what's happening with his wife acting out. I think the Red Table talk show is her way of trying to dismantle this
Yes.
this prison that she's been in. That's
Yes.
what I believe.
Exactly. I totally agree with you. Her way of protesting is red table talk. Virtually every episode, she talks bad about Will. And everybody's like, yo, why do you keep talking so bad about this man? He loves you, because she don't want to be there. And she just explained in this clip that I've just been playing today that she doesn't know how to get out. She feels stuck. She feels trapped. And her own daughter feels the same way. Why is it that he tells a funny story about Willow, and Willow is the only person not laughing? Everybody's at the laugh like, ah, ha, 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 ha. Willow like, but you're still doing it, Dad. It's not funny. Like, you're
Yeah.
really trash, Dad. Why is Willow not laughing? Everybody's at the table laughing right now, except for Willow.
Willow understands how serious this is. You know, she
Yes.
really loves her father, and they
Hmm.
have a really great connection from what I've seen
Yeah,
and
looks
what
like
I've
it.
heard from
Hmm.
them talk about their relationship. I
Yeah.
think that Will's inability to love goes back
Yes.
to him never having seen proper love,
Yep.
right? And when he has Willow, he has talked about how having her as his daughter was kind of the beginnings
Yeah.
of his beginning to feel something closer to what genuine love is. Because, you know, when
Yeah.
you're a parent, it's that happens to you. I'm a mom as well.
Well, was he?
So,
You think he didn't love his first two kids? Because his first kid is grown. Well, his first kid is
yeah,
like
you're talking
30.
about Trey. You're talking about
Trey.
Trey, right?
Yeah.
Um, I, d- I can't speak to that as much as I have seen this relationship between daughters and fathers.
Okay.
It seems to be
Yeah. It's
something that's
different.
unique sometimes,
Yeah.
just like relationship between moms and sons. So
Hmm.
perhaps that's the reason why Willow, as the daughter,
Yeah.
had the ability to start
She
to
has an
uncrack
influence.
that. Yeah, the influence.
Yeah.
And I have one last thing that I'd like to say, and then I'll let you go. Um, Regarding Jada's mom,
Okay.
I think Jada's mom is in that era where the men were, it was difficult for a lot of them, and I think that she saw Will as a safer, nicer, more
I say it's a way out.
successful, a way out. And she really influenced and pressured her daughter to be with him.
Deja, let me say
Although,
this. Let me say
yeah,
this. And this is going to hurt a lot of people, but I need to say it. Um, Jada's mom, in my opinion, and I may be wrong, but Jada's mom told Jada to get with Will for the same reasons that a lot of mothers allowed their daughters to go work with R. Kelly, knowing what possibly can happen. They see somebody and they're like, ooh, this is my way out as a mom of the young daughter. This is my way out. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah. That's
My
not an,
way out. Next thing, cause y'all can talk all this mess about R. Kelly, cause he's a terrible person. But think about the mothers of the daughters that allowed their daughters to, or they pushed their daughters to go work with R. Kelly. I look at
yeah.
Jada's mom as the same type of woman as those women who pushed their daughters to go work with R. Kelly, knowing what type of man R. Kelly was. She
That's
looked at this
interesting. I
as
mean,
her opportunity to get out.
that's highly probable because there is a history of moms doing that. I don't know if you've seen the Titanic movie,
Hmm.
but there's a scene. I mean, there's several scenes where you see the mother really pushing her daughter to get with the richest
I remember
guy.
that. She wanted her to
Remember
get with
that?
the other guy instead of Jack.
Exactly. She really
Yep.
loved Jack, who
Yep.
was poor, not as well to do,
So in this
but her
situation,
mother.
Tupac is Jack.
Exactly. Her
Hmm.
heart was with Jack, the poor guy, but
Hmm.
the mother is trying to secure the family legacy financially.
Yep.
And so there is precedence for that. So, anyways, that's all I wanted to say. Thank
Yeah.
you so much for letting me join you today and join the show.
Thank you so much. You're so beautiful.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Okay.
You too.
Bye
Bye
bye.
bye.
Bye bye, Lina.
Go
Mr.
ahead,
Leggo,
man.
I'm listening to what you're saying and everything, so I agree 100% the conversation you had with the lady. But if that's the case, what should have Will Smith done to make sure that Jada loves him in the heart? What should he have done before? Because I listened to many of your show, and you are a person who's very proactive. You
Hmm.
basically brings example to
Yeah.
society to make them see if you're in that situation, you could go
Uh-huh.
like, I remember Mr. Lego said, do this test or do this. What
Uh-huh.
should Will Smith have done to make sure that Jada loves him the same? Well, you can't say the same way as Tupac, but love him in the heart, like you're saying, because Jada loved
So, man,
Tupac.
I answer the question the same way Tupac loved Jada, by letting her go. That's the answer. See, the problem, the reason I'll say why Jada loved Tupac so much, because Jada said it. I don't have it up, but I could look for it, but I'm not gonna look for it. Jada literally said that Tupac was the first man to ever love me without connecting it to sex. She said Tupac was like a father figure. Tupac would be like, all right, ain't nobody gonna mess with you. You're gonna sit over here with me. And if somebody is worthy of you, you could go be with them. But you can't just be with anybody because I love you. I'm okay with letting you go, but the person has to be worthy of you. So the answer to your question, which was a great question, is by letting her go. When you love somebody, you have to love them for who they are and who they want to be. Jada never wanted to be with Will Smith. Will Smith begged her and pushed her, and then her mom started pushing her to be with him. But Tupac spent years with Jada, never tried to have sex with her. He listened to her. He affirmed her. See, I wish I had the clip. He affirmed her by saying, "You're going to be a star. It's all going to be about you." And she was like, "Man, what are you talking about?" "No, you're going to be in a star," because they went to art school together. And he was like, "You're going to be a star." So he supported her. He protected her. He affirmed her. And he was her friend. Instead of he didn't make her his girlfriend. He loved her unconditionally. He loved her even when she got with Will. But that is when they kind of like stopped talking. I think they stopped talking for about a good year or two because she started being with Will Smith, and it wasn't about he wanted her to be with him. She wanted her to be safe, and he felt that she was not safe being with a cornball like Will Smith. He didn't want to be with her. She didn't want to be with him, but he wanted her to be safe. Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes sense and everything. And I think that basically goes to what you're saying. If friends would have been, if Will Smith would have had friends, like you said,
yeah,
other friends would have said, "Wait a minute, let's just before the marriage or whatever," would have took Will Smith aside and, like you say, go to a coffee place, go wherever, and told him, "Man, I'm seeing things with your soon-to-be wife that is not correct. This woman still loves Tupac, or this one." Where are the friends? Where are the people that are with Will Smith? That was his friend. That ride or die friends that are there. Where's his best friend? Where is?
Man, he doesn't have best friends. See, the thing about it is, Tupac was well alive when he literally said, he was on the Breakfast Club, and he said, and everybody who's seen that Breakfast Club show, that episode, put a 1 in the chat. He said, "Yo, I am so intimidated by Tupac. I got his woman, and they grew up together and they loved each other. And we now started getting older. Well, we can actually start having sex and stuff. And I would see Tupac at a party and I would be afraid to walk up to him." The reason why Will Smith was afraid to walk up to Tupac, it wasn't because he was just intimidated by Tupac. He did not want to hear from Tupac how he felt about their relationship.
Yeah. He didn't want basically to Jada to see Tupac in the party. Let's say they see the three of them, and Jada basically maybe flirting with Tupac, and basically Will Smith seeing the flirt between Tupac and Jada in front of his face, which was basically bring him like, what the hell, in his mind, like, oh my god, here we go.
So look at this. Look at this. It's like a dude who's dating a woman and he knows he ain't going to treat her right, and her dad wants to talk to him. You ever dated a chick that you knew you weren't going to treat right? Did you want to go talk to her dad?
Nope.
Why?
Because I know if I would talk to the dad would basically,
he's going to see right through you,
he's
right?
going to see right through me.
He's going to see. He didn't want to walk up to Tupac when he was dating Jada, because he knew Tupac was going to see him for the narcissist that he is. All of this, oh, I'm an actor. You can't act in front of a real dude. You got to understand. There was another actor that went to acting school. That is Tupac.
Yeah.
So
or for the
Tupac
soft person,
would have
or
been
for
able
the
to
soft
see him.
person that he is, or for the
Tupac
soft
would-
person.
Yeah,
He would have said, he
hold
would have
on,
seen that
hold
Will
on.
Smith
We
is
can't talk
soft.
at the same time. Hold on.
Sorry.
Tupac would have seen Will Smith for the person he was, and he would have had an opportunity. Tupac didn't know Will Smith because they never had a talk, had a conversation. When you look a man in his eyes, you can see his soul. That's the reason why he never had a conversation with Tupac, because he was afraid to talk to Jada Pinkett's daddy. Tupac was her proverbial dad. That's why he couldn't talk to Tupac. We'll see. Thank you so much for the super chat. Don't forget, she said she cried on her wedding day. Yes. Go ahead.
She cried on the wedding day?
She didn't want to marry him. She said it. It's plenty of times where she said, I didn't want to marry him. Hold on, I can go back. Hold on, I can go back here. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it real quick. She said it right here.
To come to the understanding that I allowed myself to have. Not wanting to rock the boat. I had kids, you know, and just wanting to, you know, because he's a force to be reckoned with. It's just a lot of stuff you let.
Y'all see that, right? She said he's a force to be reckoned with. He's like, yeah, you know, yeah, you already know, because Chris Rock ain't the only person I've slapped. You're damn right I'm a force to be reckoned with.
But
Slide and go past that angers you, and you get resentment.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, but you don't change it because you're scared.
This is what
You see that, right? Because you're scared. This woman is afraid of Will Smith, man.
So basically, she felt in prison to still be married with him. Can you put yourself in Will Smith's heart or situation if you see your wife is saying that basically, I felt like in prison. The only reason I'm with you is because of your money, or the only reason I'm with you is because of the kid. If it wasn't for the money and the kid, I wouldn't be with you. I would have left a long time ago.
Let me answer that right here.
an insecure little boy say I was great. Dragon came out.
Yeah.
What I realized is I was building a picture.
Hold on. It's right here.
I was in the kitchen, and she's like, Mommy, isn't it sad?
He
A
said, "I
family
didn't."
in his mind, and it's not us. Externally, our family was winning, and there was a period I was failing miserably. But on the
Here it is right
outside,
here.
I was winning.
So this is your answer right here, Stan. Listen to this.
I felt that money and winning made a good relationship.
Yep.
Look how he looking.
We're succeeding in the world. That means our relationship is good. So me and you on an island, what do we have? Not only did I not understand, I didn't care.
That's it. Not only did I didn't understand, I didn't care. That's your answer right there, Stan. He didn't care.
Yeah.
And look at, when he said I didn't care, look at Jada's face.
Yeah.
When, like, just think about that. He said, not only did I did not understand, I didn't care. That is the look of resentment. She's like, you damn right you didn't care. You just ruined our whole family because of your, you know, putting your interests in front of everybody.
Yeah, that's a look of bitterness. Yeah.
So yeah, man.
I agree. I'm man. You're trying to change me, man. Wow. Maybe he is narcissist. Wow.
I think Will Smith is the actual problem here and not Jada. Jada has just been a crappy person, a toxic person all her life. And she's always talked about it. You know, she just was, you know, she's always been a toxic person.
No, but Will Smith didn't do the law that he said. Basically, he's trying to make another person happy. He, like you said, he bought a mansion to her, and the mansion didn't do nothing. If you're buying a mansion, and the person not even freaking out and saying, "Oh my God," and going around and running around and being happy with it, and looking at you like, "Oh, that's just it. You just bought a mansion, like it's like you bought chewing gum. Then you got a problem. Then
Right here, hold on. This is what she said.
Saw for the first time what Jada had been saying the whole time about hiding behind my ego and my dreams and my desires and pretending like
Look how she looking.
it's love.
I was saying no all the way.
Yeah.
Will, the house is too big. Will,
too
not
big,
this.
right?
No, Will, and he had a picture.
I had a picture, and I had a public perception
He had the public
that I wanted
perception that
to
he
project of
executed.
our relationship, of the family, and what my kids are, and what my wife
So now she's just being dragged like, yo, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I'm just here.
is and what we are in the world. To have to let go of the picture, to have to let go of the dream was devastating.
I'd been trying to live up to an expectation for Will.
Yeah. And you were trapped in a life that you didn't build,
That I didn't
you
build.
didn't want.
And that I didn't want, but that I had to come to the understanding that I allowed myself to have.
And when you get to the point where you just say, yo, man, I can't get mad at nobody else. I allowed this to happen. You feel me, Stan?
Yeah, I feel you. You see the picture before that you showed, by basically the black and white picture?
Yeah.
If you would show that picture to anybody, you'd see, and you would say, by showing that picture, do you see that there's a loving couple? I don't see no loving couple.
No.
The black and white picture that shows before.
But they never were a loving couple in the
But
beginning.
that's what I'm saying. If you would just the picture, not without nobody saying anything, you would show that to people in the street. Say, here's a picture. What do you say? People wouldn't be saying it's a loving couple. People would be saying they look like friends. People would be saying they look like they're both not interesting. A loving couple would be somebody who's they're both holding each other. They can't stop touching each other and things like that. Even the Oscar. I'm sorry. I'm in the Oscar and my wife is behind me.
A loving couple. Hold on. A loving couple is when you see a picture of Jada and Tupac.
Exactly.
That is a picture of a loving couple. Let me ask you something. Have you ever seen a picture of Jada and Will hugged up like Jada and Tupac was?
No. Like I said.
Never.
No. Like I said, you're at the Oscar. You know your man is going to win for Best Actor. They already know. You're basically going behind him? If you love your man, wouldn't you be in the front of the table holding his hand and kissing him and being all over him and everything, saying, I'm so happy for you, or standing him? You're behind him when you know he's going to win an Oscar?
Yep. They're not even together. Hold on. I want to show y'all something real quick. Let me see if I can do this. I got to share my screen. All right, so hold on. Let me share my screen. I want to show y'all something. Hopefully it'll let me share it. I want to show y'all, because I want to ask y'all a question. Is it share? Share the screen. Stupid thing. Okay, here we go. Is this it? Nope. All right, here we go. I want y'all to see this. This is a loving couple. Can y'all see my screen?
Yep.
Yes.
Have you ever, in the last 30 years, seen Jada laid up or hugged up with Will like this ever in their 30 years of marriage? Have you ever seen this?
No.
They've been married for 26 years. Not one picture ever resembled this of her and Will Smith.
Yeah.
I got a better one for you.
Go ahead.
According to this here, when have you seen her arms around Will?
Oh.
Yeah. Even when it's done professionally, huh? Don't forget, even when it's done professionally, like the black and white picture that we saw.
Yeah.
Which is done professionally, you have time. It's not like, oh, we took you like this. Like the man that said, why? How come your arm is not around Will? He's your husband.
This is what I'm saying right here, y'all. He is with Jada, but Jada is not with Will. And this is Will's doing and not Jada's doing. See, too many people, they run around saying, oh my God, poor Will. No, it's not poor Will. It's poor Jada. Because if she ever loved Will, she would be looking like this. I can even pull up a picture of her in August hugged up like this. But I can't pull up one picture of her and Will like this in the 26 years of marriage. Not one picture like this. Not one. Hold
And
on.
the reason that you can't see one picture of this is because I think I confirm what you said. It's because Will doesn't have really good friends, who best friend who would have told him there's a problem.
Oh no, a bunch of people told him it was a problem when they first got together. He chased her.
Mr. Reeser, you really think that there's a lot of friends who knows Will Smith who went to him, go get a coffee, whatever, with a cigar and said, Will, we gotta talk, man. I'm your bro. I know you. We've grown together. This is a Pat. I know you love this girl, but this girl doesn't love you.
Hold
You
on.
got
I'm gonna show y'all something else. Hold on. I'm trying to find pictures of
because that shocked me, Mr. Let Go. When you saw the picture black and white, and I was like, look at that picture. I was like, they're not even hugging. They look like two separate people. They look like I'm looking this way, you're looking this way. And I'm like, is this a joke? Tell me it's a joke, Mr. Lego. That's not a photo. That's a black and white photo done by a professional. And you're not even hugging or doing anything.
Yep. Watch this, y'all. In August. Now, right here.
That's more than Will gets.
That's more than Will gets. But if you go down here, look at right here. I don't know if you can you see this part right here where Jada. Hold on, I was trying to see. Yeah, it's going down. Will is trying to kiss Jada, and she's pulling away. Y'all see that?
Yep.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying, y'all. This is the thing that nobody sees with these two. This is the thing that nobody sees. It's all for show.
Yeah, but Mr. Lego, we thought that they were basically the Hollywood couple, the example. As look at this, two black people together, not getting divorced. Look at it, no craziness, no nothing. This is the Hollywood thing. Everybody thought that. Nobody before the Red Talk, nobody thought that there was a problem with Jada and except if you're a professional like you who could see it, we would have not seen them. I was like, hey, they're together. They look good. There's an example.
Look at this picture right here. This is what I was looking for right here. Look at this picture. Hold on, give it a second. It got to load. I'm waiting for it to see. Okay, do y'all see this picture in the black?
Yep.
Yeah. Yep.
You never seen her and Will like this. You never seen her and Will like this.
Can you find the pictures of her and Mark Anthony?
Her and Mark Anthony?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Her former co-star. The one she allegedly slept with that canceled the show that they were on.
Mark as in M-A-R-C or M-A-R-K?
M-A-R-C, the singer.
The singer.
I don't know none about these people.
The ex of
Let me see. Hold up.
Jennifer Lopez. No. Yeah.
Some of them? Right here?
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't know nothing about this situation.
Yeah, they had a show together on TBS. And it was either TBS or Fox. And the show was doing extremely well and abruptly just canceled. And everybody was wondering, okay, the show was doing well, just got picked up for a second season. Why did it just cancel? And then allegedly, she had slept with Mark Anthony, and simultaneously, Jennifer Lopez filed for divorce on Mark Anthony. And it happened.
Wanting to rock the.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
It happened so fast that people kind of just glossed over it. But Yeah, that she was very affectionate with Mark Anthony as well, not like with Will. And my
Yeah,
other
so that's all I'm saying. That is all I'm saying. It's something that I just wanted to bring to light because everybody's running around saying poor Will, look at what women are doing to these men. This man is being abused by her. I seriously don't think that's the case.
Mr. Lego, let me ask you a question. Do you think that Will Smith know that his wife doesn't love him?
Yes. He says it right here.
yeah, he knows.
Every time you ask a question, I'm able to go specifically to the clip. Listen to here. Listen to this.
Character.
Yeah.
Right? But deep down inside, I was an insecure little boy that wanted Jada to say I was great.
Oh.
Right? And if she didn't say I was great,
Then the Ike Turner comes out.
The dragon
So
comes out.
so the answer to your question is he knows she never loved him, but he found a way to force her to love him.
Wow.
See, see,
Why he
that's
looking like this? Can y'all are men. Why is a man looking like this?
and if she didn't say I was great,
What
see,
does mean?
see, this is what I was trying to say earlier. I
Mhm.
used to work at Tommy Boy back in the day, the
Okay.
record. And this was heard of when he did his first child's mother wrong.
Uh-huh.
Okay? He found himself after he was doing that bankruptcy. He found himself with no real friends.
Mhm.
Jazzy Jeff was the only one who really stuck around, and he
Right
went.
before he got on Fresh Prince show. Because his album flopped
Yeah, yeah,
and he was getting the opportunity to be on the Fresh Prince show, but he didn't even want to do it, but his album flopped. But go ahead.
true, true.
Yeah.
And so this is around the time he kept bumping into Jada. And the way the story goes way back then was he constantly pursued her.
Yeah.
He constantly pursued her.
Yep.
And I'm gonna say this last thing. This is what I call on my show male hyenas. Male hyenas are always these guys who they want to put women first so much that they demoralize themselves. They
Yes.
don't even connected to their own son, just like a hyena
Yep.
in the wild. A hyena in the wild is not connected to their own children. It's
Yeah.
all about the woman, the woman, the woman. And this
Yeah.
is how I view this.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So my question to y'all is this: why is Will looking like this when he said, "And if I don't get you to appreciate me or love me or whatever he said, the monster comes out." What does this mean as men to y'all? What is the monster? What is the dragon, y'all?
You know, insecure people have this, man. Insecure dude.
What is the monster though?
The evil, the bad side of you, the bad side that comes out, the
Do you
side that
think
you can't,
do
that
you think
you
is a
can't
do you think is a Chris Rock slap? What do you describe the monster that he's talking about? In my opinion, I think is a slap. What do y'all think?
I think it's anything undisciplined. You on your show when I was up here last time months ago.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about dudes who had some type of self discipline.
Mm-hmm.
This type of stuff right here, man. This is an insecure dude who it's kind of like when he attacked Aunt Viv on the show because
Mm-hmm.
of his own insecurities.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, what are you doing?
Yeah.
And you sat up here and vilified this lady for years when actually it was you. You were the problem that you never fixed.
Yep.
But Mr. Security, the problem what you're saying and everything, you can't be in this level of greatness to a certain degree as an actor if you're not disciplined. Will
Why
Smith
not?
is disciplined, but he's not using the same discipline that he has as an actor to become successful. That he has the same discipline when it comes to his relationship because he knows how to be disciplined. You can't be at that level almost to the point of almost to being equal to Denzel Washington if you are not disciplined. That's impossible.
There are, I would say to you, sir, there are dudes who've made it this level and more who have committed suicide because
Hold on, don't say the word. I don't want to
I'm sorry,
mess up my stuff.
who have committed S
Yeah.
because their life, their real life was in turmoil. So yeah, don't get food just because people appear a certain way. Me and Mr. Let Go can sit up here and bankroll a kid and play, and they'll reach the heights. But that don't mean that behind the scene they can tie their shoelaces.
Yep, totally agree.
Yeah. No, I understand. I agree with what you're saying, Mr. Security and everything. But the discipline is there. It's just he chose not to do it. He chose to put himself like Mr. Lego. He chose to be with somebody who doesn't love him. He chose to put himself in this. So he's responsible. I don't
Yep.
blame it's him who made that choice. It's him that basically never said, like I remember last show or 2 show ago, Mr. Lego, you said he needs to let go of Jada because, like you said, and I'm scared of him. You
Yeah.
think that Will Smith's gonna go in prison eventually? I was shocked that you said that, Mr. Lego. I couldn't believe you
Like,
went there,
like,
but you
like,
said,
like I said, I personally think Will Smith is a very evil, problematic person that if things continue to unravel the way they are, he's going to end up in prison. I said that.
I think he's a very insecure person, and if he doesn't have somebody to make him see his greatness that he has, he will basically fall.
Yeah. So let me let y'all see something. I just looked something up. I'm getting a little bit better at this whole YouTube stuff. Hold on a second. I'm able to go to different screens and stuff. Hold on. Here it is right here. All right. Let me know when y'all can see the screen.
It's a little small, but
Okay, I'm just going to read it. Contrary to what people assume, Hubert, which is Aunt Viv, was not fired from the show. In fact, she turned down a contract offer following the third season. They offered me 10 weeks of work and they said, uh, you can't work anywhere else. My agent said, you cannot accept this. They'll come back, but they didn't. Hubert explained. Hubert viewed the contract as an attempt to put her in her place. But well before the contract offer, she was expecting friction on the set. They told me I had to go into my dressing room in between takes because I wasn't laughing at Will's jokes. I'll say that again. They told me, this is Aunt Viv, the dark skinned Aunt Viv. They told me I had to go into my dressing room between takes. Between takes, y'all. Not on the show. Of course, if you're not acting properly, there's a problem. This is when the cameras are off. In between takes. They told her to go to her dressing room because she wasn't laughing at Will's jokes when the cameras were off, when they were not acting. Imagine y'all in a break room or y'all just in between takes talking and you just ain't laughing and it's just like, yo, leave. What? I'm in a break room. Get out of the break. Get out of the break. We're not at work. I'm on break.
in a
When I
contract.
when asked if she was surprised enough other cast members didn't support her, Hubert said, no, I wasn't surprised. Everyone in Hollywood is about that check. The cast was offered money to take me down. After years of feuding, Will Smith extended an apology. I want y'all to think about this. He extended an apology. Why? Because he knew what he did. This man is evil.
And this is why I go against Stan's theory on discipline because, see, on that show, the dark skinned Aunt Viv was revered. She was revered by fans more
Mm-hmm.
than any other character.
Yep.
She was revered for her classy way she did Aunt Viv. Matter of fact, nobody really remembers the other Aunt Vivs because they wasn't as good as the first Aunt Viv. But
Yep.
listen to what Mr. Let Go just wrote. Somebody had the audacity to put that legalese in a written contract because of a grown guy's feelings.
Yep.
That's not discipline.
Yep.
That's just a guy making money.
So Mr. Security, Mr. Research, you're saying basically that Will Smith was basically had total power with the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air show. He basically, when he saw that
it was his show to
it
a
was
certain
his show,
degree.
so basically he went to the director and said, "Look,
I don't
this
like her.
woman,
She's not laughing at
I
my
don't
joke.
like her. She's not laughing at my joke. Trying to find a way to cut her off. I don't care what you got to do. I don't want her in my show anymore." So some shit like that.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's not discipline.
Wow.
The
JJ
bottom line is this.
JJ from Good Times had the same problem.
With who?
The mother, and eventually the dad, because they were classical actors,
Mm-hmm.
and JJ was getting all the whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and he started making some demands, and then that's where the friction. That's why the father got removed from Good Times for a bit of time.
Well, just for the record, for anybody just confused by the conversation, Aunt Viv uh, didn't seen through Will, right? She seen Will for who he was, and simply because she wasn't a yes person like everybody was, and simply because she didn't laugh at his jokes when they weren't on screen, when they were like taking a break or eating muffins or whatever on the side, getting ready for the next take. Simply because she wasn't laughing at his jokes, she got fired. What kind of man will fire you simply because you weren't laughing at his jokes?
An insecure man, a man who doesn't believe himself, a man who doesn't basically believe that another person has opinion, a man who basically slaps another person in an Oscar show
Yeah.
when he's supposed to win for Best Actor.
Yep.
Who lets other people?
I think Will slapped Chris Rock because Will knew he was about to win, and he looked at Chris Rock and said, "How dare you embarrass me on my day?"
Yeah.
Imagine you about to graduate from high school, right? The graduation is about you because you are the valedictorian, right? So you're about to get the greatest award in front of everybody. And then the person that is up there about to present the valedictorian award to you say something funny about your girlfriend or something. You looking at him like, are you kidding me? You about to do this to me on my day? See, this wasn't other people's day. This was Will Smith's day. And he said, how dare you embarrass me on my day? That's why he slapped this free.
Yeah, but Mr. Lego, it doesn't make sense because in the beginning when he did those jokes, he was laughing. Will Smith was laughing. It's only when he looked at Jada and Jada was in her feelings, he didn't have the discipline saying, "That's on you, Jada. If you want to feel bad, you feel bad."
You got to understand, Jada is his mommy. So if his mommy is upset, he's upset.
That's why Mr. Let Go played that other thing, Stan, showing you that he was always deferring to Jada. And that's why I said to you, when I used to work at a record label back in the day, he was always chasing and deferring to Jada. That's the
He
part.
defers to her. Exactly.
Yeah.
So Jada is more important than him.
Yeah.
The dragon came out.
Yeah.
Hold on. Listen to this. Listen.
Right? And if she insecure little boy that wanted Jada, right? But deep down inside, I was an insecure little boy that wanted Jada to say I was great.
So in that particular situation at the award show, he felt pretty good until he looked over and he's like, wait, what happened? I don't like that joke. You're interrupting my day. Because when you make Jada sad, you make me sad.
Yeah.
Because
exactly.
Jada is my mommy. Jada is an extension of me. So if Jada's mad, that means I'm mad. Does that make sense?
I agree 100%. It's not that he didn't like the joke. He liked the joke. But when he saw his mother, which is Jada, he basically said, "Oh, okay, okay, no, now I don't like."
That's why I said male hyena. And people got to understand, Mr. Let Go is not attacking a black man. You guys got to stop that. This is iron sharpening iron. We dudes are talking about a male and male behavior, undisciplined. He's not. It's not about attacking. It's about dudes in our community have to learn some form of self discipline, mouth control. There's so many other ways he
Self affirmation. We have to love ourselves instead of looking to a woman for to be affirmed.
Yeah, you have to have an affirmation in your life that basically define you that you are. My father gave me an affirmation that Gandhi did, and it stays in my life. I think I'll give it to everybody as a free ticket. But the affirmation is the affirmation that Gandhi said: nobody in this world can hurt you without your permission.
Yes. Yes.
People really listen to this. This is powerful. Nobody. That means when Jada got hurt, she made her permission to get hurt. Nobody in this world can hurt you. Nobody can make you feel a certain way without you allowing it to be a permission, to allowing it to go inside of you to basically act this way. When somebody like, go ahead.
Mr. Research. If I say something about your mama right now, would you feel disrespected?
No, I just wouldn't be around.
Come on, man.
No, I really wouldn't.
Okay, the typical guy.
Typical guy.
Typical guy. Even though I don't know your mama, if I say your mama fat or your mama is this, or if I see a picture, like say your avatar was a picture of you and your mother, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if I say, "Yo, man, your mama fat," would you be offended then?
Offended, yeah.
Right. So stop right there. That is what happened at the award show. Jada is his mom, not his wife.
Right.
So it's like when a man talks about your mama, if he was sitting next to his mama, do you think he would have had the right to say something? A man knows not to talk about their mama.
Yeah, he would have had the right.
That's what I'm saying.
But Chris Rock would never talk about his mother.
Hold on. So he sees Jada as his mother and not his wife, right? So when you say something about my mama, we gotta fight. That's what Chris Rock did. Chris Rock said something about Will Smith's mama. That's why he went up there. Not saying it's right, but Jada is his mama. So that was like the ultimate mama joke. Well, like, you ain't gonna talk about my mama like that. So that's what it was. Go ahead, Stan.
I agree. It's because he did. Basically, Will Smith didn't see Jada as his wife, and if he would have saw her as his wife, he would have never stood up. Normally, a man would not stood up and basically slapped the living crap out of it. And Mr. Lego, what do you say about a lot of women?
Mama, though. Go ahead.
Huh? Mr. Lego, what do you say
about our mama?
Yeah, we all go crazy. A lot of guys go crazy. I'm not gonna say I'm not the one who would go crazy about my mother because I've been brought up by my mom. Sorry, I'm a black person. I've been brought up with my mom. So a lot of your shows, I agree 100% because I had to look at myself and I had to sit down with my mom one point and tell her this you did, and get it out of my system so it doesn't. So I'm like, it's not part of me anymore. And I had to go see my father also to find out the truth because, like you said, your mother could say things that is not true. Yep. I remember the show, and I had to sit down and listen to him to tell me this is what happened, and say, oh, okay, now I know. Now I know the truth. But that's another conversation, like you said. But the thing I want to say, one of the things that I see a lot of people saying, what do you say to a lot of women and saying, well, Will Smith basically defending the honor of his wife. What about that? Which I hear a lot of women, a lot of black women are saying he defended the honor of his wife.
Well, let me answer that. And keep in mind, Stan, and this is for everybody, not saying about you. Just keep in mind, men and women watching, when you ask a question, that is you got to give the person the opportunity to answer the question. A lot of people, they'll say, so what do you think about this? And I'll be like, okay, and they still be talking. So just keep in mind, whenever you ask a person a question, you got to give them the opportunity to answer, because people will ask you a question. So what do you think about da da da? And they be like da da da, because I think da da da, but they don't get the other person a chance to answer.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm getting better
It's
with
okay.
it. I used to
It's
be
okay.
awful.
So, answer your question again so everybody can hear it.
Okay, the question is a lot of people when that happened, a lot of people said he defended his honor. That's why a lot of black women said, "Look at this, the first time I'm whatever feeling this."
Right.
What do
Right.
you say about that when a lot of black women are saying that's defending his honor, that's defending his wife honor? Is there a case we need to defend a woman's honor, or there's a
No.
case that we don't?
Okay. Our job as men, as protectors of our families, we defend our women's life. Okay, not her feelings. You do not defend a woman's feelings. That was not her honor. That was her feelings. Okay, because if he would have said some crazy stuff, the other day, if he would have stood up and said, "Hey, since you and Jada got an open marriage, you think I can smash too?" Now that would have been honor, okay? Because he's talking about having sex with another man's wife. That would have been defending somebody's honor, okay? Not talking about her hair, all right? That was defending a woman's feelings. As a man, as a protector, we defend a woman's life, okay? We keep a woman physically safe, all right? The way we defend a woman's emotions is by affirming and letting her know like everything's gonna be okay, acknowledging her, listening to what her gripes are, not jumping up and fighting somebody. Will Smith's job was to look over at Jada when she started having a stank face when he said it, and looked at her and be like, "I got it. Don't worry about it. I'll talk to him." That is how you defend a woman's honor. You by talking to the woman and calming her down and say, "I got it. Don't worry about it. If you got a problem with that, I'll talk to him later. But stop sitting there with a stank face. I got it." All right. If you a man defends a woman's life, not her feelings. Any man, because what ends up happening in a lot of these situations is you could be out at a restaurant and a man be like, "Yo, man, there's a lot of a lot of holes in here or something," and then next thing you know, your wife turns around like, "You gonna let him get away from that with that? He just called me a hoe." A real man would be like, "First of all, he did not call you a hoe. Shut up. He called. He said there's a lot of holes in here. He's not referring to you." And I'm not telling nobody to say shut up, but I'm just saying, like, stop. You know what I'm saying? And that's what a man would do. Now, at the end of the day, if he walks up to my wife or my woman, saying, "Oh, I used to mess with her, come here." Now I'm defending her safety because she's not safe. You know what I'm saying? We don't defend a woman's emotions. We confirm a woman's emotions, because at the end of the day, you don't have emotions around me. And I'll say that again. You don't have emotions around me. I am your emotions. You look to me on how to feel. So when you sit next to me and you get offended, you look at me as, should I be offended? And I'm going to look at you and say no. And then you stop being offended. You don't have feelings around me as my woman. You confirm your feelings with me before you start feeling them.
And let me also add, because exactly what Mr. Let Go, we have to deal with image of the family, image of the team, image of the leadership. That every king that has ever sat on the throne has had to deal with that.
Right.
So when people talk about honor, which I read a lot of history, we're talking about the image of royalty, of respect, of and those things are done many a times in a calculated behind the scenes way. You can't sit up here and show that something offended you.
Right.
You have to make strategic moves to make everybody know the silver crest of Let Go shall not be demeaned in this way, such again for the remainder of time. Son
Right.
upon son upon daughter upon son. You don't do that by going and chopping off his head and showing your emotion. That's why Henry VIII is looked at as the worst king, because he was sitting up here doing stuff to people because he was emotionally distraught. But
let me
yet
say
he
this.
still came.
Let me say this. The person that was most disrespectful in that scenario before he slapped Chris Rock wasn't Chris Rock. It was Jada Pinkett for having a stank face. How dare you have the stank face next to me? If you don't compose yourself, what is wrong with you? Don't be. We had a award show. Why is you looking like that? Compose yourself. Okay? If you got a problem, you squeeze my hand or whatever it is that we do for you to let me know that we have a problem. Don't be out at no party or out nowhere with me with no crazy look on your face or saying something crazy. You act like you've been somewhere before and you compose yourself. If you need to let me know that you're upset, you squeeze my hand. You don't have no damn stank face and next to me. What's wrong with you? That is the problem.
But Mr. Let Go, going to what you're saying is that Jada Pink doesn't think that Will is the rock of the relationship.
I agree.
And just because of that, she didn't have to reflect, like you're both saying, to look at him, like you're saying, and say, I have a bad feeling. You're the rock, and I'm going to tell my feeling to you as the rock, as the standard of our family, to look at you and say, what are you going to do? And the rock's going to be strong and say, no, we're not going to phase. We're not going to act. Because Jada Pink doesn't see Will Smith as the rock, and he basically sees Will Smith as, you're my son. So you don't have any power on me. You're like, you're nothing. You're basically a kid. You're not even, you're a kid.
Yep.
So
he gave her
he
that
could have
power.
done the squeezing and everything, because she would have done that with a Tupac who's his man, who's a rock. Not Will Smith, who's not a rock. Will Smith is a son.
A woman looks over to her man to affirm her feelings. And ladies, if you feel offended by what I'm saying, you're welcome to come up and we can have a conversation, because I'm here to instruct you and just instruct my audience on how a man operates in, just out in the world when he's with his woman. So the link is in the chat. The link is still there, y'all. Y'all see the link? It's still pinned or no? Hold on. So let me drop the link, because some people may not see the link. I don't know. So
no, the link is still there, Mr. Local.
Okay. So ladies, if you have a problem with me saying that a man affirms how you feel, and you saying a woman don't have the right to feel, not when we out. No, you gonna sit your ass down somewhere, and we'll deal with that later. If you feel offended, you squeeze my hand or give me the indication, grab my side or something like that, and let me know that there's an issue. Whisper in my ear, but you are not gonna just be walking around with no stank face around me. What is wrong with you?
So, but Mr. Lego, a lot of women are going to react.
Hold on, Stan. So, ladies, if anybody wants to come up and discuss that, just hit the link and come on up, because this is important for everybody to understand. When a man and a woman is out, you sit down emotionally. Okay, you don't do nothing. You follow your man, and because the word follow means follow. You follow his instructions. You mirror his demeanor. You mirror his emotions. You mirror everything that your man is doing. When you're at home, you could walk around with attitude, slam doors, you could do whatever you want to do. But when we're out, you represent me, and you going to sit your little butt down. And if you in your feelings, you squeeze my hand, you whisper in my ear, because you have the right to be heard. But you ain't finna wrinkle up your face while we out somewhere. You ain't finna yell out nothing. You finna look at me and give me what I need to handle whatever I need to handle. If you feel like Chris Rock defended you, you squeeze my hand and whisper in my ear and like, yo, I don't like him. I don't like that joke. I'll be like, all right, I got you. And I'm gonna talk to him behind his face, like, bro, man, just so you know, like, chill out on the hair jokes, man. My wife got alopecia. I want no problems. All right, I gotta go home with this woman. Now she got an attitude because of you. You feel me? Then he would have been like, oh, I'm sorry. All right, cool. But no. So, ladies, if you got a problem with what I said, you welcome to come up here and we can have a conversation with it. A lot of you single moms, you ain't got no man, You don't know how to act when you with a man because you ain't used to no man be around you. So this is what a man does. You sit your butt down in your face, in your body language, and in your voice. You sit down, period. Go ahead, guys.
And the same thing is true if a Stan is the leader of me of a company me and Mr. Let Go are operating in. We
Yep.
got two choices. Either we're going to be part of this company,
Yep.
whether however we think about the leadership,
Yep.
however we think about, or we going to defer. Hey,
Mm-hmm.
hey, boss, Stan,
Yep.
boss. Uh, let's talk about that, boss. After you don't sit up here and show out. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? Demean
Yep.
the boss because now I'm messing with Stan's image and the company's image, the
Yep.
team's image. It
Yep.
doesn't make sense. And my last point is somebody made a point that's not relevant, but it needs to be said. Black men didn't get upset when Cardi B attacked black women. This is what Mr. Lego has been trying to teach you guys. That's women's stuff. That is a
Yes.
woman attacking women. Why do y'all expect black men to jump in and belabor a woman when you are a woman and that's something for you to go handle?
Mm-hmm. That's a fact. With the whole Cardi B versus you talking about Cardi B when she got into it with Tasha?
I suppose so, yeah.
Yeah, that's women versus women stuff. No man's supposed to get in between that. That's women stuff, like you said. But when it comes to a man, which was Chris Rock, saying something to a woman, the woman shuts the hell up. Okay? It's a man up there talking. Let men handle that. You squeeze my hand and let me know that you have a problem. And as a man, I will go talk to the man. You don't squint your damn face up. You sit there and just deal with it because you got your husband sitting next to you that will take care of it. She was the most disrespectful person out of them three before the slap, because I ain't gonna say the slap was less disrespectful. She was a disrespectful person. How dare you squint your face up after that joke? You sit there and just deal with it. You got your husband sitting next to you. I wish my woman would do some mess like that. Because the embarrassing part was how she started looking. Because even if he wouldn't have slapped Chris Rock, it would her face squinching up would still been went viral. You feel me? That's the problem.
And please understand, men of other cultures are not as perfect as some of y'all try to make it out to be. Oh, let me be quiet. We have a lady here.
Go ahead, Michelle.
Hey, how y'all
Hey,
doing?
I'm good.
Um, just a couple of observations. One that I find, Aaron, and to the gentleman, Mr. Research, and Stan the Man, as well, and your guests in the room. Um, a couple of things. I just found it so egregious when he sat down in the audience and heckled Chris Rock as if they were in a bar room or a
Yep,
nightclub,
I agree.
as if
Mhm.
the slap weren't enough. And I
Right.
examined the slap. I looked at it over and over again. At first, it appeared to be a stuntman slap, the technique that they
Mhm.
use, and he demonstrated that on YouTube, and I've seen it before. It was
Mhm.
something that I'd seen. Um, it looked like he reluctantly did it. Because if Will wanted to really be slapped, you know, Chris Rock, he could have done it with more strength. He could have really, really knocked him out. And as you
Well,
had
he's probably
indicated,
only
Aaron,
used to
he was
slapping women.
laughing. He was laughing at first, and I guess had seen it in his peripheral vision or looked over and had seen Jada uh, with that look on her face. But I didn't know that she had alopecia. I did not know at
So, do
all.
you agree or disagree that it's her job to look at him and affirm her feelings and fix her face instead of looking at him like that?
I just would have done whatever I could have done to diffuse the situation.
Right,
I
because
would
that's the
not have
woman's
fueled
role.
it.
You don't fuel it, you diffuse it, right?
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Right.
And at first, I had a lot of empathy, and I still do to a degree. I feel sorry for him because he's taking a lot of heat coming from you, Aaron. No, I'm just kidding. Not just limited to you. But it is, it just gave us a black eye in the
Yeah, it
black
did.
community.
Yeah, I did.
And
I agree.
we ghettoed up the Oscars.
1000%. Hold on one
And I
second,
hate to
y'all.
say it.
Hold on one second. East Coast, Kev, thank you for the $10 super chat. I would defend Will's actions a little if his wife wasn't moving the way she was moving. She has made a joke of her husband for years. But at the end of the day, as a male, as a protector, you are responsible for that whole house. So it's so many different times it was up to Will to say something. But like I said, just like through this whole show, Will has Jada as a prisoner and his kids as a prisoner in that house. And there's a possibility, there's a physical reason why they can't leave. Will might go nuts if they leave. There's some things that he probably told her in her ear that if you ever leave me, A, B, and C might happen. So it's a possibility that they are literally in jail in that house.
And another
April,
observation, if I may,
go
um,
ahead.
just if I may, just to say this, that, you know, I was really, really taken aback when I also learned about her relationship with August Alsina.
Mm-hmm.
I did not know that he was a friend of Jaden's,
Yep.
a
Which is
buddy,
her son.
her son. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I did not know that. I know that it had begun as her helping him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because he was troubled or
Mm-hmm.
on a a multitude of drugs, or
Yeah.
I don't know, or if he had any other ailment. I'm not sure, but these are the reports that I had gotten in reading. So, I, but you know what? With the compassion in me, families come in all forms. Okay, there's got to be some modicum of love, uh, however dysfunctional it might be. There has to be some affinity.
Yeah.
But you know what? You raised something, talking about how Willow looked at her dad.
Yeah.
I have seen on his IG or YouTube, um, he seems to ride Jaden like Seabiscuit. You know, I mean, and it's like he expresses disgust for Jaden and affinity, more affinity, a particularly more affinity for her,
Well,
for
that's normal. The a father raises his son and loves his daughter, and a mother raises her daughter and loves her son. So that's just the natural biological operation of a father and a son and a father and a daughter. He's always going to love his daughter and hear her daughter and see his daughter versus hearing and seeing his son. So yeah, that's it's sad, but it is what it is. April,
and
what are your
don't you
thoughts?
agree Jaden is different?
Oh
So
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yes,
yeah, I do.
hi. So
Hey,
I agree with what you're saying as far as Will Smith was seen as somebody who was trying to keep the family prisoner. I just watched the documentary about his book. So he wrote a book, and then he has a documentary on YouTube about it. And he's sitting and he's reading the book to his children because he wants them to know what he says about them in the book.
mm-hmm,
Um, so to me, I don't know. I don't know. I guess people don't ever forgive or they don't ever change in their life. But he's a 50-year-old man. Once you get into middle age and you've seen all the things that you've done in your
yeah,
past, you try to change them. And so this documentary is very informative. And if people would watch the documentary, they would understand a lot better.
mm-hmm,
Um, because one of the things that a lot of people didn't realize is that they said they were in an open marriage, basically because he was cheating. And she was like, well, we're not going to get divorced. I know people are laughing, talking about what kind of power couple are they, but they're rich. So when you're on that level and you have that level of success, like you see what happened to Dr. Dre, his wife divorced him and took all his money. So
mm-hmm,
Well,
there's
not
certain
all of
people,
it.
well, majority of it. So I mean,
He'll
certain people,
survive.
but
yeah.
he's a billionaire. But
Hold
still,
on,
you
hold
still
on,
saw how mad he
hold
was
on.
when he got
Yeah,
divorced,
Yeah.
right?
hold
Yeah.
on. hold on one second, y'all. We got 400 people in here. I need you guys to support the channel. I need at least 5 out of the 400 people to support the channel, either through Super Chat or through Cash App. There's 400 people in here. Support the channel right now. If y'all went out to eat, you will tip the waiter. All right. If you're looking at Netflix, you had to pay your $7.99. So some of you have never paid me $7.99. So that means pay $7.99 or something. So drop a super chat or cash app, Aaron 1000. Support the channel now. Go ahead.
Yes, just click the button. I hit it and subscribed. And as soon as I'm able, I'm going to hit you with something
I appreciate
significant because I appreciate what you're doing in the community, trying to change us from drinking the Kool-Aid,
Right.
Jim Jones kind of thing that was laced with cyanide.
Yeah.
Drinking the Kool-Aid in that regard. I have a question for Mr. Research.
Hold on one second. Let's let April finish what she was saying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey y'all,
April.
if 400 people was at a dinner table, how much would the tip be? I just want to say that. So let's get it, y'all. Go ahead, April.
Okay, so the other problem that I was just having with the things that a lot of people are saying is that they forget that there's a history. So I saw another document, another little thing that was put together. The fact that Jada Pinkett was in a movie with Chris. Has been on the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. So these guys are work colleagues. And it's probably easier. Like he's probably said behind the scenes, even though people think that they know so much about people's lives, you don't know every second of people's lives. And you don't know what he probably said to him prior to these awards, because there was some kind of controversy back in 2016 at Oscar So White. And Chris Rock was the host of Oscar So White. Black people, all the black people in Hollywood asked him to not take that job. But then Jada was like, you know what, go ahead, you'll be fine. You can do that. But then he still proceeded to make a mockery out of the fact that black people were boycotting the Oscars in 2016, even though his opening was very good. I watched the rest of it, and he did say a lot of sarcastic things. White people were up there hooting and hollering and laughing about cops beating black people. Like he was saying a lot of crazy things. It was cringy. So a lot of the Hollywood, especially the black Hollywood elite, were saying, well, yeah, he got, like Diddy said, he got chin checked. And what is his name? Tyrese said, well, it's been a long time coming. So a lot of people are speculating about a lot of things that they don't know anything about. Will Smith also says in his documentary that he was angry with his father. His father beat his mother. He watched his father beat his mother.
Just let's not talk about violent stuff like that.
Oh, well, I'm just saying, he saw his domestic violence in his life, and he was upset about it.
It's in the documentary.
Yeah, I got no talking about that stuff.
But that happens. That's exactly why he probably is acting the way he's acting now. He also said something about he never had feelings before, and then one day he just observed that he started seeing people with feelings, and then he started having feelings about people having feelings, and then it kind of upset him. So he never had to deal with his feelings before, and that's a real therapeutic thing.
Yeah,
so
and he said in this video that I've been playing that he never knew how to connect with other people. Right. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, East Coast Kev, thank you for the super chat. He says, glad to hear from both black men and women on your perspectives. We need more of this. And then he comes back. I appreciate another super chat. Let Go is trying to help. So don't just listen for black should contribute financially and less verbally mouth complaints. No, let them. Look, I always believe in, as long as it's not crazy disrespectful, like say what you got to say. Cause I would rather have folks in the comments than folks not in the comments. So shoot, we have it, enjoy. Cause my thing is, this is community. I don't expect for people to agree with me and do all this other stuff, so if somebody disagrees, you're welcome to put it in the comments. As long as you ain't crazy disrespectful, you ain't in there cussing or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Everybody has the right to their own opinion. So if somebody wants to say some crazy stuff, let them say it.
Hey, and Aaron, if I may, I just want to ask Mr. Research this. Many years ago, I don't know if they were married already or engaged. I think they may have been married. It was Jada and Oprah on Oprah Winfrey on her show. She was interviewed
And she was talking about Tupac, like
on the
always.
planet.
She was talking to Tupac, right? Michelle.
I think, I think Michelle lost her connection.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I don't know a question, but yeah, she was talking about Tupac. I remember that episode. So, thank you to Pamela Ellis for the Cash App. Thank you so much, Pamela Ellis, for the Cash App. Thank you so much.
Let me take a
For
moment
the
to say,
squeeze hand, keep the bag. I love it. Some of you guys may not know what she says. She for the squeeze hand. When you're out with your man, ladies, and your man you feel uncomfortable for some reason, don't start yelling out or walking around with a stink face. You grab his hand and squeeze it, and then he looks at you like, "What's wrong?" And talk to him in his ear like, "I'm uncomfortable." You do not start walking around with a stank face or start yelling at people or whatever. You just squeeze his hand to get his attention, and then he'll know that there's a problem. If you're ready to leave, just squeeze his hand. That's all you got to do. Go ahead, Mr. Research.
my ex fiance used to take her finger and gently scratch the inside of my palm. That was
Mm,
that was her
okay.
signature. And what Mr. Lego is talking about being demure and coy. You're part of a team. You're part of a team, and this is why you got to separate people like us from those guys who are anti-female, from those
Hmm.
guys who are complaining. We are more disciplined. We are more established, and sometimes you guys don't know how to bond with our type. It's just that that's what Mr. Let Go be trying to tell his fans over here is that, hey, look, when you want to be a teammate to somebody that's not like those other dudes, you got to have a not like those other women type of approach. It can't
Right.
be it can't be that other stuff because that's not our world.
Exactly. And that's important for women to understand. It's not about you, it's about us. And you are not going to turn around and embarrass us because you and your feelings. You going to sit your butt down somewhere.
But women aren't children.
Oh, excuse me?
I'm just saying women aren't children. Sometimes it's hard for people to, if somebody says something, I know a lot of women
Okay,
that if somebody,
hold on, April. It's not about women being children. It's about women being under someone else's responsibility and under someone else's protection. Okay, if I have security, all right, and my security is keeping me safe, my job is to follow my security because that's what I hired them for. If I see somebody and I want to go hug them and my security, wait, no, I got to stop and not hug that person. If I
and I
see
don't,
somebody and I want to yell out, "Who you talking?" Whoa! You making my job hard. I don't want this to turn into a fight. Shut up. Not you, but the security will tell me to shut up.
right. And that's,
Security who I hired will tell me to shut up. You shut up. I'm trying to keep you protected. You ain't finna get me shot. So the thing about it is, women don't understand protection because they ain't the one who's going to get punched in the face. They ain't the one who's going to get shot. He is. So when I'm protecting you, you sit your butt down somewhere and you follow my lead. And if you don't like it, not saying you in particular, April, you go be with somebody else. But you gonna do what I need you to do. And when I look at you and you don't calm down, we're gonna have a problem. The same way, if my security looks at me a certain kind of way, I'm going to calm down because I don't want to get my security hurt or shot. We have to respect the people that are there to protect us. When a man is with a woman, she is under his responsibility, under his leadership. She acquiesces to him and she sits down. Period. And if she has a problem with it, she stay her ass single somewhere. Does that make sense, April?
to a certain extent, I'm not condoning that any woman just go out and start getting her man, like always saying, "Well, that's my man," and like getting into fights like that. But you're saying
You
that a
just
woman is
said
not allowed to make a face. Like if she makes a face, then that's wrong. But sometimes people just make a face because something is
no,
they
you
have
don't make that.
feelings. I
No,
don't understand
they're
why
celebrities. April, we aren't celebrities. Okay, that's a difference. Hold on,
I
April.
understand that.
April, hold on. We're not celebrities. Okay, when we're sitting front row at the Oscars, you don't make no damn stink face because you're gonna have us going
And
viral. What is wrong with you? Compose
I
yourself.
understand.
You are a celebrity, okay? Certain things celebrities just can't do. You don't make no stank face. You look, you laugh or whatever. And if you have a problem with it, you take it up with me and I'll deal with it. We on the front row at the Oscars. No stank faces. Period. I don't care who you are. You don't do that. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but then also it makes everybody look like hypocrites because they also had a problem with the fact that Will Smith laughed. Now he didn't probably laugh because
No, we didn't have
he
a problem with Will Smith laughing. We had a problem with what he did after he laughed.
no, but a lot of people say, "Oh, well, he was laughing at the joke." To me, it didn't look like he was laughing at the joke. To me, it looked like he was laughing because to keep from
But at the
getting
end of
mad,
the
but he
day,
got mad anyway.
But at the end of the day, he's at the Oscars, so you're supposed to laugh at the jokes. These are
Exactly.
celebrity friends. You have to have a certain amount of diplomacy. You have to be
Sure.
diplomatic with other rich people and other celebrities. If you don't like them, you hate them or whatever. There are plenty stars that act with each other and do stunts together, and they hate each other. And nobody
Right.
got time for that. You're gonna do your job. You're gonna do what you are paid to do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's my point. Like like the way people's opinions are is that they're upset that she's making a face, but then they're saying, well, he was laughing and then he looked at Jada and that's why he was loud. But he wasn't. I'm confused now because you're not supposed to make a face. You're
April,
supposed to
April,
smile. If you smile,
April,
you get in trouble for your
April,
next
April,
reaction.
April.
It's
It's
weird.
very simple. There's no reason to be confused. You be diplomatic when you're on the floor or close to the stage at any setting. You got a dress on and your man got a suit on. You don't make no stink face. You laugh and you be diplomatic. I don't care where you are. I don't care what somebody said. Let your husband deal with that. You don't have the stink face. You don't do nothing. You become diplomatic because you are represented by, well, you represent your man or your husband, and you can't have your husband out here looking crazy. Your husband is there to get an award, not you. Okay? You sit your little butt down and play your part and let your husband get his award. Does that make sense?
That's all well and good, but I'm just talking about how people are just hypocrites out here because if you laugh, if you do, if you don't, you know.
I just explain why what you do and
I
what you don't do.
there's
There's no if you do, if you don't. It's what you don't do. Period. There's a see. There's no do's and don'ts when it comes to rules. You don't supposed to speed or you get a ticket. You can't look at the officer. Well, if I speed, I do this. If I don't, no, you don't go too slow on the expressway. You'll get a ticket for that. And if you go too fast on the expressway, you'll get a ticket for that. So there's no if you do, if you don't. You do what you're supposed to do and act like an adult. And it ain't no if you. That's some stuff women love to do, and that is the childlike side of women that we have to keep under wraps because when we're out, we don't need our women acting like children. That's the first thing you said. Well, she's not a child. Well, sometimes women act like children, and that is childlike. Well, if you do, if you don't, we all know if you drive 20 miles per hour on the freeway, you get a ticket. If you drive 90 miles per hour on the freeway, you'll get a ticket. Your job is to drive at or under the speed limit. Does that make sense? There's no if you do, if you don't.
That makes sense. Is Miss D have any opinion about it?
Go
'Cause
ahead, Miss D.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Uh-huh. How you doing?
Hello to everybody. How are you?
Hey.
Uh, to comment on what you said, Mr. Lego, I have to agree. I agree with what you're saying as far
Mhm.
as uh, the woman. I don't want to say know her place, but she should conduct herself in the manner that you spoke of.
Mhm.
I want to say this though, because it seems to sound a little dictatorish. And that may be the thing that would turn a lot of women off.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Let
Here's
me say this. Hold on, Miss D. It don't make no difference how y'all feel about stuff. If y'all with a man and he's a protector, you're gonna acquiesce to what he's doing, or you stay by yourself. So it's not about me.
here's the
This is
thing. I agree. I
standards that a
agree.
man holds. You feel me?
Mm,
Go ahead.
you know what? You're 100% correct. But let me say it like this. Let me defer to it this way. I think that's a natural thing. It's a natural reaction. Women naturally submit or succumb to a man's leadership when he operates in a certain posture. It is a natural thing. The Bible says, and the woman's desire was to her husband as she saw that he laid his life down for her. Okay. So
Hmm.
any man that covers you, okay, and you know this about this, we're talking about women. We're not talking about Jadas. We're not
Hmm.
talking about unlearned women. We're talking about women. If a
Hmm.
woman is protected and covered and handled correctly, she will naturally, willingly submit to a man in every way possible,
What's the
especially
point?
his leadership. The point is when we, because I wanted to point to what you said. You said basically if she don't want to do it, she should just sit down and go somewhere. Well, if a woman has a problem with that, she has a problem with her somewhere she didn't learn what true femininity was and what true masculinity was. And I
Right.
think that's the biggest problem, especially in the black community. So,
Thank
and
you.
I heard you say, I heard you say a statement also. Women tend to act childish. A
Hmm.
real woman would take offense to that statement. I'm not saying that to correct you, but I'm saying a lot of times we say things without having things in proper perspective. We are talking about when we talk about the exception, those are the people that are broken and have no idea how to operate in their masculinity or femininity. And I believe Jada and Will are the picture of this. You don't understand? They're millionaires. They have what you want to call success in America. But these are two people that are fiercely broken, did not have the foundation, which most people in the black community don't. But because they have money and they have been deemed to be leaders in society, that's like giving children authority. A
Hmm.
child is going to make their own definition of things. Okay.
Right.
This is why their family is the way it is. When
Hmm.
you have an emasculated man whose
Hmm.
leadership has been spewed on, and a narcissistic woman, that's she's not operating in her femininity, that's dominance. That's a demon spirit that wants to dominate and destroy the image of
She's
what
with
a
a
family
man
looks
that
like.
poses as her son. That's one of the issues. And this is the reason why I'm here, Miss D. Too many women seek out men like Will Smith. And I do understand in this scenario, Will Smith sought out her and she didn't want to be with him. She didn't want to get married. So I'm not saying her, but I'm saying a lot of women, they get with weak men so they can dominate them, which is part
Sure.
of the that wasn't Will Smith's situation because Will Smith, she didn't want to be with Will Smith, but with a lot of other women, that's their situation
Sure. To piggyback off of that, a lot of men look for dominant women to be dominated because
because
a
they're
lot of
losing.
men have a misconception. A lot of men have a misconception of what
Woman
manhood
is.
is, so they seek out dominant women.
Yep.
This is
And that's
it,
and that comes
it's a
from
role reversal.
the single motherhood epidemic. Like that's why I'm here to stop the single mom
Period.
epidemic. If more women were to choose stand up men, smart men, protective men, men of leadership, their kids, male or female, would grow up with an understanding of standards and leadership because they seen it by their own dad. And they you know what I'm
Absolutely.
saying? So yeah. So Hope, what you got? You there?
Absolutely.
Wait. Before we do, when
Go ahead.
Mr. Let Go is speaking, we got to mute the mics because you're echoing Mr. Let Go's voice. So
Oh, gotcha,
he's
gotcha. I
speaking.
ain't even hear it. Thank you, brother.
I'm sorry.
I wanted to just state that, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I just wanted to state, I don't hear this being talked about in this situation, but the Academy Awards was like the award party at one's workplace. They were at work. Jada's not necessarily in the industry like Will Smith is, and he was at an award ceremony for his job, for what he does as a living.
Right.
And I feel that Jada is the narcissist because she made him protect her in a situation that really didn't
Have nothing to do
need
with her.
that much protection.
Thank
It's a
you.
joke. It was a
Yep.
simple joke. He laughed, she rolled her eyes, and he went into defense mode, not to mention all of the media hype on him being that type of man that is not like Tupac.
Yeah.
But he was at work regardless. He was at
Hmm.
work, an award ceremony. He slapped another human being for making a comment. Not to mention that same comment has been made on certain basketball players, if I'm not mistaken, at the same award show in previous years, and nothing was said about it, and everybody laughed and went on about their life. But Jada is definitely the narcissist because her reaction made him react in defense mode while at work. Just because it was an award ceremony doesn't mean that you weren't at work.
Well,
And
hold.
that's like turning up at the job's Christmas party and you come in on Monday and you're fired.
Well, hold. We can't sit here and make it look like Will is a child or Will is a dog or something.
I
Will
don't
had
feel
enough
that way.
common sense to not get up there and do that. So they both, and that's the reason why I'm doing this show. They both are deep narcissists. He made it about him after she made the joke about her. So they both made this whole situation about them. She started out with a little stank face, looking at him like you need to do something, and he made it about him when he got up to slap Chris Rock. That's all I'm saying. It's not just Jada.
I see your point. I agree with that now.
Me too.
My only confliction with that is this is not Will's normal character.
No, it is
You've
his
never
character. This is who Will is.
Never.
In my
I
opinion,
haven't
because
seen
I
it.
don't know these damn people, but in my opinion, Chris Rock is not the only person his size that he slapped. Chris Rock size is what I mean. That's all I'm
that
saying.
he slapped the person announcing on the red carpet or something because he was trying to kiss
No,
him.
I'm saying he may have slapped somebody in his own household before. Is what I'm saying.
Oh, oh,
And,
yeah, okay. I
and that's
understand what
I
you
don't
mean.
want to
Like
say
this was
I
the
don't
public
yeah
will, and you're
I don't
talking
want to
about
say
the
it.
private will.
So
I
my
understand.
whole point is I think that Jada is afraid for her life or afraid for her kids' safety, and they are stuck in that house and they can't leave because of because now the world has seen who uh Will Smith really is. I think he's one of those dudes who walk around like he's just this perfect person, but you run
Mm.
around slapping people when he get home. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, Miss D.
Mr. Lego, can I say something, Miss
Uh
D?
huh.
I have to disagree with that. And what I want to ask is, please, it's too many black men that get accused of things that they're not. So I would
Well,
just
I can
ask not to.
accuse somebody of something because they ain't did it to me. So that's
Well,
not an
well, I'm
accusation.
just saying,
That's just
even just
opinion.
having a, I understand what you're saying, but let's look at the facts. If Jada had any fear of that man on any level, there is no way that she would let any man touch her.
She said it,
The,
Miss D.
yeah, we talking about if he was doing anything physical to her is what I'm saying. Let's get Jada and Will off the platform. Let's make them the people that grew up next door to us. Come back to our community. Listen, no man can deal with his woman laying with another man. Even the Bible say if a man know of a man laying with his woman, he had a right to kill that man.
No, whoa,
Men,
whoa,
men
whoa,
can't
whoa,
deal
whoa.
with
No,
that.
hold on, Miss D. Miss D. I understand what you're saying. I do. I don't want to go down this rabbit hole of we getting a little too far into the abuse stuff. No, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. I understand what you're saying. That's just my opinion. I don't want to stay with this. I want to,
And you
no.
right, and you right.
Yeah.
I don't want to go there either.
I don't
I'm
want to
just
go down that
saying.
rabbit hole of
But,
fighting people.
I'm just bringing a point to say if we really look at it,
I disagree.
if if she had any fear of him at all, for real, there's no way she would be so easily to be with other men because
I
men don't play
disagree.
that. You know what I'm saying? If she was scared of him, she wouldn't have pulled that card. That's all I'm saying.
I disagree. They split
I,
up. He said I was done with you, and she started dating him for like they was together for like 2 years.
Well,
So,
what about Mark Anthony? She slept with him too. You know
but
what I'm saying? And it's probably other people you don't know about.
I get what you're saying. But he had a girlfriend also. He used to take her out of town. It was like some small chick. So
right.
this is just what they did. So
Let
when
me
there was if it's an agreement, it is what it is.
let me
One
add
person
this.
just embarrassed the other person make way worse. And Will girl, she ain't say nothing. But you know what I'm saying? Because remember, the only reason why they were on Red Table Talk because the cornball actually started doing interviews about how he was in a relationship with this man's wife. Remember that, Miss D?
Right,
I remember that.
right.
Right. So that's the only reason why they were there. They was just doing whatever it is they wanted to do. He was messing with chicks. She was messing with dudes. This is what they did. But when it came into people started talking, now they had to talk about it. And now the whole situation is embarrassing. He can't get mad at
I
her
agree.
for doing something that he was doing, but he can get mad at her for not keeping your little side person telling them to shut up. Go ahead, Miss
I
Research.
agree. And
All
being
right,
I
discreet.
agree with that.
let me add this real quick.
Yeah.
Uh, you know, I'm a dominant person. I'm a talkative person. I'm an assertive person. But I'm on Mr. Let Go's show. You see me constantly mute myself or constantly humble myself or constantly redirect it back to him. Not because I'm kind of trying to pander to this guy. Is that's the order of the team that I'm operating with on this panel right now.
Right.
And it's the same thing that ladies have to understand. I think Mr. Lego's point, in my view, is that Will may have started something that has morphed into something else. At the end of the day, whether Miss D is right or whether Mr. Lego is right, as a leader, you had the opportunity to form this team however you chose. And if you went in like a little boy with little boy, I want to pipe everything behavior, you can morph it into this. You
Right.
can sit up here and cause these things to happen, and then you start blaming a woman or the woman takes control. Look at Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie. Perfect example. Take the black out of it. Here's a guy that left Jennifer Aniston because she wanted to work instead of get married. He wanted what he wanted. He went over to another person who told him what he wanted to hear, let him be in control, and it morphed into something else to where his side says she's lying, and she, to Mr. Lego's point, is saying he's a nice guy with really anger out of control issues. But none of it wouldn't happen if he was a better leader to decide these decisions. So
Right.
I just want to make that
Great
clear.
point. Great point.
As men, we try to share with y'all how the established, in control, disciplined guys think, as opposed to these other goofballs that many women are attracted to.
And to add to what Mr. Research said, one thing we can't share with y'all is leadership. Y'all need to sit y'all butts down. And men know how to sit our butts down when we're around other men, but women don't. And that's the thing that he's saying. Like we all, regardless of what environment we're in, is always going to be a main person. It's not the alpha male. It's not none of that stuff. It's just a quarterback, the wide receiver, the running back, and the tight end. You feel me? It has to be a quarterback somewhere in the room. So, ladies, I know y'all, we're not little kids. Well, look at it as there's only one quarterback. It can't be two quarterbacks. And a man is a quarterback. And if it's other men, one of those men has to be the quarterback. So at the end of the day, we have to recognize the quarterback in every environment and acquiesce to the quarterback. Is the quarterback telling the wide receivers what to do, demanding them, treating them like children? No, he's just doing his job as the signal caller. You feel me? It can only be one signal caller in every environment, whether it's men, women, or whatever. So, does that make sense, ladies?
The football players don't even
Wonderful.
train in the same way. So, yes, that makes
Exactly.
sense.
It
Yeah.
makes
I mean,
sense.
it makes
Yeah.
sense.
Can you hear me, Aaron?
Uh huh.
Yeah, it does make sense. And one of the ladies had mentioned something about a covering. A man is supposed to be a covering for his wife, point blank. And I believe that is to be reciprocated. You know, like I said, I would have just smiled. That is the most prestigious awards ceremony for anyone who is in the business of acting, who is an actor. And they were right there on the front row. And I would have tugged his suit coat, very hard to prohibit
Oops.
from going
Sorry
up
about that.
there and,
Uh huh.
and doing that. He would not have gone if that were my husband.
Right.
He would not have done that, nor would he have said what he had said as if he were in a nightclub.
I agree. Absolutely. I wouldn't have let
I,
my husband do that either.
I don't agree.
You got to teach a class, Michelle.
I don't
Yeah,
agree
what you
because
say? What you
can
said,
anyone
Mr.
hear me?
Research?
Go
I,
ahead. You said they don't agree.
I said, Michelle, you got to teach a class on a decorum.
Right.
Hold
You
on.
just smile and and just grab that the bottom of his suit coat, squeeze his hand as Aaron had said, or
Mm-hmm.
something, just to because we are black, and we have to be super Negroes in anything that we do, and we drive the culture as well. We are
Yep.
the culture. We drive the economy as the
Yeah.
minority
Who
of
said
this
they
country.
don't? They don't agree though.
I I don't agree with certain things. I'm not saying that she's wrong. I'm not saying that we should not handle ourselves in a certain way. But at that moment, at that time, if you know anything about award shows, in every award show, sometimes things look like a joke. So a lot of times, and especially in that moment, nobody knew that that wasn't a joke. So nobody was stopping him. Everybody was laughing. Lapita was right behind him, and Jada was kind of too far away to stop him or say anything. I saw Jada on the red carpet, and she could barely walk in those shoes and move in that outfit, so she was not getting up to try to stop him. Also, she probably
No,
didn't know
I
what he
totally
was going to
disagree.
do.
I
She
totally
didn't know
dis-
what he was going to do.
I totally disagree. I totally disagree. You married to this person for 26 years. Like I said, I don't think this is the first time he don't hauled off or slap somebody or whatever. So no, I totally disagree. You look at your husband like, hey, 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 hey. She didn't even look up like, what you doing? When he slapped Chris Rock, she was laughing when he
She
came back and
sure
said, he
was.
just slapped me.
Play that
Yes.
Totally
video.
disagree. She was well out of line. And somebody hit the like button for those who are in here and drop a super chat or support the channel through Cash App, Aaron 1000. But go ahead, Miss Research.
Oh, that's a video that a lot of people need to understand. After the slap happened, look at her laughing.
She was laughing.
Look at her happy. See, and I say this respectful to some of the ladies, especially the chat room, who like to look at us as black men as dusties. Some of y'all are so used to men being hyenas and
Yep.
obeying women's orders
Hmm.
that you can't even take up the woman's fight to say, you know what? I'm going to address other women because that behavior is classless.
Yep.
That behavior is crass.
Agreed.
I go back to what the lady in the chat room said. Black men should have jumped in that woman on woman discussion. No, it's a woman on woman discussion. Some of these discussions need Cicely Tyson to come out of the grave and do a town hall on decorum. Decorum is a hated word in this community now. It's crazy.
And shout out to Zandra for the Cash App. Thank you so much, Zandra, for the Cash App. But yeah, that's the thing. It's not these ladies' fault, Mr. Research. The problem is, well, they're part of it, but it's their mother's fault. They didn't supply their mothers did not supply them with fathers. So they don't know how the dynamic between a man and a woman is supposed to look. They don't know. So they just out here just trying to figure their own lives out. And most of these women have been raised by social media. The only man that they ever have seen is somebody on social media or whatever, because they didn't have anybody in their household. A lot of these women have never had a man love and protect them ever in life. Go ahead, April.
I was just trying to figure out which women are you talking about? You're talking about younger women?
Women, period. What do you
Well,
mean? Younger women?
I
What do you
mean,
mean?
as a no, as a woman, I just know I'm an older woman, so I grew up in the '80s, and a lot of fathers weren't around. So,
A lot of fathers
and
aren't
wasn't
around now.
yeah, and it's not necessarily a woman's fault. You have a lot of men out here that are creating babies with women, and I understand
Well,
that
no,
those
no,
women.
no, no, no. It's the women allowing the men to blank inside of them like idiots.
Um,
Mm-mm.
Agreed.
If
well,
I was a woman, I would not be an idiot and let a loser blank inside of me. That's dumb, stupid, and disgusting.
Well,
I don't know what the
well,
hell y'all out here doing. So we're not gonna get. That's a whole totally different conversation. But do not get me started.
well,
Is
well, well, well,
nowhere in it's like drinking some bleach or something. Like I'm not allowing a foreign substance that can have an adverse effect on my life to go inside of my body. That is stupid.
well, we're in a country to Mr. Let Go's point. We're in a country that does not punish both men and women for adverse sexual undisciplined behavior. You go to other countries, you get ostracized. You go to
Right.
other countries, you be out on the street, men and women. In Egypt, you start throwing everything around, the government comes against you. So a lot of times
We
we
don't
have
ran off April.
a, lo- a lot of times a lot of times we have these USA opinions, and we got to understand this is not the norm that things would
Oh, she
normally
back.
work. This is not the norm where things would normally work. And let me also say that uh I respect different people's understanding of how this stuff works, but again, when you're trying to be part of a team, no matter what team you're trying to choose, I don't want to be around combative fellow basketball players. I don't want to be around combative medical people that I work with. I don't
Mhm.
want to be around, and I'm not going to be like that in my social life neither. And I
Right.
just think that so many times, these you know where the boring guys are, the boring safe guys, the settling guys, the guys that ain't gonna cause you all these problems. Y'all know
After
where
you
they
don't
at.
tow your whole life up, who you go
Y'all
be
know where they
with,
at. You choose not to go there with the you
after you
choose
don't
to
have your
make
3, 4 kids, now you go get with that dude.
you
Exactly.
choose to make fun of the boring dudes. You choose to
Mhm.
make fun of the settling dudes. You choose
Now
to
the only person
find
you can get
safe.
with is the boring dude because you
Right.
don't ruin your life.
So Tank Top Tony turns you on, but don't get mad when he is who he is. Just like amongst men, we tell dudes, you knew who that woman was. Man, she got pregnant and she shouldn't have. Bruh. You knew what she was when you got with her. Don't come over me. I don't want to hear that for
Yep.
the 13th time, man. But you ladies don't have that. So all I'm gonna end by saying, you complain about these dudes. Stop making fun of the boring dudes. Stop making fun of the settling dudes. If you really are complaining about how some of these dudes are, then you should go have a hey, here's how to have a boring, safe guy so you can have a rocking chair life.
And let me say this, April. I
hmm
never got the thing in my arm like a lot of y'all did.
hmm
I don't allow foreign substances into my body because I'm not crazy or nasty. A lot of you ladies, y'all letting all kinds of stuff all up in y'all, and it's just disgusting. If I was a woman, there's no way in hell I'd do something like that because it's just stupid. So we don't need to go down that rabbit hole, but you can't come in here and say these men are the okay. Why? Because like I said, the government was like, you can't get on a plane without getting this. You can't do this. I still didn't get it. You know why? Because I got standards and I got love for my body. I'm not allowing any foreign substance into my freaking body. I don't care what nobody says. But allow a black woman though? Oh no. Oh, drop it in me. Oh, shoot it up in me. Give it to me. Where is that? You know what I'm saying? It's just disgusting.
Can
You
I
know what
say
I'm saying?
something?
Yeah, I'm just
Can I say
saying that
something?
you shouldn't generalize because I feel like it's not just black women. I feel like a lot of the younger generation
Well,
because of
no other culture on the planet has as many fatherless babies and out of wedlock
yeah,
pregnancies as black women.
that's not
And
true.
I'm black, so I'm only talking to my own people. So I don't
Yeah,
care
but
not what other people doing. I don't care.
you can't make a
Right, but
broad.
April,
I don't
he's
care,
right.
April.
He's
I
right.
don't care. I can do what I
April,
want to do. You
disproportionately
can't tell me what I
so.
can't do. I can do what I want to do.
He's
Go
right.
ahead, Miss D.
Oh,
Disproportionately so. In the
okay.
black community, we have babies out of wedlock. And
Exactly,
we
and it's
need to
disgusting.
stop it because it is a scourge in the black community. It causes problems. I've taught at an inner city school, a private school, um, for children living in poverty, and
Yeah,
giving them a Montessori as biblically based education so that
right.
they would miss a beat, and that they can compete in society when they grow up.
In April,
I have seen those children suffer because
yeah.
they did not have a father around.
And let me say this, April,
Yeah,
you got to understand, nobody cares what y'all think. Y'all not need to stop like just letting all kinds of stuff up in y'all because it's disgusting and it makes no damn sense and it ruins your lives and it ruins our lives because the government has to take care of y'all little fatherless babies and it's just dumb. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, I didn't allow nobody to put this in my arm, let alone somebody putting something somewhere else if I was a woman. So if I ain't allow this and the government run around saying you got to do it or you can't do this and do that, still didn't do it. So if I have enough dignity and love for my body, y'all have enough dignity and love for y'all's damn body. That's all
Mr.
I'm saying.
Lego, Mr.
Go ahead.
Lego, and I agree with you. I didn't get that thing in my arm either, nor will I ever. And I thank God for you. I don't know your name, the lady that taught the children in the community. Thank God for people that say, I'm not going to be part of the problem. I'm going to be part of the solution. So
Yes.
I kudos to her and people like her and like myself. I
Hmm.
just want to say this: where the offense comes from, Mister Lego, is because I'm a woman of a certain age. I'm probably older than everybody on this panel. There's a percentage, a very
No,
large
that would be
percentage.
me.
Well, we together,
And I
sister.
think I'm third.
What I want to say is this, and where it comes off offensive. At the end of the day, we are all black. We are all in the same boat, and it comes off offensive when you say y'all black women. Now, I'm a woman that made the decision not to have kids out of wedlock. I got married. I chose the best way that I knew how.
Right.
Okay. There are a very large percentage of black women that make those same decisions. Unfortunately, because it almost seems as though the narrative is you only get abandoned by dusty black men. That's not true. Sometimes you do the work and you make the correct decisions. They still leave. They still abandon their children. And you're left to be a single mom. That is not, I didn't set
Whoa,
out to
whoa,
do
whoa,
that.
whoa. Hold on, Miss D. Let me ask you a question. Did your ex-husband do you like that?
Yes,
No.
sir.
Mine did too.
Yes, sir.
Your
Hmm.
husband, your
Yes,
My
sir. My
our
husband.
husbands,
Yes, and I
ex-husband.
when I married him, he
ex-husbands.
had a daughter. Yes, when I married him, he had a daughter. We made a home. I'm a very respectable woman. And I thought he was a respectable man. And my point is this, and I'm not saying this to bash black men. My experience was horrible, but I will not bash black men as a whole. At the end of the day, it's not about them or they. This is a us issue. And if we be true,
That's my point.
if we be true to the statistics, and let's be honest, in the world, women outnumber men. In the black community, those statistics are double, even triple. You
Thank you.
have God, wonderful, wonderful women that want to do it right. The truth of the matter is, the pickings are very slim. And if a lot of black women, and I know a lot of black women that kept themselves, I'm not going to do it until I get the right man. A lot of those women are past childbearing age. Okay. They never got married. They weren't loose women. They weren't in the streets because there were no men for them to pick from. And I'm not speaking that
There's
from
a
a
reason
negative place.
why the men. Let me say this. Y'all, I'm saying to y'all again, y'all operate from a lack mindset. All you need is one man. Okay. So in just in a life span of a woman, then nothing's perfect, of course, right? But if you had a certain amount of standards and requirements, you were raised by a man, and you can't control that if you weren't, right? You understand men a little bit, and you can tell a man like, "Hey, nope, set the boundaries. Nope, 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 nope. I want this. I need this. We could do this you if you at least see this as something that's going somewhere, because a man don't know if he want to marry you or not, right? But if you actually set the course of potential marriage, you'll be having sex with potential husbands instead of just dudes, right?
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
So just setting the course. Hey, this is my want. Whether it happens or not, it can or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Hope.
Yeah, somebody got a.
Hope. Yeah. Okay. So if you set the course with everybody you have sex with, that hey, I look to be married. Whether it happens or not, it's cool, but just so you know, you're having sex with a woman that wants to be somebody's wife, and you are deflowering somebody's wife potentially. So if you want me to be your wife, it's cool. I'm not making you do nothing, but just know you are deflowering me if you don't want to be with me. Leave me alone and go deflower somebody else who don't have standards. But I want to be somebody's wife. So if you want to have sex, all this nasty sex or whatever, do you want to be my husband? Potentially. And if you don't, go deflower somebody else because I'm looking to be somebody's wife. I don't want to have all my petals pulled apart or whatever. So by the time I meet the man that actually wants to marry me, I ain't got no petals left. Don't do me like that. A dude will be like, wow, I respect that. And I don't want to be nobody's husband right now. I just want to slut chicks out. So I'm going to leave you alone. And that man is going to go somewhere and talk about you and say, yo, I met a woman that told me something I ain't never heard in my life. And you're going to be known around your city as a woman that requires marriage. And ain't nobody going to mess with you until they are looking to marry. Word spreads around just like the good girl, the word about the good girl spreads around too. Dudes be like, yo, ain't nobody hit that. Ain't no fellas, the girl in school that ain't nobody smashed, y'all remember her?
Yep.
Yep.
See what I'm saying? Instantly. You see how fast they unmuted? The girl that ain't nobody smashed, everybody knows. That is what the embodiment of a future wife is. The rest of y'all, I don't know what the hell y'all doing. But at the end of the day, y'all don't know. And I can't get mad at y'all for not knowing. But after today, y'all know. Go ahead, Michelle. You keep unmuting.
Yeah. Um, Everything you're saying is on point. It's on point. I've been married twice. Okay. The first marriage, I was too young. He was a great guy. He was married before. He had two small children. I had become a stepmom, and we were building our careers. And we moved, throughout the country. And I supported him. And where he had gone, you know, I was able to get a position. So I was blessed in that regard. But don't you agree? And I'm asking the gentleman, Aaron, and the gentleman here, in here. Don't you believe that it is the responsibility of both the men and the women to protect their reproductive selves, to protect their reproductive life, to take control?
And my answer would be no. And the reason why is this: there are always going to be certain men, certain women who are crackheads, drug addicts, alcoholics, homeless, dumb, stupid. So we can't run around expecting everybody in the world to act like us. So it's up to us to focus on ourselves. Okay. Because the thing about it is, and what you're alluding to is what's wrong with these men? Men need to do that. Well, the thing about it is, your job as a woman, the gatekeeper to life, is to not allow an idiot inside of your body. So we can run around telling men not to do this, not do that, or whatever. I'm speaking to the person listening to me, because the person that is listening to my content is usually somebody that actually wants something for themselves. So the people who not listening to my content, they are people who aren't going to do anything for themselves, and those aren't the people I'm talking to. So yes, of course, and I said this to a man yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday. A man got on my show. If y'all seen it, he had a son, right? And he was like, "Yeah, man, my kid's mom, she got 5 kids, and she's doing this and doing that." And I'm like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa! Why in the hell did you have unprotected sex with a woman with 5 kids? What the hell is wrong with you?" Well, it was good. I'm like, do you know how stupid you sound?
Wow.
I'm like, do you not care anything about your sperm, where it goes? And he was like, well, I said, stop. Value your, see, when it comes to men, it's about valuing our sperm, not valuing our dicks. Okay, you can stick that wherever you want to. Just don't let it leak no sperm out into something else, because that's the thing that can actually create or ruin lives. Okay, you do whatever you
That's
want to
my
do with your dick.
point.
But if you let it
That's
leak
my
into
point.
something, now you have a problem. You have to value your sperm, and women value your womb. You can
So
you
are
can
you
play.
saying
You, hold on. You can give your cootie out to anybody you want to. Just don't let a man get to your eggs. Okay? Value your eggs. I'm never gonna tell you no. I don't care. You gonna have sex with 10, 20 people. I don't care. Don't let a man get to your eggs. That's what I'm saying. Value your eggs and value your sperm. I don't care what you do with the rest of your body. I don't care. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
so,
Miss
that,
D.
that
so
but,
in
but I
essence
agree
you're
with you,
agreeing
Aaron.
with what
I'm not
she asked you?
disputing that. I'm just saying that I
Hold on,
believe
hold on,
that
hold
men
on,
should
Michelle.
also
Go
wear
ahead, Miss D.
condoms.
Michelle, hold on. Miss,
They should take control.
Michelle. Miss D was about to say something. Go ahead, Miss D.
I'm
No,
sorry.
no, basically I was just saying, so basically it sounds like you agreed with what she said, that it is the responsibility of each individual. Yes, we do have the degenerates in society that are gonna do what they want to do. But for the self-respecting people, the responsibility lies on both parties.
But self-respecting people aren't having sex with other self-respecting people. Self-respecting people are having sex unprotected with losers, and then they're complaining when the losers have a baby with them, when they have a baby with said loser. That's the problem.
That's
Self-respecting
what I have a
people
problem with.
are not
That.
having sex with other self-respecting people. Go ahead, Michelle.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. My point is, gentlemen, I say to you, to some of the women out here who aren't conducting themselves as ladies, just, wear a condom, protect your reproductive rights, take control of it as well. And I'll do something anecdotal here. Understand that Drake puts hot sauce in his condoms. And I'd never heard of that, but I heard a discussion about that in a room where people were saying that a woman was trying to sue Drake based upon her taking his sperm out of the condom with the hot sauce in it, and it
But
burned
yeah,
her.
so that's the reason why I said it isn't the same for everybody, because women are actually like not taking birth control, doing what you just said, like trying to get pregnant. These women are out here trying to get pregnant. If you meet a woman who 28, she ain't got no kids, she's gonna let you blank in her because she want a baby by somebody. She don't care who. She just want a baby.
It's ridiculous.
And it ain't happened to me. So that's what I'm saying. It's not. It's bigger than protect yourself. No, it's important for you to know that women be wanting babies, and they don't care by who, because at the end of the day, they gonna have the government take care of that baby anyway. So they don't matter. It don't matter who the baby is. Baby's by. They just want a damn baby.
The baby daddy syndrome.
Yeah.
My baby daddy.
These women are
I've
purposely.
noticed, and I'm not being, I
Go ahead.
hope that no one takes offense to me as a lady, a woman as well. I just, it's not, it's like they're doing it as if it were a fad. My baby daddy. Like
Yeah,
you
that's what I'm
feel
saying.
that at the age of 28 or 25, you feel it's time to have a baby. No,
Yeah,
a baby is
exactly.
not
It's
your
time for
company.
me to have a baby, right?
Yep, that's what,
Yep.
and they're not wed. And
Yep.
you're not, and it creates a problem. The mother suffers.
Hmm.
She's depressed. Like you said, some sort of a baby prison, whatever you had called
Yeah,
it.
it's like a prison.
Yeah, that's my point. The mother
You make your
is
own
depressed.
prison, then complain about the prison that you just made for yourself. It's just idiotic. And this is what I'm saying. That's why I go so hard, because I'm tired of these freaking women doing this mess. And when it comes to the dudes, just pick better dudes. Screen a dude, And for the ladies who said, their marriage ended and things, didn't go well, it happens. My marriage ended. You know what I'm saying? So we just have to do the best we can. That's all I'm saying. And no single mother
Right,
can
and
ever
the
say
gentleman
she
too,
did the
Aaron.
best she could because she didn't get married.
Let
The
me get this
gentlemen
view.
need to not sit down with these women and you know gaslight them or gas them up or whatever it is the term, um, and say, yeah, I'm gonna make a baby with you. But did you propose to her?
Did you
Do you
propose to
have a
her?
ring on her finger?
Right,
What are your intentions? You
Let me
see.
right.
give a quick different view from a single guy's point of view. So I have no children. I work in medical, but I'm not a gullible guy. Could have got married a long time ago. I've had a bunch of non-black people holler at me, but that isn't what I want to go with. Here's what I run into. I run into some women who don't have control over their children. I run into a lot of women who say they want to be in a relationship but don't have any homemaking skills.
Right.
Um, I run into a lot of women, and this may not be you anecdotally, ladies, but I'm just telling you what I see as a single guy who don't hate black women, who actually prefer dark skinned women. But here's what I'm interacting with. I'm interacting with ladies who see me as a vacation opportunity to help pay for her trips. Uh, I see ladies who don't necessarily um, view men in a great light. But
Well, Mr. Research, why are you entertaining those type of women though?
no,
I'm
no, I don't.
confused.
I don't. I don't. The minute that flag comes up, I said, you know what, this is not for me. This is, because I'm a slow roller. I roll slow because I do a lot of vetting. So
Hmm.
I guess my whole point for interjecting this into the panel is, don't think that some of the stuff y'all see from your world ain't what other people see also. When you
Yeah.
do run into a brother like me, go to the cigar rooms to find me. Go to the invention conventions to find me. Go
Hmm.
to your industry events. Like I bump into people when I go to medical events. I'm not in the places that you normally bump into people. I'm not on the websites that you normally go with. I'm on Hinge. I'm on higher level apps, $200 a month dating apps. I'm not in the other circles. So my
Hmm.
whole point bringing it to the panel is, when you're trying to bump into a different class of guys, you got to get out of where you bumped into the last 14 guys.
Right. Look, y'all. I'm about to go. We've been on here for like almost 3.5 hours. This was a great conversation, but I'm actually doing my podcast show at 7. So I'm like, damn, I got 2 hours to go to the gym and come back. So I will be back with my co-host Michelle uh, at
White looking.
7. Not you, but another Michelle. So I will be
I would
back
love to.
live on YouTube at 7 o'clock. So make sure to hit the like button, and if you have not already, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the notification bell next to the subscribe button, because I will be back at 7 o'clock, and we will be back with we got a
Hey, this is Raul of Please Act Right. Check this out.
You come to the Philippines, you can have the time of your life. Find a woman that's for you. Find a woman you can have a good time with. But a lot of times, that right there could be one of the biggest mistakes of your life.
I follow a lot of channels of guys in the Philippines and Thailand, and they give some great info and advice. This video right here, this video is not just for the single men planning to go to Thailand or the Philippines. This video is also for the married men who are thinking about sneaking over there and having some fun. And for the businessman whose wives know where they are, but they're planning to have fun without her knowing it. Please pay close attention to what this man, the Black Filipino, is about to say.
A lot of you guys want to have fun, okay? A lot of you guys are coming to have the time of your life. And this is definitely a place you can do that. It is. I mean, in the Philippines, you're gonna find the woman to be very beautiful. A lot of times they're going to be exactly to your liking, okay? And you'll find that it's easier as well because there's no language barrier, okay? Now that makes it all sweet. The thing about that though, is you have certain ones here that will make you think everything is okay, that will pretty much say you the dream, okay? They have the pretty face, thick in the thighs, big boobs, you'd be shocked. You know, there's not a lot. There's some Filipinos like that. They target some of you guys. You'll find yourself in some serious situation. I'll explain what I mean. I'll explain further. Now, this happened to guys. It still happens to this day. Now, these women have been waiting. You have guys have to understand this. The country's been closed. There's certain women that are waiting, and they're waiting for you. Okay, now this is what happens. This guy did. Let me tell you how this guy made a mistake, right? This guy came over here to the Philippines, right? He showed the Filipina a time of her life. He took her to Boracay. He took her to Palawan. He took her to many different islands. He showed her the time of her life. The reason why he messed up is because he had a family back home. Now, the thing is, she knew all about that family he had back home, right? So foreigners come over here, and especially if you're a foreigner with money, so when you come here, you can afford to take someone around and go to Palawan. You can take them to expensive dinners, showing them a life they've never seen in their life. Now that right there could be a serious mistake. The reason why is because she's seen all of that, right? Now this guy had a family back home in the States. He wasn't coming to be with someone like me. I came to the Philippines. I actually got with a lady, and I was serious. He was coming to play, and it is a playground. This is a serious playground where you can have fun and do that. But when he came here, he showed her the life. That right there was a number one no-no, okay? He showed her the life. Now, she got wind that he had a family back home, okay? What happened was he showed her the life. How do you think that Philippines is gonna feel? You think she's not gonna say, wait a minute, I wanna dig my claws into him. I want that to be all for me, okay? She started sending pictures of her and him like in compromising situations, pretty much naked. You know, probably in her birthday suit, him sleeping next to her, to his kids. So imagine your kid, right? Daddy's over there taking care of business in the Philippines. You went over there to go meet with some people, and then you see a picture. Mom? Mom? What's that in this girl? Ruin his life. It's the thing. There's nothing like a Filipino scoring, guys. Nothing like it. Now, you would think that would only happen in the West. That happens here, too. See, the thing is with Filipinas are different because Filipinas are very understanding. Like, it's a lot different than women in the West. But they're the same as far as when they're scoring. It can even be worse. Also, she claimed abuse. She started calling for abuse. And this happens even with Karens in the States. It happens with Filipinas, too, right? Started saying the guy was abusive. Started saying he was, like, dealing with drugs. Got him in trouble that way. So not only did she get him in trouble with his family back home, so now his life back home in the States is ruined, she also got him in trouble, his job. This guy actually was with a multi-international company, okay? Meaning the company is in like many different countries. So Philippines, you know those companies like that could be in the Philippines, Australia, or UK, but Philippines is one of them. So he got fired from his job, probably got divorced from his wife, okay, because the kids seen her with him in a birthday suit. That's to a lot of you guys that are coming over here, especially you guys that are doing business. You can find yourself in situations like that, because you have to think about it. There's Facebook out there. That's how she was able to get to his family. So she got through to his family, ruined his life with his family, his wife and kids, ruined his life with the company, got fired. So him coming to the Philippines, having a good time, he lost everything, ruined his life. I don't expect that to happen to a lot of you guys. You'll be shocked, especially you guys that come over here looking to play. And you can tell those guys a lot of times you see foreigners here, right? Say if I'm walking around vlogging my camera, you see certain foreigners, you walk by them, and you're not vlogging them, but they'll be like, I even seen one situation where a guy was in a YouTube video and a foreigner ran up to him and wanted to fight him because he walked by with the camera. And I don't know if he was hiding from someone or something, but he didn't want to be seen on camera. Because these guys, a lot of guys will tell their wife, they're somewhere else, and then they'll be in the Philippines having fun. This situation was a little different because he was actually over here for business. He's thinking, you know what, I can go out there, handle some business, secure some a big merger with the Philippines or something, and got his life ruined. I don't expect that to happen to you, but this is the thing, guys. They also have syndicates out here in the Philippines who are waiting. Okay, and there's women in these syndicates. They're the most beautiful woman you ever see in your life, okay? And they're waiting to grab their claws into you. They've been waiting since 2019, 2020 in March, when the country shut down. They've been waiting since then, so they're activated now. The country's open, they're activated. They're waiting for you guys to come over, okay? You're telling them your full name, and it's gonna happen. I mean, you be with a girl, you tell her your name, and you guys feel like you have nothing to hide. She's going on your Facebook. You don't want to give them your first, last name, and don't want to be too trustworthy, especially if you came here to make this your playground, guys.
Okay, so there's generally two types of women in the Philippines and Thailand. There's the working girl and the girl working. Please, don't go over there and play with the girls that are working. See, the working girls are the ones that are in the bars that you can bar find. Pay to play. And take them with you and do what you want. They know the deal. They know it's a one-night thing and it's over. However, the girls working are totally different. These are the girls over there that are working regular jobs like cashiers in stores, waitresses at restaurants, real estate agents, and so on. These young ladies are not looking to be play toys. That's why they have regular jobs and they don't work in the bars. These young ladies are looking for serious relationships, not to be played with. A lot of guys go over there lying to the girls working just so he can get some free relations out of her. And after his trip is over, he disappears on her. Please, do not do that to these women. We have enough messed up in the head women in the country where you already live. The last thing we need to do is go to their country and mess them up too. If you go over there and you do that to them, when the guy who is sincere gets to the same woman, she now has trust issues because of you. You went over there playing with her. Please do not do that. If you're going over there to play, get a woman that's paid for play. And leave the girls working alone. Those of us who want to meet the right woman, we thank you in advance. And for you married guys who think about going to Thailand or the Philippines for play, but telling your wife that you're going somewhere else, or you're just going there for business and business only, keep in mind, We're in the day and age of the camera phone. Everybody's filming everything. You might just pop up on somebody's vlog, or you may hook up with that one Asian woman that can ruin your whole life. So stop and think about it right now. If your wife were to find out you were over there having fun, the way the man's wife that he's talking about in the video found out, would it be worth the trip? Would it be worth it to lose everything? And chances are, the laws in the country where you're from, she will be entitled to half. She'll take half your This young man's channel name is the Black Filipino. Don't think just because those Asian women are innocent and sweet looking that they won't come for you. Be very careful. Don't say you haven't been warned. Hey, somebody to tell you, and I love you, so it might as well be me. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell to get notified when I post a new video. I post a new video every week. And in the meantime, will you please act right and treat them women over there with respect. My name is Raul. See you in another video. So if you enjoyed this video, check out one of these two videos right here. I'm sure you'll enjoy them too. And if you like, you can visit my channel. I have plenty of videos there. Go ahead. Don't be scared. Hey, what's up? This is Raul. Please.
Awesome person. And I'm not just saying that because I'm me. Like, I really am. And if a guy can't, like, realize that I am worth investing in and that I am freaking awesome, like, that's his loss. Like, whoever my husband is, whoever I end up marrying, that guy, he won the lottery. Because, like, I'm 1 in a million. 1 in a million. And again, I'm freaking great.
Okay, let's start from the beginning.
I just want to say, like, I'm great. I am a freaking awesome person. And I'm not just saying that because I'm me.
Okay, cool. So what's so awesome about you? And who in the hell stands in front of a mirror filming themselves saying this? Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Like, I really am. And if a guy can't, like, realize that I am worth investing in and that I am freaking awesome, like, that's his loss.
Okay, hold on. I'm still waiting for her to tell us about this awesomeness about herself. When are you gonna cover that part?
Like, whoever my husband is, whoever I end up marrying, that guy, he won the lottery.
Okay, so we already know the chances of winning the lottery, right? So she's putting herself on a high threshold here. But I'm still waiting for her to tell us about this awesomeness about herself. So the guy that marries you is gonna get what now?
Because, like, I'm 1 in a million. 1 in a million.
So far, she's absolutely right. She's 1 in a million. She's 1 in a million of the same type of women that are walking around out here. The reason I say that, because we're still waiting to hear what does the man that's supposed to marry her is gonna get in return.
And again, I'm freaking great.
Based on what? You know what? Okay, all right. See, this is the problem with most of these women. She thinks she's great and awesome, but they never tell you any details. And when they do give you the details, it's generally nothing a man is interested in. She thinks she's awesome because she's basing it on her own values that she made up in her head and whatever her girlfriends are telling her. Oh, and let's not forget, when she posts on social media, there are a bunch of guys who have no idea who she is or what she's about, telling her that she's awesome. And most of these guys, they're only saying it because they want to get with her, if you know what I mean. Now, she said a guy investing in her. Do these women even know what that means? No, they really don't. But let me tell you what her interpretation of investing in her means. It means spending money on her by taking her out to dinner, buying her clothes, buying her flowers, and all other sorts of worthless, no return on investment crap. Now, just because I like to be thorough, here's the definition of investment. The action or process of investing money for profit or material result. So my question still stands. What returns does the man that she says is going to be lucky to marry her get for his investment? Here's the answer. Nothing. I can guarantee you that this woman is just like all the rest of them. She's looking for a man to take care of her and buy her things because she thinks she's all of that. Now you're probably thinking that I'm insinuating or just taking a stab in the dark. No, I'm actually not. And there's a bunch of guys out there that are gonna prove my point. Don't believe me? Take a look.
I give up. So done with end up in the exact same situation. It's always great. And I feel like these people weigh me. I'm like, wow, like I'm finally clicking with somebody. And then it's always the same thing. They're not in a place where they are looking for a relationship. They have other things that are more important. And I'm just like, I'm never good enough.
See, I told you. There's a bunch of guys out there who realize she's not as amazing as she thinks she is. And yet another woman doing the same thing she did the last time, expecting different results. It's called insanity.
And I feel like these people weigh me. I'm like, wow, like I'm finally clicking with somebody. And then it's always the same thing.
Right. You felt like you were clicking with him, but you never asked him how he feels about you.
They're not in a place where they are looking for a relationship. They have other things that are more important.
So this is what I keep telling women. You have to be specific in the very beginning of what you want the minute a guy starts showing interest in you. This way, you minimize getting this result. Plus, he may want a relationship, just not with you. Don't take it personal. There's a million women out there that don't want a relationship with me. And it doesn't bother me at all. Why doesn't it bother me? Because I'm thinking realistically.
And I'm just like I'm never good enough.
Yes, you are. Just not for the guys you keep going after. You heard her yourself in the first part of the video. She's overvaluing herself. So she's going after guys that are out of her league. The guys that every woman is after. Those guys have too many other options, so they're going after the cream of the crop type woman. And obviously, she's not it. I bet you there's a bunch of good guys out there on her level trying to get with her that would treat her the way she wants to be treated. But she overlooks them because she thinks she can do better, which too many of these women do. Which is another reason why there's so many single women today. Because if she was in their league, one of them would keep her around and he would make time for her. Did she just do a drama exhale? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is serious. I'm supposed to be serious. Okay, I'm gonna stop laughing.
And if a guy can't realize that I am worth investing in and that I am freaking awesome, that's his loss.
Since an investment is an action or a process of investing money for profit or material result, I guarantee you, if I asked this woman 3 questions about investing, she couldn't answer either one of them correctly. If you're going to use the word investment, you need to know what it truly means. Question number 1, how do you handle money in a systematic way that is different from most women? I guarantee you she won't be able to answer that question. Question number 2, if her husband was to give her $100,000, but she can't spend it, she has to invest it in something that will give a return, what would she invest it in? And it has to be something she already has knowledge and experience of. I guarantee you, she can't answer that question either. Now you're probably wondering why I would ask her investment question. Here's why. She said she's 1 in a million. To me, that means she would do things differently than most women. And what would that be? She would have the ability to make money, rather than just spend it like most women do. Proverbs 31:29 says, many daughters have done well, but she outshines them all. If she claims she's such a great catch, then where does she outshine the rest of the women walking the earth? The answer is, she really doesn't. The truth of the matter is this, it doesn't have to be about money. What is she investing her time and her intellect in? In other words, has she spent any time talking to any man that fits the description of the type of man she wants to marry? And ask him, what does he expect in return for spending his money and time on a woman like her? I guarantee you, she's never done it. Just like 99% of the rest of the women walking this earth. So the reason she never added why she's so amazing in this video, because she has nothing to offer more than the next woman. And also, a woman who has more to offer than the next woman does not feel the need to turn her camera on and videotape herself, telling the whole world how awesome she is. That type of woman is so awesome, it shows in her actions. If you're gonna stand out, you really have to stand out. Here's an example of a woman that truly stands out. There was a rapper, and I'm sorry, I can't remember his name, but this rapper was gonna buy his wife a $260,000 car. She found out about it, she stopped him and said, no, there's a multi-unit property that we need to go take a look at. They took a look at it, and he spent the $260,000 on that building instead. Well, they did some upgrades on it, and now that building is worth $750,000. Now that's a woman that stands out. Here's another one. This young man is named Donnell Morris, also known as Prince Donnell. Now I think we can all agree this is a handsome young man. So he probably had women throwing it at him left and right. And I'm pretty sure he's had his share of women. Why did he marry the young lady that he's married to now? Because she stood out. She was amazing and awesome. And quickly, here's their story. When they first started dating, he told her that he wanted to get his accountant's degree and open up his own accounting firm. She evidently saw value in him and kept seeing him. Then one day, she got to his house and she noticed that his bank statement was sitting on the table, but it hadn't been opened. She asked him to open it and he was embarrassed because he knew it wasn't that much money in his account. Well, he decided to go ahead and open it and share with her the contents. And even though he only had $200 in his account, she was going through it looking at what he was wasting money on. So she expressed to him, one of the things that you're wasting the most money on is eating out whenever you go to work. So she said, if you want to open your firm, you're going to have to stop spending so much money going out and start taking your lunch to work with you. Well, him being a young man out on his own, he didn't know how to do it. And she was like, cool, I do. Let's go. She took him to the grocery store and bought him all of the stuff that he needed, came back to the house with him and prepared his lunches for him so that he can take those lunches with him instead of spending all that money. Well, fast forward years later, he and his wife own more than 400 franchises of the accountant brand Jumping Jack Tax, and they own franchises all over the U.S. The last time I checked, he and his wife were worth somewhere around $12 million. Now let's take 1 minute and listen to Donnell speak about him and his wife's dynamic.
Not so much about taking care of your wife, but a stronger man is one who puts his wife in position for y'all to get the bag together, to where she's just as strong as you, if not sometimes stronger. The way that me and my wife relationship is set up is that I'm the executor. I go out and get the bag. I'm on the phones, I'm closing deals. My wife is the one who's the organizer. She literally organized the entire Jumpin' Jack Tax brand, as far as all the way down to the aesthetics, getting the website right, letting me know how the process should be. And then I just had to take the system and say, all right, I'm about to breathe life into this thing. And now we got over 200 and something offices. But if you got a wife that you just taking care of, now she's just gonna become a bill. Now you're just a liability. You subtracting from me and not adding to me. Other than what? Sex? But we all know sex gets old. But I'm gonna do the same 3 positions every night. I'm not doing that. It gotta be more to the equation. We gotta mentally stimulate each other. We gotta get the bag together. Spiritually, pray for one another, speak life into one another in life.
Now that's a woman that is amazing and awesome. So for all the women out there that thinking you're really amazing, let me leave you this piece of advice that I heard April Mason say one time. Don't just be a woman looking for a man. Be the woman a man is looking for. Before I close out, I want to say to everybody that leaves the comments, especially those who are talking directly to me, I try my best to answer them all, but my channel has
explain a situation right there. You know, they like to articulate their way when they cause the problem, but they always trying to find a loop.
Hello and welcome back to our channel. Today we're going to be talking about an anime Gokoku. Having failed 19 job interviews in one day, Juri's dream of moving out of her parents' home are utterly dashed. Stuck living with her working mother, neat brother Tsubasa, laid-off father and single-parent sister, the only hope for this family to raise a decent adult is her little nephew Makoto. Later that day, men belonging to a cult called the Genuine Love Society kidnaps her brother and her nephew. The kidnappers call Juri, demanding that they pay a ransom of 5 million yen in 30 minutes, or else Tsubasa and Makoto are killed. Unable to get the money in time, Juri's grandfather brings out a special stone that freezes time while allowing himself, Juri, and Juri's father to move freely in the still world called Stasis. They arrive at the site where Tsubasa and Makoto are being held captive to rescue them. However, the three are surprised to find out that they aren't the only ones who can move in stasis, as a bunch of men arrive to ambush them. While one of them attempts to kill Makoto, a giant monster suddenly appears in front of everybody at the hideout. The monster, called a handler, kills the cult member who attempted to kill the motionless Makoto. Grandfather uses his teleportation powers to get himself and Juri out of danger while Juri's father gets captured. A group of cultists led by Majima are ordered to capture Grandfather. Having escaped the pursuers, Juri decides to learn how to teleport but is unable to do so. Having decided to redo the time freeze, Grandfather heads to the hideout to find answers as to how those men were able to move in stasis, while Juri heads home to get the stone. Meanwhile, Tsubasa is able to move and he helps out a still frozen Makoto. Grandfather arrives at the hideout and learns that the cult had been spying on the family and was waiting for them to enter stasis. Meanwhile, Juri returns home and gets ambushed by cultists after finding out that they'd taken the stone. Suddenly, Juri awakens a hidden power that can freeze those who can move in stasis by expelling their spectre, a life form that grants those with the ability to move in stasis. Juri uses the power to take back the stone and escape. Meanwhile, a handler comes to kill a cultist who is about to murder a man, while Majima orders her men to capture Juri alive. Makoto gets a spectre and is able to move in stasis, and he goes around being curious about the still world. Juri and Grandfather are pursued by cult members who are fully aware of the latter's teleportation ability, but the two manage to get away. They walk together in the middle of the road so they could have time to react should they get spotted by the cult. However, a cult member posing as one of the stalled humans launches a surprise attack on Juri. The cult member is intercepted by Grandfather and Juri expels his spectre to freeze him. Grandfather recalls a time he became aware of Juri's ability as 17 years ago. Juri inadvertently used the same power on him and was nearly frozen from it. Later, the two pursued more cultists, and unable to teleport away from them, Juri uses her power to make them motionless. The two head to the hideout to get Tsubasa and Makoto, but find them missing, unaware that they'd escaped as a result of being given specters. Meanwhile, a handler kills one of the cultists for attempting to kill a motionless person in front of Majima, and she sees it collapse. Majima finds out that a handler, called a herald by the cult, has a dead corpse inside it. 17 years ago, Majima and her family entered the stasis able to move. Her brother and parents all became handlers, while she encountered Juri, who expelled her spectre to save her from becoming a handler. This made her join the cult that she could get Juri to use that power again that could bring her family back. Juri and Grandfather arrive and Juri uses her power in front of Majima. Later, Juri with her grandfather rescues Takafumi, but he's hesitant to go with them. Meanwhile, the cult decides to try and murder a motionless man with various degree of intent to determine the threshold for when a handler takes action. The handler appears, Majima sees that it's her mother that's inside it. Along the way, Juri warns Tsubasa and Makoto not to stay at the house, having written a note, but after those two arrived at home, a cultist had removed the letter and attacks the two, knowing that handlers don't take action against those killing a moving person. Tsubasa takes on the cultist and tells Makoto to run. During the fight, he gets stabbed, but fortunately, the wound isn't deadly, and he manages to defeat the cultist and escape. Shortly afterwards, he starts to transform into a handler. Juri arrives just in time to expel his spectre before his transformation is complete and Tsubasa becomes motionless. Juri's father expresses his displeasure for being rescued, claiming that he was trying to be a spy. Makoto is kidnapped by Majima's partner and Majima approaches Juri asking her to use her power on the handler, which Juri agrees to do despite disapproving of her actions. Majima tries to kill a motionless man to draw the handler, but her murderous intent was too weak to draw it out. After Juri's father quietly builds up the murderous intent, the handler arrives to kill him, but fortunately, the grandfather uses his teleportation ability to save him. As the handler is trying to kill Juri's father, she jumps on the monster, and after a long struggle, she expels the specters, thus saving her father. After handler collapses, the corpses of Majima's family come out. Majima expressed her gratitude towards her dead parents for recognizing her for a moment. However, her brother is still alive. Having resolved Majima's conflict, Juri decides to destroy the stone as soon as they exit stasis, after learning about the tragedy that befell the Majima family, but without Takafumi knowing about the plan. To do that, Juri must expel the specters from all cult members still able to move in stasis, with Majima and her partner cutting ties with the cult to help her out. Meanwhile, cult leader Sagawa explains that the stasis power is tied to bloodlines, while telling his disciples that he intends to harness the power of stasis to live as long as he can, leading to a moral divide within the cult. While Majima and her partner are talking to a cult member, Juri and Grandfather teleport to their location, and she expels the spectre out of one of the cult members, while two of the cult members find the stone that was hidden on a tree and inform Sagawa. In his final sermon, Sagawa tells his disciples that he's mastered the power of the handlers. Sagawa transforms into a handler, but unlike the other handlers, he harnesses its powers while maintaining a full control of his body. Sagawa then starts killing his disciples. One of the disciples attempts to kill Tsubasa, but Juri arrives and expels his spectre. Sagawa tries to kill Juri, but grandfather teleports her out of danger. Majima approaches Sagawa's most loyal disciple Shiomi, trying to help Juri's cause, but he declines out of fear for his safety. Majima encounters Sagawa again and she gets cornered, and then Juri and grandfather arrive to save her. Shiomi arrives and slashes grandfather's hand to collect his blood. Shiomi puts a drop of his blood in the stone and grandfather experiences great pain as he's about to become motionless. With his last bit of strength before becoming one of the stalled, grandfather teleports with Juri to the stone's location. Juri smashes the stone to stop grandfather from becoming motionless, but by doing so, their means of existing stasis is gone. Sagawa attacks, and due to the stone being destroyed, Shiomi decides to betray Sagawa and help Juri and grandfather escape. Majima mentions that there is another way to leave the stasis by expelling everybody's specters, but Juri would remain trapped in stasis. Shiomi tells everybody what Sagawa's goal is, to see the world far into the future, and because he's killing people to achieve this goal, that he's got to be stopped. Meanwhile, a handler attacks Takafumi, but Makoto is able to stop it as he awakens his power to communicate with handlers. Juri and company arrive at the scene, and the handler is revealed to be one of the cult members that Sagawa killed after his final sermon. Everybody realizes now that they have the handlers fighting on their side. With everybody mistakenly thinking that Takafumi and not Makoto controls the handler, that he takes advantage of the situation to clear his name. Juri and company launch an attack on Sagawa using the handler to distract him, while Juri expels his spectre but is unable to do so. However, Sagawa exhausts his power and loses his human form and retreats. Juri and grandfather track him down at the house where Sagawa proposes a way for everybody to make it out of stasis, but Juri is highly skeptical. Sagawa explains his backstory as he was a Shinto priest training to succeed his father and had lived a sheltered life. He didn't have many friends, but he had a close friend. One day, the two of them caught Sagawa's father and his friend's mother having a sexual affair, which led to Sagawa condemning his father and eventually led to the creation of the Genuine Love Society. Sagawa concludes his backstory saying that he found out about the stasis stone when his father died 5 years after the incident. After hearing his story, Juri goes through her intended course of action by expelling his spectre, but her power has no effect on him, so she tries to kill him instead. Not wanting Juri to be burdened by killing someone, her grandfather attempts to kill him, but he's still too weak to do it. Suddenly, Juri's father appears and kills Sagawa. His body dissolves, leaving only his brain. Then his brain flies out of the window and shoots out threads all over the place that cuts Takafumi's fingers while he was trying to reach the brain. Juri expels Takafumi's spectre to prevent blood loss. While they're observing the threads, the brain turns into a strange shape, looking like a star, and Shiomi figures out that they're used for nourishment and are made of specters. Later, Juri uses her powers to remove the spectre from her brother to remove him from stasis. Meanwhile, Sagawa's threads are slowly spreading, having Majima trapped among them. Juri cuts the threads to save Majima, leading to Sagawa starving to death. Afterwards, Sagawa is reborn as a baby. Confident that Sagawa's memories will not return, Juri decides to raise him as her son. She sends all remaining inhabitants out of stasis except Sagawa and grandfather. She intends to raise him in the stasis until he's mature enough to handle himself in the real world. After helping Juri raise Sagawa for a while, grandfather is sent out of stasis, leaving just Juri and Sagawa. After half a year passes in stasis, Sagawa is sent back. As time passes in the stasis for Juri, she begins to break down mentally and begins her transformation into a handler. However, she was saved when she has a chance encounter with the wife of the stone's creator that died in 1880. The creator's wife, who's the original founder of the stasis, returns Juri to the real world and reunites her with her family. Years later, since that fateful day, Sagawa has grown up and treasures his new family. So this is it for today's video. If you like the video, give it a huge thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more videos. Farewell till next time.
So I'm 31 years old. I have my PhD in history. I would consider myself very successful in my career choice. And I'm pretty much happy about everything all the time. But I'm not married. I'm not engaged. I'm not even close. I'm not quite sure why it hasn't worked out for me yet. I'm fun. I'm charming. I'm not completely hideous. I'm not high maintenance. I've got a lot of
Okay, so this is a TEDx talk that was done by a woman. I cannot get the original because I think maybe a while back, a lot of people reacted to it, like maybe last year or earlier this year, and they took it down. But she's basically, I don't even know what this is supposed to be. It seems to be a ranting about why she is single and maybe her thought process behind it. And listen, you know, I'm the queen of ranting and going on tangents, so I am not here to judge that. But I would say the first thing that kind of, you know, we want to start identifying red flags in people. And one of the things when someone says they're pretty much happy all the time is a red flag to me. Different from being a joyful.
目が覚めましたか。ああ。ずっと目覚めなければよかったのに。
ゆきちゃん、神楽坂くんにお詫びして。
申し訳ありませんでした。
あれ、今舌打ち。
君と県立第一高等学校普通科1年。成績、見た目、身長、体重も至って普通。普通の社員と評価でき、サンプル候補として最適である。それは男好きであること。はあ？しかもマッチョな肉体にしか性的興奮を覚えない筋肉フェチであり、ガチの
待てー。
何か。
誰が筋肉フェチだ。
違うのですか。
とにかく誤解だ。俺はノーマルだよ。
あなたが筋肉フェチでない場合、機密保持のため地図にはない場所で一生過ごしていただくか、このまま学校に滞在される場合は生徒たちの低層を守るため太ももコレクション。まさか筋肉フェチというのは嘘。
筋肉わっしょーい。
ずっと目覚めなければよかったのに。じっと見ているのが仕事です。
昔の CM みたいに言っても俺から白い液体は滴り落ちねえよ。
それはセクハラですか。
違うよ。
男子と言ってもマッチョ好きの変態ですが。
誰がマッチョ好きの変態だ。
違うのですか。あなたがノーマルであった場合、お嬢様方の安全のため今すぐ男性器を切断。
将来の夢はマッチョに塗る油になることです。
目が覚めましたか。ずっと目覚めなければよかったのに。
これは間違いなく太ももだ。ここに太ももがあるってことはつまりごめん、わざとじゃないんだ。
他人に触れられるというのはどこにではなく誰にという部分が精神的に最も重要だという事実がおかげさまでよく理解できました。好きな子にちょっかいをかけたいという。
違うよ。
違うのですか。
当たり前だろ。何言ってんだよ。
本当に違うのですか。
だって俺筋肉にしか興味ないし。
そうですか。安心しました。目が覚めましたか。ずっと目覚めなければよかったのに。
俺ループしてるんじゃないかな。九条さん。
残念なことに私はあなたの専属メイドです。あなたを起こすことも遺憾ながら業務に含まれています。
何気に悪口4回言った。
尺です。
5回言った。もう起こすのやめてもらっていいよ。スマホにアラーム機能あるんだし。
わかりました。では今からそのスマホを破壊します。
なんで。
過剰な機械化は労働者の敵です。では今まで通りということでよろしいですね。
おう。
風使う少 just can't stop thinking about you. Take it away, feeling too good.
Hey guys, it's your girl Dee Dee, and welcome back to the channel. I hope you guys are doing well. Thank you so much for tuning in once again. So we are back at it, you guys. I'm back with another reaction video. This time it comes from 8 at the Table. So I'm going to be playing a clip of this video. I'll put the full link to the full video so you guys can go and check out their channel and support. But we're going to go ahead and jump into this video. So this one is titled, "She Does Not Date a 9-to-5 Guy and Does Not Feel That Makes Her Materialistic." So we're going to play a clip of this. I want you guys to react and respond to what she's saying in this video. I want to definitely hear from you guys, of course. So let me know what you think in the comments. Comment, like, subscribe. Also hit that notification bell so that you'll be notified when I upload new videos. That is super, super important. So I'm going to stop talking. We're going to jump into the clip. Here we go.
You don't want a 9-to-5 guy, right?
No.
So what is it exactly that you're aiming for right now, currently in your life?
So what I'm interested in is an entrepreneur and a bank investment guy, or someone in real estate, or someone within the entertainment industry, someone who is free to make their own schedule and able to do their own things while able to make their own money and make their own schedule as well. I'm interested in that because I feel like that's what I'm worth. I want to be able to vacation when I want to vacation. I want to be able to buy the things that I want to buy, and also my partner be able to do those things and understand my value and my worth, and not necessarily saying that my value and my worth is based on materialistic things, but it's just that, like, I want to be spoiled. I want to be treated.
Okay, so let's stop right here. Let's stop right here. So she wants a man who makes a lot of money. Point blank, period. She wants either an entertainer, somebody who can move freely, who doesn't have a 9-to-5, who can just, make their money in a way where they're not, they don't have to punch a clock or have to be on somebody else's schedule. And I understand that. And I think we get it now. Just about every woman wants that. You know what I mean? And so, but what she's trying to express is that just because she wants that, it doesn't make her materialistic. And I get it. A majority of women want the same thing. This is what we've been hearing for a long time now. So you want a man who makes money, who doesn't have to, be on somebody else's schedule, an entrepreneur, somebody entertainer who, can move freely, travel when they want to. And we get it. We understand that. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with a person wanting that, but you got to be realistic in your approach. Is that something that's easily attainable? And I think this is what we're finding out, is that is a small, very small percentage of men. And every woman wants that man. Not every woman, but the majority of women who are out here single and dating, they would love that man as well. But is it realistic to think that you'll be able to get that when it's such a small percentage of men who actually have that ability, and it's so many women who are looking for that same guy? So how do you actually get him is the question, because all of these women are saying the same thing. She's not saying anything differently from what all of the other women have been saying as well. But can all of you women realistically get that same dude? That is the question. And I think that is the dilemma in which a lot of these women are running into. It's not as easily attainable as they may think. And so I think that's the frustrations that a lot of these women are having, because they're trying to look for this small percentage of men that all these women want. And what do these men want? See, if you want that and it's in high demand and everybody wants him, you got to figure out a strategy and what you need to do to actually get him. And I think that's the dilemma. But let's continue.
I want to be treated like I am that girl. And I think that, especially with the social media generation, we see all the finer things and we see people living the life, and I'm not like, just totally infatuated with those things. I know that real life exists and I know that real problems exist, but I just think that, like, I want to be able to travel when I want and have good weather and see good weather, or have fun when I want to. And I want my partner to be able to provide those things for me, because I provide those things for myself.
Okay, so listen, and this is the question that I would ask any woman who feels like this. Okay, if you can provide those things for yourself, why do you need somebody else to be able to provide them for you? And I thought this what most women wanted, to be independent, to be able to take care of yourself. And you can have a man as well for pleasure and companionship. But if you can travel, if you can pay for these things, why isn't that enough? Why aren't women happy with being these independent women and who can travel and do all these things and why aren't they happy with being able to do the things that they say they wanted to do? Why do you need a man to provide that for you if you're independent and you can do it yourself? I don't understand it. I think that's a part of the problem, and that's where the mixed messaging come in as well, because women fought for these rights to be able to do these things and be independent, but they still want a man to provide it as well, which we're not in a traditional society anymore. The majority of women are independent, so you wanted to be able to do these things for yourself. Now you can. So why do you need a man to equal that? That part is where I'm not getting. I don't understand that. But let's continue.
I understand that. So you say you provide those things for yourself.
Yes.
Now, so can you provide those things for yourself and your partner also?
Well,
would you be able because to me it sounds like it's just about you, right? And don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to put you on the spot here. And what I'm talking about is that I hear this a lot, right? Like what we deserve, right? Versus what we can also give back, or strikingly two different things.
Yeah.
Right? And what about what the man deserve in this relationship? Do you ever think about it, and what do you think it is?
So I would say to that is I'm very giving, and I want to see people do well around me, and I also want those around me to feel appreciated. So I don't want them to ever feel like they're being used or, like I'm just using them. I want them to feel appreciated and like the energy is being reciprocated.
Okay.
So I definitely make sure that even if I don't have it, I make sure that I'm going to spend my last on you. You probably don't know that it's my last, but I'm going to make sure that I make you feel special in those ways that I like to feel special. And hopefully my love language is your love language, but even if it's not, I'm going to attend to it.
But Amani, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
The problem I'm having with this right now is that we have a lot of audience members who are regular 9-to-5 guys, right? And we have a lot of mothers who are 9-to-5 mothers. And the problem I'm having with this is this concept of like, we have to be here in order to fulfill this, right? And don't get me wrong, you have your qualities and you set them according to who you are. I have my qualities and I set them to according to who I am, and likewise with our audience. But the thing about, I guess what I'm trying to ask you is that, why is it that a 9-to-5 guy can't give you those things?
And listen, before, she starts to say what she's saying, because listen, we've heard this over and over and over again. It's a selfish mentality, point blank in a period. It's a selfish mentality. A lot of these women want these things that they can't provide in return. See, the thing about it is a lot of these women don't really have what they're expecting from these men. They're independent, but they're in desperate need of a man to pamper them and make all this money and take care of them. Because listen, if you're truly independent, in my opinion, and you truly had a bag or several bags, and you really don't need a man for finances, you wouldn't be out here looking for a man for that. We've seen women over the years and time again who have dated men who made way less. They didn't expect these men to have a whole lot of money, but these men brought the looks, they brought the sexual gratification, they brought all the things that they wanted in a man, and they did not care about how much money he made. The only thing you hear most women say is, oh, I expect him to level up at some point. Oh, which meaning I like him physically and all of this, but at some point, at least get a job. So they really don't expect a whole lot from men that they are physically attracted to, because that's what we call the Pookie and Ray Rays. They look good, they can give you what you want otherwise, but they don't have a job. They living with you. They driving your car. Women have spoke on this many times, where they've accepted and been in relationships with men, even gave them children who did not even have a job, but they liked other things about these men. So women will accept a man who doesn't have all of this money and who don't have all of this, but he has all of the other physical attributes that they really like. They'll take him on. They'll pay for him. They'll do things for him. But I'm gonna leave it here, you guys. You guys chime in the comments and let me know what you think. I definitely want to hear your response on this topic. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Stay tuned for more. Be safe out here in these streets, you guys, and I'll see you later. Bye.
I just can't stop thinking about you. Take it away, feeling too good to me.
What's good, everybody? It's your boy, O'Shea Duke Jackson, back at it again with another episode of the Celebrity Junk. Guys, I've been covering this situation with Tasha K, all right? And we all know who she is. Big YouTuber here on the platform. I believe that she is now over 1 million subscribers. Give her a round of applause. And Tasha K, as we know, she is incredible at taking people down. Oops, I misspoke. She's at 998,000 subscribers. But she's incredible at taking people down. The takedown that she did with Derek Jackson was great. The takedown that she did with Brother Polite was great. And I'll tell you, it had a lot of people scared. Like, a lot of YouTubers are like, oh shit, like, we don't want to mess with Tasha K because we don't want her to go on our past and dig up something. But what ended up happening was, unfortunately, the bully bit off the wrong apple. And that apple was Cardi B. And what happened with her is that Cardi B warned her. Tasha K kept on lying on her, saying, salacious and mean things about her. And okay, so then basically she lost $4 million in a lawsuit. Tasha K has now filed an appeal, okay, to this thing, okay? And what does it say here? It says, "Stay music." The above defendants, Latasha Kebe and Kebe Studios LLC, appealed to the United States Courts of Appeal to the 11th Circuit from the final judgment entered on February 17, 2022. Respectfully submitted this 17th of March, 2022. She's also said this. Sad music, listen, I ain't got it. Don't ask me for no money, I ain't got it. But listen, we have business things in place that takes care of the things like this. Okay, but of course the appellate court and the Supreme Court is in process right now. So let me just say this, Tasha, with all the money that you made talking down on Cardi B, do you have that? I want to know, do you still have that? Because you definitely got paid. When you were lying, do you have that? And see, let me tell you like this, people in Black YouTube, and I would consider Tasha K a part of Black YouTube, a lot of YouTubers think that fat meat is greasy. Because people stay on Black YouTube all night, okay? Slandering people, slandering their names, lying on people, saying people are this, people have this disease, people got AIDS, and people are doing this, and with little kids and all that, just lying all the time. Every day on Black YouTube, you will see it. Just pick any string, okay? And people do it because they think that they won't get sued or they ain't gonna go to court. And usually they won't. You can, in the Black YouTube beef sector, you can say anything about somebody and nothing's gonna happen until now. And see, Tasha K needs to pay this because people need to learn a lesson. You cannot be out here lying on people just because you want to get views. Lying on people just because you want, and it's not like a story broke it or a blog broke it. Tasha K was breaking these stories about Cardi B by her goddamn self. All right? What does that mean? It means that you are out here breaking fake news on purpose. On purpose. Okay? To try to slander some goddamn body. Which you should be ashamed of yourself. Then you get around here and talk about you don't have the money. I ain't got it, don't ask me. I ain't got it, don't ask me. Okay, then who should they mad? Who should they ask then? You was the one over me. Okay, then who should they mad? Who should they ask then? You was the one over here talking all this shit. That was you. So who should they ask then, if not you? Okay? If not you, then who? All right? You need to go somewhere. Seriously, with your dumb ass. Okay? Because it's not right. It's not right. All the information that I may report on, I can tell you where I get it from. They come from blogs that are credible, except for me to take out, usually. But I get my stuff from there. All right? That's what I do. I don't sit around here and make up salacious things on people or hate on folks because I want to, bring up my channel. And that's what you did. So now you don't have the money, and then you still out here after the fact. She's still out here playing around, still out here joking around, thinking that it's a game, thinking that it's fat meat is greasy. You still don't take it seriously. So it's funny still, people think shit is funny. Like, oh, our things are sweet. Yeah, I can say it. It's okay. No, you can't say that. All right. No, it's not okay. You shouldn't be going around here acting like a goddamn fool, an idiot. Okay? You had a chance to stand down. Now you don't have it. Now you want to file appeal. Who do you think? How are you going to file appeal, boo? They have every single video of you lying. You talking about this girl had this disease. She don't have it, but that's you on the page saying this shit. That's you. Is it not you? Yes, that's you. So if not you, then who is it? There you go. You already done messed up. Dusty as hell, ghetto as hell. Okay? Then when you lose the appeal, what you gonna say? I ain't got it and file bankruptcy? Okay? But you need to understand you just can't do whatever the hell you want to do. Like YouTube. Y'all gonna learn today. Y'all keep on over here playing with people. Talking about this person did this and this person did that and this person had this. Okay. Then when you get your ass sued, don't be talking about I ain't got it. No, go ahead on and pay the money. Pay the money. Okay? Pay the cash. You was over there wolfing, talking all that tough talk about what you're gonna do, your lawyers on it. Okay, pay the money, Tasha. You gonna file an appeal? All you're gonna do is make the bleeding go slower because that money is accruing. What you gonna do? You're gonna have to pay that money still. Because you don't have no case. So let's go more lawyer fees, plus you gotta pay Cardi B's lawyer fees. And I hope what they start to do, since you use YouTube for all that slander shit, I hope they take her channel down. if she don't pay. You want to continue to be making money on the same network that you trash the girl. It doesn't make sense. Where is the humanity in this? And I'm a part of the black male audience. And I'm like, what? Are you serious? And let me tell you this. All her little wino fans, they don't have no problem with her dismantling Cardi B. But if a black man says the same thing about a black woman, all those ladies will be furious. They will be furious. I'm telling you right now, they will be furious. All right? Completely furious. Let that be a black man saying those fake things about a woman, he's gone off YouTube. But guys, what do you think? It's your boy, O'Shea Duke Jackson, back at it again with another episode of The Celebrity Jungle. Appreciate you for all that you do. Subscribe with the bell. Check out the first comment at the top. And as you know, the buffoonery remains an all-time high. I'm out. What's good, everybody? It's your boy, O'Shea Duke Jackson, back at it again with another episode of The Celebrity Jungle. Brothers, I just really want to talk about dummies.
Bruh.
And what idiots say. Okay? Now, and I'm talking about one of the biggest dummies out there on the internet, which is Kevin Hunter. And I did a video the other day about, him complaining about being fired from the Wendy Williams production cast and stuff like that. But what I want to deal with is some things that he said about his, him not regretting cheating on his wife with his baby mama. Okay. Now he lost the bag. And he admits that he did wrong, but he doesn't take it back. Now, I'm not even going to waste my time playing the clip, but I want to talk about that because it's important. You had a wife for 20 years, brother. Okay? You say that your wife, as dusty as Wendy Williams is, and I understand that you probably hated living with her because I can look at her and tell that she is a headache. But you went out and you got a woman that was broke and you got her pregnant. You messed up your marriage. And then you can take your behind on Instagram, and what you can say with your dumb ass is that you don't regret it. You got her pregnant and she wanted an abortion. You said no, and you're still with her. That can only tell me one thing, Mr. Kevin Hunter. Wendy Williams drove you into stupidity, according to you. See, and I know what the guy is trying to say without saying it, because he's a man enough to admit his problems, but he's not man enough to admit he was in a miserable relationship. He was in a terrible relationship. And if it cost him getting broke up for or whatever, he was willing to take any out. And let me just tell you this. He ain't the only man that feels like that. Okay? You got a lot of guys, and even though it don't make sense, he said he's sorry for who he hurt, but he don't apologize, meaning that if I could do it over again, I would, because I'm going to tell you what it is. It's a lot of black men in relationships that they will take any way out. Even if it's contradicting themselves, even if it's lying, even if it's cheating, even if it's doing the wrong thing, lacking integrity, any way to get out. But let me just tell you this, right? Here's what happens when you get into bad relationships. And I want to tell men, there are many different guys out there that can get into bad ones. You can be a provider and get into a bad one. But I'm going to tell you what's a great way to do it. Getting with a woman who is more successful and has more than you and don't respect you. And then if you stay with her for many years and she knows that you have what you have because of her, it's a good way to putting yourself into being a boy. And Wendy Williams made him feel like a little boy. What's good, everybody? It's your boy, O'Shea. What's good, everybody? It's your boy. Is going to all of a sudden just be so mesmerized by you. I want to tell you something, my friend. You are not that important. I know you feel that you are. You are not. Okay? That woman is going to look at you, all right, and be like, you know what? I'm doing better than him. I got more hustle than him. I have more of this and that than him. You know what? He is nobody to be respected. I'm going to do what I want to do. Okay. So then there you go. So then I don't want to hear. Listen to what I'm saying. I don't want to hear you talking okay? When you get your ass dusted up. I don't want to hear it because you knew you were going in as a beta male. She didn't respect you. And you know how it is in the black community. You're a guy who earns less. You have a woman that is a very dominating personality, has a very aggressive personality, very similar to the head of a female hyena clan member or something like that. You know how they're the matriarch of the family. You get into that and then you feel like you're not a man anymore. Guess what? It's better to be happy and to be a man than to be with somebody that has a lot of money and then you're playing a little bit in a relationship. That's why he don't regret it. You shouldn't have got with her. Okay? In life, it is so short. The one thing that I know, being 40, one, I love being a man. Two, I'm not going to compromise me being a man for nobody. I'm not. I love being a man. This is what God called me to be. All right? So since that's what God called me to be, it's what I'm going to be doing for the rest of my goddamn life. I'm going to lead in whatever I do. And if you're a woman and you don't like no man to be trying to lead the relationship, then I'm not going to put myself in a situation. But no, I'm not going to be agreeing to be in a beta male situation. And all of a sudden, you know what? Damn, well, why don't you let me lead? That's how you get a lot of these guys. So then you start getting the dictating to the sexist marriages happening, and all of a sudden you're not getting no affection no more, and she stops, so you go out there and find it from somewhere else. Let me tell you this. A lot of that can be fixed, brothers. If the woman don't want to do what you asked her to do or what you agreed for her to do, don't wait 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 years down the line. Get her ass up out of there right now. Why are you waiting? Stop waiting. Get out of there right now. A lot of black men are waiting for what don't need to be waited on. Out now. Okay? You don't want to be dealing with, you stop doing what you do? Okay, the relationship's over. Don't drag it on. Some guys are dragging it on for years at a time. You're dragging it on for months at a time. What do you expect to get out of that? You get misery. Then you're gonna come out and say, oh, well, I don't regret cheating on her. That's because you've been miserable for her for so long. You so tired of her, it don't make no goddamn sense. That's why. That's why. You tired of her. And I get it. I get you tired of her. Fine. You won't get nothing, no problems from me. I understand it. But it don't make it right. You should have checked that shit up from the gate, player, and not let it get to that point. But guys, what do you think? It's your boy, O'Shea Duke Jackson, back at it again. Another episode of the Celebrity Chunk. We appreciate you for all that you do. Subscribe with the bell. Check out the first come at the top. And as you know, the buffoonery remains an all-time high. I'm out. Oh, that's good, everybody. It's your boy, O'Shea Duke Jackson, back at it again with another episode of the Celebrity Junk. Guys, you know I'm from the era in the early 2000s when the game was hot, when G-Unit was hot, when Lloyd Banks was hot, right? I remember when the game in 50 was just really killing hip-hop. And unfortunately, as we know, things happen in rap. Things happen between men in business. And a lot of times dynasties, they break up. And the game being a talented MC, that's what happened. Him and 50 went their separate ways. 50 had a different career. Now, he's not as rich as he used to be, but he's a great entrepreneur. He then came back with Power that elevated him, and it spent off into a different series. So we saw the entrepreneurship side of 50 come about. The game, not so much. Despite being a talented rapper, a businessman, that's not really what the game does. And the game is a legend for sure. Like, he's from Cali, he's from Compton. Like, I love the game, but his career didn't take the same turn as 50. Like, he got sued for a lot of money for like dealing with some chicks and stuff like that. And, you know, and he got kind of like blackballed from the Super Bowl. That was a rumor there. And then he kind of said like Kanye West has done more for his career than Dr. Dre ever does. So he kind of has this resentment going around. He has a lot of resentment. And a lot of times when you get the guy that has a lot of talent but has a lot of resentment, it's pretty much, he's him being unaccountable for some actions. So the game recently was at the Lakers game, and pretty much he ran into Jimmy Iovine, right? And Jimmy pretty much ignored him. 50 Cent saw the video, and like I said, and he was like, "Sad music." LOL, the man didn't even look at him. Get this guy out of here. 50 wrote the records. LMFAO. So he tags. He's basically making fun of the game, right? So the game was pretty much saying, listen, hit up Swiss Beats and Timberland, stop running from this verses, and then tell your girl to stay out my DMs. You know what I'm saying? And basically Cuban Link, who is also an attorney, she was saying like, bro, you're irrelevant. And all of this, and she clapped back at the game, and really, all of this stuff. And don't get me wrong, 50 Cent, deals in the dirt sometimes, right? But it is clear as day that 50 Cent is much more successful than the game. It's not even close. All right, even the game was talking about like 50 got ran out of hip hop. That's why I had to do TV. Like, bruh. He had millions of dollars when he left, and he still has millions of dollars now. He's doing better than you. But again, this is what a lot of times you see in black media, what a lot of black men are, and these guys are 40 years old. And don't get me wrong, I've done this kind of stuff too, so I'm not saying I'm better than that. But the reality is that Here's what we're really seeing: jealousy and goofiness. Okay? The game had every opportunity to do what 50 Cent is doing. We know that because, hell, we saw the game on the Love Connection with the freaking tongue ring before he made it to hip hop. He tried reality shows. So it's not like the game didn't try to get on TV. He just didn't have the business sense to get on. And you see this kind of beef happening all amongst the black community. It's not just in hip hop or in the manosphere on YouTube. No, it's on the streets. You have a lot of guys who are just jealous and bitter of each other, really for no reason, when they could be really solving differences and hitting a bigger market together. That's what we really could be, because really the game is a legend, the 50 is a legend. Hip hop would love to see these two guys back together, but for whatever reason, black male ego won't let them do it, and that's our problem. And what you see is two guys raised without fathers, behaving like idiots on the internet. Trust me, I've done it myself. But when you know better, you do better. What I want to tell guys like this: Jimmy Iovine is a billionaire because he remains in his masculine perspective. 50 Cent in the game could be a billionaire also, but they're too busy playing games in certain aspects. And I'm not taking anything away from 50 Cent's work ethic or the games, but this is what happens. And then you get into little stupid beefs, tell your girlfriend to get out my DMs and all of the other stupid stuff, which, you know, at 40 years old, you shouldn't even be talking about. This is where we're at. And this is the reason why a lot of times as black men, we're easily dominated. We're easily triggered. I know that because I am also one of the guys I'm complaining about, and I'm working on that each and every day. Getting triggered for nothing, not even worried about the task at hand, leaving a lot of money on the table, worried about bullshit, being unaccountable, blaming others for our problems, especially with the game, blaming Dr. Dre, all right? You know, trying to get a versus. Like, bruh, versus about what? How is that gonna make you feel what? Oh, this is the reason why you're more successful than me, but this is the reason why you ran from hip hop. Bruh, it sounds like you're still bitter. It sounds like you're still mad. And you're getting trolled. You know what I mean? Like, what has stopped you from being one of the best MCs on the West Coast of all time to going to the next level? Guys don't want to do that. You know, guys just want to do the Negro stuff and worried about why they don't have anything. And I tell you guys all the time, you can give black men all the money you want. You can throw money at these guys left and right, opportunities at these guys left and right. But who they are to the core is always going to wreck them. If they're thirsty for coochie, if they're thirsty for power, if they don't know how to get along with other people, they're always going to be wrecked. They're always going to be their worst enemy. And we got to understand as black men, look at all the opportunities that we have. At what point are we going to keep ruining opportunities that we have over what? Over nothing? Does it make any sense? You know? Does it make any sense? Absolutely not. It doesn't make any goddamn sense. Okay? No sense. And we're out there looking a goddamn fool. Okay? We're looking a fool. Then when we don't have nothing, it's going to be the white man's fault. Oh, the white man held me back. The white man held me back. The white man held me back. Oh, man, it's these black women. It's a, no. A lot of times that's us. Okay? That's us. All you gotta do is just like chill the hell out and we can all hit a bigger market. But that's us. It's us getting in our own way. You know? Yeah, black women have their problems too. Yeah, the black church is a problem too. But you know what's really stopping us from hitting the bigger markets and getting them? It's us. It's the black male ego. Can't tell us nothing. We're the enemy to our own success. And it's playing out in every sector we're in. Hip hop, the church, the streets. That big man complex gonna always keep black men behind. But guys, what do you think? It's your boy, O'Shea Duke Jackson, back at it again. Another episode of The Celebrity Junk. I appreciate you for all that you do. Subscribe, hit the bell. Check out the first company at the top. And as you know, the buffoonery remains at all-time high. I'm out.
Hey family, on November 20th through December 1st, 2022, we will have the all-inclusive Kenya trip. Now, a lot of times people have said, hey, Phil, when's the next trip we'd like to go? I want to see Africa for myself, but this is the time to go. Everything will be taken care of. All excursions are paid. You can do monthly payments. You know, they'll have safari and a 6-city tour. You will see Charlie Island, which is something that we did not see last time on the tour. This tour will be 12 days instead of 7 days. So make sure to secure your...
Hello fam, welcome back to the African Diaspora News channel. I am Ongil Zalalem bringing you this report. Today's report comes from Jamaica. The Jamaican government is working towards removing the Queen from being their head of state. It's shocking to hear that the Queen is still head of state of Jamaica, but that's not the only country, frankly. Like Barbados just removed the Queen last year, a few months ago. So it might be shocking to find out that this is still going on, but that's the reality of some countries, even in the 21st century, and they are standing up and saying no. This conversation started after Kate and William visited Jamaica, and Jamaicans protested. They said, we reject you. We do not need you as our prince and queen and princesses. We no longer are interested in that. So kindly leave us alone. So this started a ripple effect. Don't get me wrong, Jamaicans have been talking about this for decades now. They have been asking for an apology. They have been asking for the British to accept what they did and claim that they have committed a crime against humanity by bringing in Africans to those Caribbean islands and forcing them to work and mistreating them, and basically you know the story. So they are demanding that the Queen is removed from the head of state position, and we 100% agree, and we can't even believe that that is still going on. It should not even be like up for discussion. It should be done quickly. But as you all know, they are going to make sure that they elongate the process, and they tell them tomorrow, the day after, let's just work things out. They will ask for this and that. So we all know they are going to make sure that they pay for it. But at the same time, we have a voice. Let's help Jamaicans remove the Queen by giving them a voice, really talking about it and pressuring Britain. Just leave. Leave those people alone. Let them govern themselves and let them run things the way they want to. Anyways, fam, let us know down below what your thoughts are about this. I am Ongil Zalalem. I'll see you on the next one. Bye.
Thank you for watching, and make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and check out the African Diaspora News Channel app in the Google Play and Apple App Store.
It has been a very long time since I've done 2 different stories at one time for one video on my channel, because usually I would split them up. But the reason why I'm gonna do 2 topics in one is because the scenarios are very similar to each other, and they both happen around the same time, and they happened in
It's a new body cam video of a traffic stop that ended with police shooting and killing a man. That fatal encounter happening last month near a high school, and the family of Anton Cooper taking legal action now. NBC6 reporter Julie Leonardi live in Miami with all the details. Julie.
Well, Trina, this is body cam video that family has already seen, but tonight we were able to take a look and see what happened during that traffic stop. Now, it's body cam video from just one officer and Cooper's family once again speaking with us tonight. It's the last few moments of Antoine Cooper's life, captured on police body cam video. This is the traffic stop in Liberty City where the 34-year-old was shot and killed by a Miami police officer on March 8th. We'll show you what leads up to shots fired, but first, his family sharing their grief.
Our son was taken away. We can't never see him no more. And ain't no telling how long this healing process is gonna go.
After the officer pulls the car over, he asks for Cooper's license, which he says he doesn't have. Eventually, he's asked to step out of the car. Cooper appears to run. There's a struggle between him and the officer. Then a second officer opens fire.
My son was only trying to run. That's all he was trying to do. He didn't have to shoot my son in the head. He didn't have to shoot my son in the head. He did.
The family's attorney says the officer moves to shoot Cooper too fast and doesn't appear to render aid in the video. They're now seeking justice, filing a lawsuit against the city of Miami, and they want the officer who shot him to face criminal charges.
There was no lethal situation occurring when the sergeant shot him in the head, and there was never a time that Mr. Cooper brandished a weapon on any officer there.
Miami police say there was a struggle and the officer was forced to fire. The family and their attorney strongly disagrees. We're also able to see surveillance video from the traffic stop from a nearby school. And if you look closely, you can see the second officer pulling up, then moments later running towards the lights. Miami police offered their condolences to the family and tell us they will cooperate with the FDLE during this investigation. Now, the FDLE is investigating, and tonight we reached out to them. They say there is no new information in this case, and the investigation still remains active. Meantime, that family and the attorney, they tell us that they believe there's more video involved in this traffic stop, and they want to take a look at it. It's also worth mentioning that second officer that fired the shots was not wearing a body camera. Live tonight in Miami, Julie Leonardi, NBC6 News.
He didn't have to shoot my son in the head. He didn't have to shoot my son in the head. He did.
The family's attorney says the officer moves to shoot Cooper too fast and doesn't appear to render aid in the video. They're now seeking justice, filing a lawsuit against the city of Miami, and they want the officer who shot him to face criminal charges.
There was no lethal situation occurring when the sergeant shot him in the head, and there was never a time that Mr. Cooper brandished a weapon on any officer there.
Miami police say there was a struggle and the officer was forced to fire. The family and their attorney strongly disagrees. We're also able to see surveillance video from the traffic stop from a nearby school. And if you look closely, you can see the second officer pulling up, then moments later running towards the lights. Miami police offered their condolences to the family and tell us they will cooperate with the FDLE during this investigation. Now, the FDLE is investigating, and tonight we reached out to them. They say there was no new information in this case, and the investigation still remains active. Meantime, that family and the attorney, they tell us that they believe there was more video involved in this traffic stop, and they want to take a look at it. It's also worth mentioning that second officer that fired the shots was not wearing a body camera. Live tonight in Miami, Julie Leonardi, NBC6 News.
"22-year-old Amanda Grice has a rare and embarrassing problem. For 12 years, she's been living in a permanent state of sexual arousal.
I lost count, honestly, of how many times a day I have orgasms. I'd have 50 orgasms, and well into the day, it would be well over 100 by that evening.
50 orgasms a day might sound like pure pleasure, but it's making Amanda's life a living hell.
When they're intensifying like they are right this second, this moment, my whole abdominal wall is like flexing. I never really make any noises, only because I kind of suppress them. Then, of course, my legs won't stop shaking.
Amanda's condition is known as persistent genital arousal disorder, or PGAD.
The way I can explain PGAD to other people is just imagining your body, particularly your genital area, being in a constant state of arousal on top of constant pain. Yeah.
Not to mention the sleepless nights.
I'm kind of what you consider insomniac. I'm usually up to the hours of 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 o'clock in the morning. Oh my God.
She has supportive friends, but she can never completely relax. The slightest vibrations from a cell phone or a car ride can trigger her condition.
Right now, while we're in the car, I can feel it onsetting my tics.
Amanda's orgasms can strike at any time in any place.
You know, it's crazy. Just in the few minutes we've been at the park, I've seen your tics go off about 2 times already.
Think of like a bearable, constant pain that never goes away. It's like a possession, you know? Like I'm like literally possessed by this thing.
In India, the remote Islamic region of Anantnag is home to 18-year-old student Khalida. Khalida is from a close family and lives with parents and 3 sisters. When she was consumed by chronic stomach pains, she had no idea why.
मैंने बोला पता नहीं क्या हो रहा है, पता बोलने लगे डॉक्टर गैस हो रहा है, गैस की दवाई भी देते थे, खाती थी, थोड़ा ठीक हो जाती थी.
Over a 6-month period, Khalida's stomach began to mysteriously swell.
फिर ऐसे बहुत तकलीफ होती रहती थी, बिल्कुल खाना छोड़ दिया था, बिल्कुल खाना खाती नहीं थी, खाना जो भी कुछ खाती थी उल्टी आ जाती थी, नहीं बढ़ते जाता, बहुत ज़्यादा दर्द होता था, नहीं उससे भी ज़्यादा हो गया था.
The pain got so bad that keen student Khalida was unable to continue her studies.
जी जहाँ पाँव टांगों में दर्द हो जाता, बाजू में दर्द हो जाता था, वहाँ पे जाकर लिख नहीं सकती थी कुछ भी। ऐसे लिखती लिखती कंबनी लग जाती थी।
इनके पाँव में से में पाँव सोजा हो गया, इन टांगों में सोजा हो गया, पूरे जिस्म में सोजा हो गया।
In an Islamic culture, pregnancy outside of marriage is considered a source of shame. The more Khalida's stomach grew, the more she was stigmatized. Local gossips assumed she was pregnant.
पता नहीं बाहर से इसको कुछ हुआ है ऐसे ऐसे, तो फिर भी कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ा। फिर यहाँ पे आए तो फिर वहाँ पे गए, कीरबाल में गए, वहाँ पे गए, बाग में गए, मजदूरी करने के लिए गए। तो फिर दर्द होती थी, फिर मैं रात को रोती थी, बोलने लगी थी, मम्मी को बोलती थी मेरे दर्द हो रहा है।
Despite trying endless painkillers, Khalida's condition deteriorated.
तो इसको मरने पर हो गई है, इसको बिल्कुल मतलब इसके ये जो हैं ये भी खुश्क हो गए, उसका जो ये ज़ुबान है ये भी बाहर आ गया था।
Fearing the worst, the family rushed Khalida to the Afsal Bay hospital. Unable to afford treatment, they begged medics for help.
It was like she was having 3-4 tibines inside the abdomen. It was just outside a huge abdomen.
Scans confirmed what Khalida already knew. She wasn't pregnant, but medics identified a large mass in her abdomen.
जैसे मैं वहाँ पे हॉस्पिटल में गई, फिर वहाँ पे बहुत फिर हो गया था बहुत। जैसे मैदे पे डॉक्टर ने बोला इसकी मैदे पे सिस्ट चढ़ेगी तो ये खत्म हो जाएगी।
Concerned the mass was becoming septic, surgeons decided to operate.
बहुत परेशान हो गए, हमने बोला क्या आप नहीं बचेगी, तो जब ये इसको अंदर ले गए तो हमने बोला ये बचने वाली नहीं है, कि पहले सब डॉक्टरों ने बोला कि ये नहीं बचेगी।
Yes, Khalida was weak. Definitely, she was very weak. She was septic. She was weak, and definitely it was a high risk patient.
Removing the large tissue mass meant making an extra long incision along Khalida's abdomen. A wrong move with a scalpel could have caused the toxic cyst to burst, which would have been fatal.
Everybody was there watching what will come out, what will come out.
The mystery tissue was the world's biggest ever ovarian cyst.
All the theatre team was amazed to see.
The cyst weighed a staggering 21 kilograms. That's the same weight as a 5-year-old child. Ovarian cysts are fluid-filled sacs that grow on the ovary. Typically, they are no bigger than a few centimeters. Although very common, they usually don't cause any symptoms and pop of their own accord.
बहुत अफसोस हुआ जब वो देखा, मैं बोला आज तक ये पेट में रहा, क्या पता है क्या क्या करता था, जब ये इतना बड़ा है तो इसका जीवन क्या कहता था कि मेरे अंदर क्या है।
If she would not have reported to the hospital at that stage, definitely she would have died.
After the 2-hour surgery, pathologists tested the cyst to see if it was cancerous.
She was very fortunate it was benign. Otherwise, we should have started chemotherapy, radiotherapy.
It's 6 months since Khalida's life-saving surgery to remove the massive 21-kilogram cyst from her ovary. But she is feeling dizzy and weak.
पूरा ठीक नहीं, चल नहीं सकती हूँ, बाजू में दर्द होता है, टांगों में दर्द होता है, फिर भी पूरी चल नहीं सकती हूँ। 7-8 मिनट का सफ़र नहीं कर सकती।
रात से पीछे फिर दोबारा मतलब इसको उल्टियाँ आती हैं और वजह पता नहीं चलता है कि क्या होगा।
Today the family has an important checkup with Surgeon Hussein. He wants to know more about Khalida's symptoms.
इसको कोई प्रॉब्लम था क्या? कब से ऑपरेशन जब किया उसके बाद कब से? चलो बेटा लंबी सांस लो, 1 मिनट। अब तो आए नहीं तब से, बुलाना पड़ता आपको यार, हद है। चलो बेटा लंबी सांस लो, बस आराम से आराम से। अच्छा आपको वरम वगैरह चल रहा था पैरों में?
चलने से
सांस फूलती रहती है बेटा। अभी मैं कुछ दवाई रख लेता हूँ, ठीक है? बृहस्पतिवार पक्का आना, ठीक है? वो जम्मू तो ठीक है आप, लेकिन यहाँ से मिल के जाना था ना, तो अभी ठीक है, थोड़ी खून की कमी है और कोई मसला नहीं है।
Dr. Hussein is satisfied with his findings. Blood tests from the lab confirm Khalida is iron deficient. When the body doesn't have enough iron, it leads to a decreased production of red blood cells, vital for carrying oxygen around the body. Dr. Hussein is confident that a simple course of iron tablets will stop Khalida feeling dizzy and weak.
ये मैं छोटी सी बोतल लिख देता हूँ, हाँ? ये बोतल सुबह शाम और ये टैबलेट एक सुबह शाम खा लो, ठीक है?
The good news is, Khalida still has one ovary, so should be able to have children in the future. Now Khalida's health is almost back on track. She is planning to return to school soon.
मेरे दिल में यही ख्वाहिश है मैं ठीक हूँ तो मैं पढ़ना चाहती हूँ बस और कुछ नहीं है
No, not the dolls, mate. I'll be your boyfriend, Kira. That's creepy. Is it comfortable?
It's nice to look at things now and go, I can have that.
Yeah.
I'm free to just be me.
You're like a pregnant lady who's nesting but without the baby.
He's so flamboyant and so creative, and he is a rare gem in that sense.
Which has left me with having to... I suffer with Crohn's disease, and as a result, I've had to have surgery, which has left me with having to wear an ileostomy bag. Yeah, this has become my routine now. It's get up, get in the shower, and then deal with this, and then put a smile on your face and go to work and try and be positive.
St. Louis, Missouri, instantly recognizable for its massive gateway arch. Tony suffers from keloids, a rare skin condition which erupts after he receives a graze or a cut on his face, neck, or body. Instead of creating scar tissue, large unsightly lumps of collagen form and they begin growing outwards. These lumps are called keloids.
I have about 7 keloids on my body. The biggest one, other than the ones on my face, would be right here in the middle of my chest.
As well as on his face and neck, Tony also has keloids on his stomach and arms.
The keloid is a scar that the scar tissue doesn't know when to stop growing outside of the surface of the scar.
The keloids around Tony's neck are so chronic he is barely able to function, which over the years has caused great distress for both him and his family.
I never knew, but I could hear him sometimes in his room, not really just crying, but moaning. And I was in my room, tears coming out, crying for him and praying for him. When people don't understand, they are so cruel. They'll look at him, they'll point, they'll sniggle. It's not funny.
They laugh, they stare, I've been followed around the grocery store. I was treated different in the job interview.
But just as Tony reached his lowest ebb, help arrived from an unexpected source after his niece sent his pictures to a well-known plastic surgeon.
It must have been so overwhelming that they were like, no, we need to see you in our office. When can you come? You know, I'm really getting pumped up, you know, and really feeling confident to see him.
Today, Tony is in New York City to visit Dr. Michael Jones, a world-renowned specialist who has developed a method of preventing keloids returning.
So this upper part is completely attached to this back part of the ear. You're going to have a little bit of a raw surface. Now, what I'm going to try to do is try to take as much as we possibly can so that we're only really left with this strip here and then this part here.
Okay.
The treatment is the first to combine surgery with radiotherapy to kill the cells forming the collagen, which prevents keloids returning.
Now, how many surgeries are we talking about? At a minimum, you're going to probably need 3. Possible that you might need 4 cleaned up here. Okay, we'll make it happen.
Tony is ready for the most important operation of his life, which could mark the start of his fight back against his keloids. The team anesthetize the patient. He will be unconscious throughout. Dr. Jones has opted to start the operation with the keloid over Tony's left ear. Each keloid is a hard and rubbery fibrous lump made up of collagen.
So this in and of itself is going to make a difference. We're actually going to weigh these.
As the keloid over Tony's ear comes off, Dr. Jones makes a startling discovery.
That whole piece was covering his ear, and it's actually warped his native anatomy. I wasn't expecting that at all. I think we're gonna try to do the other side. Okay, here it comes. That's it. I'm gonna say 2 pounds.
The largest keloids are removed one by one, to be replaced in turn by the healthy skin stretched across the wounds. The operation has gone a lot further than expected, with the keloids on both sides of Tony's neck removed. Back in St. Louis, Tony is delighted with the result.
He was only supposed to do the left side of my face. I had one right here that covered my ear. He was only supposed to do that, but he ended up doing both sides of my face.
I just want to thank Dr. Jones because Dr. Jones is like the best to me. He is like Superman, Batman, all the superheroes rolled up into one.
One year later, Tony is recovering back in St. Louis. Dr. Jones has removed the keloid on Tony's chin and is using regular radiotherapy to keep the keloids in check.
The radiation kills the keloid cells that are deep down within the skin. It is a synthetic radiation, so it doesn't cause any harm.
Today, Tony is finally getting his life back.
Now he's back to sharp dressing again and everything, and he loves the kids love him, he's back to teaching and everything.
Now with the radiotherapy apparently working, Tony is hopeful that he can stay keloid-free for as long as possible.
I have a life that I have to live. I have so many people in my corner that I really realize now.
No, not the dolls, mate.
He had a cord or was
problem.
And classmates did not have a tongue like his.
His parents took him to many doctors. None could diagnose or treat the problem. With the slightest infection, his tongue would swell to 5 times normal size. As Balint grew, so did his problem. By his teen years, his tongue was enormous.
We were quite worried about him. When he had a cold or was infected with an illness, he could not breathe normally.
The family worries constantly that Balint's tongue will cut off his airway and suffocate him. Sleeping is dangerous. Socially, the teen is an outcast.
I had a few friends in school. They accepted me for who I am and how I am. Everybody else was always just making fun of me.
Now 17, Balint has dropped out of school and refuses to go out. Keeping a normal weight is difficult. He can only eat soft food and liquids. His parents are desperate.
His tongue starts bleeding and getting wounded. I always tell the doctors this every time we meet. They are helpless.
Balin's one-of-a-kind ailment has attracted the attention of a German television station, bringing hope to Balin's desperate family. The station has taken up his cause and brought his case to Professor Michael Ehrenfeld, an oral surgeon at the Grosshardt Medical Center in Munich.
When I look at these pictures and hear that the tongue swells up in the case of a cold or other infections, I am 90% sure that it is a vessel tumor.
Ehrenfeld believes that Balin's tongue is the result of a benign tumor filled with engorged blood vessels. He was so moved by the appeal that he has offered to operate for free. But the hospital fees will total nearly $20,000. Money Balin's parents don't have. Fortunately, after his story aired on German television, viewers donated $37,000.
It was unbelievable that foreign citizens would help that much. I thought it was a miracle that we got help from Germany.
Balint and his mother will make the trip to Germany together, where they will stay at the Grosshardt Medical Center for the next month. His first exam there is revealing.
The first diagnosis gives us hope. We were able to feel the tongue, and blood came out when pressure was applied, which means there are lots of blood vessels.
Additional tests confirmed Dr. Ehrenfeld's belief that the swelling was not caused by a malignant tumor, but rather by engorged vessels in the blood and lymph systems and benign tumors.
All that I ever heard was always, "You're gonna have to deal with this. We can't help you." Now I'm actually getting help from the professor. This is a dream come true.
Prior to surgery, doctors want to shrink the tongue as much as possible. This will make the surgery easier and reduce the risk of dangerous intraoperative bleeding. But first, to remove the risk of suffocation, Balint undergoes a tracheotomy, rendering him speechless. To shrink the swollen vessels, a series of 6 separate injections of a glue and alcohol solution are made directly into Balint's tongue. It's a painful process, but one that's necessary to prevent life-threatening blood loss during the operation.
He was afraid of the pain and wanted to go home. I told this to the professor. He told me and Balint that he believed if we left then, Balint would die. If we stayed, it wouldn't be easy, but the doctors could operate.
But during the preliminary treatment, Balint's condition suddenly turns critical.
Some vessels in the tongue popped, which caused constant bleeding coming from the bottom of the tongue.
The doctors are unable to stop the bleeding. Now, emergency surgery is necessary to save Balint's life.
I am scared. My son was bleeding the entire night. I am glad they're finally operating on him. I pray to God that everything will be all right. I'm not sure if he'll be able to make it.
The surgeons gain access to the tongue by cutting open Balint's lower jaw. That takes 2 hours. Now, they're ready to begin removing the tumor.
We have to cut out the tumor as best we can, but at the same time, not damage the function too severely.
Millimeter by millimeter, the tumor is slowly removed. Balint is in good condition. He's losing blood, but not as much as his doctors feared. By the end of the 5-hour surgery, 2/3 of his tongue have been removed.
We were able to keep part of the tongue. Our hope now is that from that piece, for him to be able to have a functional tongue, enabling him to eat, speak, and taste.
The last time Margaret saw her son, his life was at risk. Now she sees an entirely different person.
When he was brought back from the operating room, his mouth was all covered with bandages, but I could see that his tongue was in his mouth. I couldn't say anything, just, my God, it was successfully done.
Several weeks after the surgery, Balint is still getting used to his reflection.
It's still a little painful, but I'm so happy when I look in the mirror.
While in the hospital, Balint gradually learns to eat regular foods. Six weeks after arriving in Germany, Balint is healthy enough to return home. Back in Hungary, Balint is living a dream he's had all his life, to have a normal face.
When I saw him, it touched my heart. I had this feeling. It's so hard to put this into words. I cried, but I was happy.
Much has changed for Balint since the surgery. For the first time, he can now eat and taste any kind of food. For 2 years, he refused to leave his home. Now, he faces life with confidence and pride.
When I was sick, I hardly had any contact with strangers. But now, everything is different. It's so nice that people don't stare at me any longer.
He returned to school, graduated, and got his first job working for a precision lens manufacturer.
The pay could be a bit higher, but I get along quite well with my fellow workers. We are friends.
Balint's long-term prognosis is excellent. In the future, plastic surgery could shrink his tongue even further. For now, Balint and his family are grateful for the generosity of the German people and for the medical miracle performed there.
I dreamt this is how his life would turn out. I dreamt that he would be able to...
They're not the dolls, mate. I'll be your boyfriend, kid.
For Mariah, it takes a lot more courage to find love in her own skin.
Some people don't like people who look different, people who look like abnormal.
She has been dating Malik, but he has never seen her without her mask.
If I found a guy who accepted me 100% without my makeup, like just completely natural, that'd be amazing.
Will she find true love when she comes clean?
What I have is called vitiligo. It is a skin condition in which you do not have enough pigmentation in your skin. I honestly don't even remember what my face looked like with a whole skin complexion. It's been that long. It started when I was younger. I was like maybe 11, 12 years old. Usually is like harder to deal with growing up at that prime teenage age where you just really want to fit in.
There was a lot she had to deal with. People were always staring and looking, so I kind of felt bad for her, and I was just angry. I was angry because I didn't think that it was something that she should have.
This is cute.
I like that one too. You got a really nice smile.
My forehead, mother.
But Mariah's teenage years are missing from the family albums.
I chose to get rid of so many pictures of myself like that because I hate that I did that. It drives me crazy now. But it was hard because at that time I never felt ever really pretty. I never felt really attractive or cute at all.
It would be great for her to find someone. I'm really excited about it, but I want to also protect her in a way that she doesn't get hurt.
Malik and Mariah are going on their third date.
We talked about her skin condition on the last date. It was a very casual conversation.
But how will he react when he finally sees it?
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
in the middle of cooking. Didn't want to leave the stove on or burn anything.
Alrighty. Well, thank you kindly.
Is it decent? If it's awful, we could always order pizza.
This is by far the worst thing I've ever tasted. No, this is actually really good.
Yay! Thank you. Are you finished?
This is why you shouldn't have objects in your hand.
Obviously. I'll put this away. I'm gonna crush some cargo. We're gonna egg.
That knife. Oh,
it's a butter knife.
You see that? You
It's a butter knife.
You know what? If I suffer from internal bleeding, I'm blaming you.
You really are a whole child. Go in the living room. I'll be back. I feel comfortable enough to have my makeup off. It's not a secret.
With everything going well, Mariah makes a big decision to come clean.
So, like, you like, absolutely stunning as usual.
Not accepting any flattery right now.
Well, either way, you look cool.
You know what? You are cheating. What in the... No, you are cheating. I refuse to believe that you have won.
Rather hurt your pride than your gorgeous face.
Oh, no need for compliments now.
Okay. Yeah, you just have to find a reason not to.
No, I'm gonna win fairly. It's not the point.
I've had a lovely time as always.
Of course, it was fun.
I don't know what sort of magical nonsense went on in there, but she looked absolutely stunning to me. Her without her makeup is so unique and so gorgeous.
It's one thing for you to feel like confident in yourself, but when somebody else has confidence in you and they give you words of affirmation, like it helped me see the beauty that a lot of people were always talking about.
It may seem strange to the outside world, but Tarajans are completely at home with the dead. Here are 4 Tarajan death rituals that are out of this world. Fact number 1. Corpses of loved ones are kept at home for months, even up to 30 years.
Nenek sudah 2 bulan meninggal, 6 bulan lagi baru diupacarakan, kayak gitu.
The deceased are considered sick, not dead, till the funeral. Food, water, and even cigarettes are offered to them daily. As funeral plans are being made. Fact number 2. Tarajan funerals are joyous celebrations with rituals and animal sacrifices.
Secara logika, pandangan orang luar itu tidak masuk akal. Tetapi yang ada di masyarakat Toraja lah nilai yang terkandung di dalam satu kerbau itu. Pendamping menghantar almarhum atau almarhumah yang sudah meninggal itu ke nirwana atau pengiring pencapai surga. Tapi tedong mirip kata
Lah 500, 5,5.
5,5. Tak tiro-tiro pikir satu
Yo.
A 3-day funeral requires at least 7 buffaloes. That is the cost of 3 to 4 houses in Toraja.
Kalau menurut adat Toraja, upacara pemakaman adalah sesuatu yang dianggap penghormatan terakhir untuk orang yang kita kasihi.
The coffin is escorted to the ceremonial tower.
Jadi di situ dianggap bahwa ini sudah betul-betul meninggal.
Di Toraja untuk pemotongan kerbau atau penyembelihan kerbau memang punya keterampilan khusus karena pertama itu keberanian pastinya, terus tenaga, teknik, dan ketajaman goloknya.
But this massive ceremony is not the end to their death rituals. Fact number 3. Every August, Torajans uncover the corpses of their deceased relatives and dress them in new clothes.
Mak nenek itu adalah salah satu bentuk orang Toraja dalam menjaga hubungan antara para leluhur yang sudah meninggal. Tidak terlihat sama sekali kesedihan, tetapi justru yang kelihatan adalah semacam keceriaan.
This usually calls for fresh family portraits.
Selama ini kita motret jenazah di Toraja nggak ada tabu sih, nggak ada. Jadi yang penting kita nggak mengganggu ritualnya.
Ini keren banget sih fotonya kayak gini. Jago ini.
Sudah 40 tahun, baru dibuka 40 tahun dan putih baru dibuka lagi. Masih ada yang ininya, kulitnya masih bagus.
Last but not least, fact number 4. Torajans believe the dead never really leave. They build intricate wooden effigies of their loved ones that are regarded as guardians of the tombs and protectors of the living.
Orang Toraja menjalin atau tetap menjaga hubungan antara yang masih hidup dengan para leluhurnya di alam sana. Ada 2 yang saya kenal di dalam sini adalah paman dan tante saya. Yang saya rasakan itu adalah bahwa mereka tetap berada di sekitar saya. Saya tetap merasa dekat dengan mereka.
I cannot say that what I'm about to talk about is even remotely surprising. Now, before I actually get into this, I still have more commentaries that are coming up that are following this video that are still calling out people who spoke out against Will Smith. Those, well, more so those in Hollywood that are coming, but I have to put this out here before it got too far away because those other videos are definitely still coming. But I just didn't want to overload my audience with them all at one time, like so much. That's why I kind of spread them out because it's not like this story is going anywhere anytime soon. Like they're still going to be talking about this for a little bit. But I had to put this one out here because it's now the new freshest thing on our heads. And I said to myself, I'm not surprised that Will Smith has resigned from the Academy because that's what the most recent breaking news story is when it comes to this situation. And I guess he figured, let me get out before they throw me out. Like, you know how like when you're at a job and you have a feeling you're about to be fired, you feel like, let me go ahead and quit before they get an opportunity to fire me. Let me get out before, you know, they have the opportunity to like terminate me or whatever the case may be. Because this week, Will Smith literally went from being on the top of the world to damn near the bottom of the barrel within a day. Just that fast. Like, he became public enemy number one. And it doesn't even matter how many people came out against him who had dirt to their name as well, where people was digging stuff up, and to the point where some even had to retract what they were saying or anything like that. The damage was already done. And I had left a comment on Kimberly Frazier's video. I said, I wonder if this was the plan all along. I wonder if the plan was for him to do, like, you know, not so much that this was planned, but it just kind of worked out that way, where now Will Smith not only knows who the fake and phony people are around him, but he knows that who he can and cannot trust. All these so-called peers that he had or whatnot that he thought was in his corner, they all turned on him in the blink of an eye. You even had this washed up actor named Paul Rodriguez who worked with Will Smith over 20 years ago on Ali, which is where he got his first Oscar nomination, come out and say basically that Will Smith was quote unquote difficult to work with. I'm like, you didn't say anything back then about him being difficult to work with, and all of a sudden you come out 21 years later to say something because you just wanted to talking for the sake of wanting to talk. This is what I'm talking about. So in a way, it's kind of a blessing in disguise that this happened, because now Will Smith knows who the real is and who isn't. And he apparently, based on the responses people gave this week, he knows exactly who the fake and phony are. It probably is eating him up knowing that the people that he thought he could trust and that was in his corner, or some people that called him his friend, or people he called friend, were not friends at all. Like I said, I wonder if that was the plan all along. Something tells me that it probably was. It's crazy. But you know, Will Smith has amassed a lot of wealth over the years from his films. I think somebody said his net worth is like $450 million. So when I heard people saying that, you know, Jim Carrey in particular saying, oh, he needs that Chris Rock should sue him for like $200 million. I'm like, whoa, so you're trying to come from this man's almost half of his wealth that he worked for. And see, that goes back to the pocket watching thing that they do when it comes to black people who have millions of dollars. I say Will Smith take some of the wealth that he has amassed over the years and go do his own thing. I know many of you have some issues with Tyler Perry and whatnot, but that's what he did. He went and built his own studio. Not, you know, Anthony Mackie, I just did a video about him taking, you know, those MCU checks that he got, and he's building his own production studio down in New Orleans. What's stopping Will Smith from doing the same thing? Because despite how many people are feeling right now, because a lot of it is just feelings and emotions, Will Smith still has a strong name. There are still people out there that are supporting Will Smith. You have some people that are saying, oh, I'm not going to watch anything with Will Smith again. You know, I'm done with Will Smith and everything. And I said that a lot of that's because emotions are just high at the moment right now. And they're just going with whatever anyone else is saying. And a lot of people are saying that because they're going off of what everyone else is saying. And the thing is, if it was just to subside, they would end up realizing that they were just going with the flow at the time. That's why I can't stand the fake and phony outrage, because a lot of them are being mad for no reason. Like, you got Wanda Sykes coming out saying that she was traumatized. How interesting. She said she was traumatized by this because Amy Schumer said it literally hours before, and now all of a sudden you're feeling traumatized. Like, I don't get it. And I was going to make a separate video about this, but I said, you know what, let me go ahead now and just mention it here. Do you know that the FCC, that the FCC, they said they had 66 complaints to the FCC about the incident that happened at the Oscars. Now, keep in mind when Janet Jackson had the incident, well, with Justin Timberlake, because let's not act like she was by herself with this. I think they said that one had over 100,000 from the Super Bowl back in '04. And I said, that's interesting. They have all these complaints. I said, I wonder, did the FCC have all these complaints when George Floyd was dying for 9 minutes on camera and that was playing on an endless loop around the world back in 2020? Or did the FCC get any complaints when Mike Brown lay dead in the street for hours and that was shown on television? I don't remember hearing that either. It's amazing what they'll complain about. And we can just about guess and pinpoint who the party was that was upset. But yeah, all I'm gonna say is I think that Will Smith, one, he should take a little break, take some time, to wind down. I think based on what Town was talking about, Town Biz was talking about, I think Will Smith has a project that he's working on. After he's done with that project, I say like take a little time or whatever the case may be, and lay low a little bit, because like I said, like I don't know what the response is going to be now. I wonder if the people are going to stop talking or if they're going to continue to talk, because I want to believe that Will Smith is doing this because he wants the coverage of it to subside. I think that's probably what he wants to happen, so people can stop talking for a little bit. But now they're gonna have something new to talk about. Oh my God, did you hear Will Smith? He resigned from the Academy. Now, I don't know. I haven't read anything about maybe any statements that he's given as to why he's doing this. I'm just giving my speculation as to why he's doing it, because I'm not gonna say I don't believe what he's gonna say, but I don't know if he's gonna give the straightforward answer as to why he's doing it. He might give like a PC, a political correct response to why he's resigning from the Academy. But like I said, I think it's because he knew that they were probably going to throw him out. So in order to avoid that, in order to have people prove him right, I said he probably like cut my losses and I'm just going to resign. Because now it's like he's getting ahead of what's to come. He said, let me get out of here before they throw me out. And like Harvey was saying in his commentary about it, they were dogpiling on him. And they literally were. They were dogpiling on Will Smith all week. Like, this was every freaking where. You could not escape what happened a week ago. You couldn't. It was everywhere. There was no escaping it. And it's crazy because they have the Grammys tonight. Another big award ceremony. I said the only way that this could probably eclipse it is, they're going to have something occur. But the crazy part about it is you have the Grammys and they're going to ask the people probably about what happened a week ago. They keep asking people about it. Some of those people are over it. They just want to move on. But you got mainstream media that's keeping it in the news. That's what makes it very unbearable. But yeah, I'm sure that Will Smith is going to be able to recover from this. It's just that right now it's kind of messy. We can all admit that. It's a very sticky, messy situation. But yeah.
So I heard we get on bus. I ain't getting on that bus. I'm staying. Come on, let's go. Going by some side piece. We could go right now.
Honoring your father.
What did you just say? So I heard we get on bus. I ain't getting on that bus. I'm staying. Come on, let's go. Going by some side piece. We could go right now. What did you just say? So I heard we get on bus. I ain't getting on that bus. I'm staying. Come on, let's go. Going by some side piece. We could go right now.
Honoring your father is your.
What did you just say? So I heard we get on bus. I ain't getting on that bus. I'm staying. Come on, let's go. Going by some side piece. We could go right now.
Honoring your father is your first responsibility. So what's good, homies? It's your man, Dr. BOA. When you have a son, you want him to be the spitting image of you with some improvements on the things that you didn't know when you were younger. You never know if that's the case until your son is put in a situation to prove what he's learned from you, to prove how much he values your input in his life. Now, this is a little bit more difficult when you're not in the house with your son every day. But if you're a man and you got a family, this video is for you. If your son doesn't have your back like this, you're raising a mama's boy. Or she's raising a mama's boy, depending on how you want to look at it. Or she's raising a mama's boy, or she's raising a mama's boy, and you're allowing it to happen under your watch. Again, if you don't live in a household, it's a little bit more difficult to manage this full time. But somebody sent me a video on IG where this mom is dropping her kids off at school in the morning, and when her son, he looks to be, about around my son's age, somewhere between 10 and 13. And when he gets out the car, she says, "Hurry up, I'm about to go stop and see my side piece." He stopped in his tracks and spoke to his mom as if his dad was speaking through him, with no intent for disrespect, but checking that situation right there on behalf of his dad. And not be one of these kids that just goes along with whatever his mother said because he wants to protect his mother. And this is what you would hope your son does when you're not around. Let's take a look at this video, man, and we'll come back and chop it up on the real tip.
Tell me your son had his dad back without telling me.
Love y'all. I'm about to go by my side piece house, okay? Y'all have a good day. Wait, what? Hurry up and get on the bus. What did you just say? So I heard we get on the bus. I ain't getting on that bus. I'm staying. Come on, let's go. Going by some side piece. We could go right now. Come on, mama. It's too early in the morning for all this. Let's go. So I was just playing. Yeah, that's what I thought.
See, we live in a world where there's a bunch of mama's boys.
Stay. I'm about to go by my side piece house, okay? Y'all have a good day. Wait, what? Hurry up and get on the bus. What did you just say? So I heard we get on the bus. I ain't getting on that bus. I'm staying. Come on, let's go. Going by some side piece. We could go right now. Come on, mama. It's too early in the morning for all this. Let's go. So I was just playing. Yeah, that's what I thought.
See, we live in a world where there's a bunch of mama's boys who believe that protecting your mama is your first responsibility, but it's not. Honoring your father is your first responsibility. And in a godly / patriarchal world, that would be the case. And in this household, that is the case. Now, what you see is a young man, just a little kid, respectful to his mom, gets out of the car, says goodbye, love y'all. His mom says something that stops him right in his tracks. And he transforms instantly from her son to his father's son. See, this is what I want y'all to understand. One of the main problems in the household is that the father and mother want to be parents together. No, there is a mother, there is a father. There is two totally different interactions with that child. And this is how it must be with both boys and girls. So when he turns around, he automatically becomes his father's son. Why? Because his mother is doing something that will offend his father, that will hurt his father, that would harm his father. So it's not just about always protecting your mother from your father or protecting your mother from the world. When it's time for protection, when it's time to defend, when it's time to stand up and honor, you honor your mother and your father. If you notice, when you hear it in church, it says, honor thy mother and father, so thy days on earth shall be prolonged. But the original text says, honor thy father and mother, so thy days on the earth shall be prolonged. Now, I know you may say it doesn't matter. Even women will say,
well, that don't matter. See, that's just semantics. You just want to change the narrative again. It don't matter which one first.
If it don't matter which one first, then let's go back to the original text. When the text was changed, it mattered. That's why it was changed. So when you see a situation like this, man, you really have to feel good as a man to know that, you know, there's at least one man out here that is fully connected with his son. And this is your goal. This is why you have to communicate with your son. You have to communicate with him as a man talking to a boy. And as he matures, you interact with him as a man talking to a teenager, as a man talking to a young man, as a man talking to a young adult. And then eventually you get to where you're talking to him man to man. He earns their respect. You give it to him. But you have to teach him how to earn it. I don't talk to my son like a kid. I don't go play ball with my son. That's for my son to do with some kids. So what I want you men to understand is this. This is the type of connection that you can have with your son. If it's not your son, you're never going to have this type of connection. There is no stepdad who's going to have this type of connection, because this is a spiritual bond between a son and his father, where the son feels like, if you offended my father, it feels like you're offending me. It hurts like you're offending me. It angers me like you're offending me. That's a spiritual connection. That's because this boy is a representation of that man, not just in the way he looks, but in the way he's built, the way he was created. And I want you men to understand that this is the outlook you must have when you're dealing with your woman and y'all got a child or children. You must make her understand, make sure she understands that your interaction with those children and hers are two different things. You let her be a mother over there, and then you go over there and be a father. This isn't a teamwork makes the dream work thing. This is you being a father, which is something that is very important to every single child on this planet. You have to be the best father you can be. And in ideal situations, you are in the household with your children. I'm telling you, I can tell you this from experience. Not being in the household with your child creates a barrier that you have to figure out how to circumvent and overcome, but you can never fully overcome it, because fatherhood is a daily interaction, necessary engagement. Let's try that again. It is a daily interaction, necessary engagement with your son. You have to be able to do it on a daily basis. So when you can't be there, then you got to call. You got to be able to, you got to create that type of understanding where your son's first line of defense is you. And also you want to create where if somebody accosts you or somebody does something or somebody says something, that your son jumps to your defense. He should be bothered by it the same way he would be bothered by it if someone says something about his mother. And I ask you men this, all of you men, if you right now had a disagreement with your wife and you decided that you wanted to get physical, would your children, your son included, help their mother? Would they simply try to break it up, or would they start to help her physically engage with you? Now, let's reverse that. What if that same situation occurs and she's getting the best of you? Simply because you don't want to take it there. But are those children going to help you? Are they going to just try to break it up? Or are they going to defend you the way they defend her? In the real world, the way the world is intended to be, your son would defend you, just like modern children.
Eagles are the real king of birds, with smashing claws and beak. Fast, strong, with powerful wings and keen eyesight. Eagles are the ideal predators. They have great courage, as it does not fear even from large and predatory animals. It It won't waste effort to get to its prey and attack without mercy. If you want to see some of the most powerful birds of prey in action, please don't go anywhere. Let's get started. 9 Top Worst Cruel Hunting Moment of the Hungry Eagle. Number 9. Monitor lizards. This martial eagle is the largest eagle in Africa, it catching one of Africa's largest lizards and rips its eyes apart as it tries to escape. According to Filmer, it took about 5 hours for the lizard to finally give up, and so the eagle finally succeeded with the catch and enjoy its tasty meal for dinner. Did you know eagle beak and claws are dangerous weapons? Once the claws closed, it is impossible to break out. In this video you can see, another martial eagle killed 4-foot Africa's largest lizards. The first part of the lizard it consumed was the eggs, its excellent meal for the eagle. This monitor lizard was able to carry the eagle right across the road. The martial eagle waited until the lizard had no energy left for fight, then pinned it down for the Last Supper. Number 8. Eagle hunting snake. The brown snake eagle is one of the largest species of birds in their family. As their name suggests, their plumage is completely brown, and they primarily feed on snakes. They are not immune to the venom of any venomous snake, but these predatory birds are very proficient in killing and catching their prey. This white-bellied sea eagle feeds mainly off aquatic animals, such as fish, turtles, and sea snakes. As you can see in this clip, the snake attempt to fight back. Even in midair, he can still bite. But biting an enemy in midair is not easy. And finally the eagle brings the snake back to the nest to feed its family. This crested serpent eagle is a medium-sized bird of prey that is found in forested habitats across tropical Asia. This bird usually hunts from a high perch at the edges of clearings, in forests, and on wet grassland areas. Eagles are one of the many predators of snakes in the wild, despite not being immune to snake venom. They would attack snakes from above, catch the snake, and crush them with their talons. As you can see in this clip, this eagle dismembers a snake with its sharply pointed and strong beak and ate it. Number 7. Swans. This shocking video shows a massive white-tailed eagle eating a baby swan. But this baby swan is too little for their dinner. The white-tailed eagles are carnivores. Their diet consists only of meat. They eat about 500 to 600 grams of food per day. The white-tailed eagle is an apex predator, with no natural predators of its own. The only threats it faces are from humans. Next, this white-tailed eagle goes for the kill on the fly, and battles it out with a goose in the water. The eagle's sudden and rapid attack makes the hunt almost always successful. The goose tries to escape, but it's just not happening. A goose doesn't have any chance of surviving. Once the claws closed, it is impossible to break out. The goose is then floated to the nearest bank, where it can be eaten. However, the goose appears to be alive when it is being preyed upon, which is cruel and disturbing to us, but that's just the way nature rules. Number 6. Rabbit. Hawks prey on small mammals including rabbits. Any mammals they do catch will be eaten. Hawks don't kill for fun but for their own survival. This hawk spots the quarry of jackrabbit, but speedy jackrabbit won't be easy to catch. They run as fast as 40 miles an hour and leap 10 feet. But not at this time. The Harris hawk do not hunting alone. It prefers to hunt in a group, and it can be deadly, even for a speedy jackrabbit. And at the end, it ended up being a nice meal for this Harris's hawk family. In this clip we can see, this hawk catches the rabbit and pinned it to the ground. There is no chance for the rabbit to escape, and the hawk slowly begin to dismember it. But what a surprise, the rabbit appears to be alive when it is being preyed upon. I guess this hawk wait until the rabbit have no energy left for fight, then eat it for lunch. Number 5. Eagle hunting birds. The African fish eagle is a large species of eagle, found throughout sub-Saharan Africa near wide open waters. They are carnivores and feed mainly on fish. However, they also prey on birds, as you can see in this clip. This African fish eagle has superiority and launches an attack in mid-air with precision, and it ended up being a nice meal. The hawks are one of the primary predators and natural enemies of pigeons, also been known to chow down on pigeons, but it's not a staple of the animal's diet. This shocking clip shows a hawk attacks a pigeon and the hawk begins to pull feathers out of the pigeon, before eventually getting to the meaty parts. As you can see in this clip, this iguana is powerful and keeps trying to escape into the water, but it's too late. The hawk clamps its talons on it and injured the iguana. It doesn't take much time. Once the hawk feels the iguana is either weak enough or just plain dead, it take off with it. Number 3. Eagle hunting mountain goat. Since mountain goats live in the highlands, they can easily spotted by eagles. As you can see in this video, eagles are incredibly powerful. 150-pound goat was lifted into the air and dropped it down a rocky cliff. This eagle hopes that the power of gravity will kill its prey, and this is not the first time this kind of behavior has been documented on film. This golden eagle has incredible grip and amazing hunting technique for subduing the chamois. The eagle started by grabbing the goat with its sharp talons and attempt to drag it down the mountain cliff. The goat runs down the mountain and trying desperately to rid of the attacking eagle, but it's not easy. As it runs down, they both crash into huge rock, but the eagle's still hanging on. However, the goat drags the eagle on the ground, and even for this tenacious eagle it's too much. I guess its wing were damaged along the way. And finally the goat escapes. Number 2. Monkeys. This crowned eagle just killed a Mongol monkey. As we can see in this clip, the eagle attempting to take off with its prey, but it's too heavy. The eagle became restless and flew into a nearby tree, leaving its prey on the side of the road. This harpy eagle is one most powerful raptor with its incredible razor-sharp vision. Its eyes can spot prey from over 2 miles away. The harpy did not want to wait any longer, and immediately caught the monkey in the tree branch. Finally, this harpy eagle bring its killed back to the nest to feed its family. Monkey is excellent meal for this bird of prey. Nature isn't always sweet, and it is part of nature food chain. Number 1. Eagle hunting fox. This golden eagle spotted a fox in the plain. The fox sensed the danger started to run as fast as it could. And you can see how the eagle tries to grab a running fox. The accurate blows of the eagle huge talon, leaving the fox no chance to escape. Check out how powerful this eagle is as it hold down a fox. It is not small prey, it's a fox, so it's so impressive. This is unbelievable clip. This eagle take off with a 30-pound fox clamped in its talons. Sometimes nature is cruel, even terrifying, withal majestically beautiful. I hope you enjoy this video. Please subscribe and give us a like. Don't forget check out our other videos and
sometimes a prey will outsmart them or just plain overpower them. Have you ever seen this clip? This impala is sipping water in the wild, and crocodile comes out of the water. And this guanaco is not an easy prey for this cougar's family. It's a big prey, almost 3 times the size of female cougar. If you want to see some of the amazing prey escapes on Lucky Predators, please don't go anywhere. Let's get started. 9 amazing moments of prey escapes predators. Number 9, wildebeest versus lion. Here we have a wildebeest struggling to escape the attack of 2 young lions. These 2 lions try to take down a wildebeest, but it's not easy. Oh, look at that wildebeest horn. The lion was stuck and appears not to know how to bite down correctly. After an hour fighting, the wildebeest got away because the lions couldn't always win. In this video, a lion is being crushed by wildebeest. The wildebeest too large and strong for this lion. Oh, it's slamming into the lion. There is no other choice for this lion but to leave this prey. This is the most amazing wildebeest escape I have ever seen. A soaring wildebeest leaped over 2 hungry lionesses, kicking one in the head and continuing on the run. Once past them, he headed for the river, and 4 more lionesses hiding unseen in the grass joined the chase, skirting round the water. But the wildebeest keeps running and disappears out of view into the dense undergrowth. Number 8, zebra versus crocodile. This shocking video shows a zebra leg stuck in a crocodile's mouth. The zebra is pulling as hard as it can, but crocodile have strong grip and almost impossible to escape. This zebra never gives up and keeps trying pulling its leg, but the monster won't let go. Oh, look at the zebra in attempt to fight back by biting the crocodile. And with little luck, the zebra able to escape. However, the zebra's leg is in very bad shape, and it will become easy prey for another predators. In this horrifying video, we see the struggle zebras face as they try to cross a river full of hungry crocodiles. This zebra is fighting for its life. The crocodile never give up and keep trying to grab the zebra into the water. Luckily, the zebra manages to escape and hobbles out of the water, as a couple of other zebra waiting near the river bank. Number 7, mountain goat escapes snow leopard. The snow leopards have evolved to live in some of the harshest conditions on Earth. They are perfectly adapted for live in one of the world's highest mountain ranges. However, the snow leopard does not follow the goat into the river. I guess he hates water. Number 6, impala escapes crocodile. This impala is sipping water, while hungry monster lurking below surface. Sometimes they have to risk their lives just to drink water. Oh, look at this. Crocodile jumps out of the water and tries to grab this impala. Luckily, impala had quick reactions to avoid the monster pull it into the water. This video shows another impala escapes a crocodile. Crocodile jumps out of the water and tries to snare it, but because of its quick reaction and reflexes, this impala has survives at this time. Here's another incredible footage that was filmed. This impala being caught by huge crocodile. The impala attempt to break free and jump out of the water. But in the bush, another hungry predator spots the impala in the water. As the unlucky impala managed to escape the crocodile, it was ambushed and caught by the leopard. Number 5, rabbit escapes. This eagle attempt chases down the rabbit, which at the last moment turned to his face pursuer. Oh, look at that. The rabbit spins up into the air away from sharp talons and make incredible escape. This clip shows the rabbit on run from two hunting dogs. The dogs think it will be an easy hunt, but they didn't know how the rabbit moved yet. The dogs struggle to keep up, but the rabbit zigzags all over the place so that it makes the dogs dizzy. Oh, he's zigzagging all over their face. The dog is getting frustrated chasing that rabbit. Finally, the dogs are slowing down and give up. The rabbit has manages to escape and vanished in the bush. Number 4. Guanaco versus Cougar. Guanaco, or Llama guanaco, are South American member of the camel family. They live on land high in the Andes Mountains, up to 13,000 feet above sea level. Like camels, guanacos can survive for long periods without drinking. Grass makes up their main diet, although they also browse from trees. The primary predators of guanacos are cougars. As you can see in this video, this cougar attempted to take down a female guanaco, but this guanaco is not an easy prey for this cougar. It's a big prey, almost 3 times the size of female cougar. Let's see how this plays out. This guanaco fights back and continues to run, which sent the cougar slamming into the ground several times. Even though she's hunt and pack with her cub, guanaco is still a difficult prey to take down. Finally, this guanaco managed to escape from its predators. This cougar's family did everything right, but they still didn't make it. Number 3. Giraffe escapes lion. Giraffes are the world's tallest mammals. These long legs allow giraffes to run as fast as 35 miles an hour over short distances and cruise comfortably at 10 miles an hour over longer distances. Giraffe can kick with a force of 2,000 pounds per square inch, and its kick can kill a lion. This giraffe realizes she's being pursued by a pride of lion. She quickens her pace and starts galloping. This lion attempt to close in on the giraffe has a slim chance of bringing down. It's not an easy task. With single strike, a giraffe can kill a lion, but they may have other choice. The pride need food. Look at this. This lioness trying to ambush the giraffe. Oh, this lioness was kicked in the face. It might hurt a lot and can kill this lioness. Number 2. Impala escapes leopard. Here we have a pair of male antelope fighting. Usually they fight for supremacy. After about 10 minutes of fighting, they don't realize in the bush a hungry predator spots them and waits for them to get tired. Without waiting long, the leopard make a sudden and rapid attack, but other antelope doesn't seem to realize what's happening to his opponent and keeps fighting. The leopard managed to take down the antelope, but this antelope not easy meal. He attempt to fight back. Oh, yes. The antelope managed to escape with a few scratches, and the leopard gives up and abandons the hunt. Always make a kill. Number 1. Warthog escapes. The warthog is a tough, sturdy animal, and they are not easy prey to kill. Although warthogs look ferocious, they are basically grazers. They eat grass and plants. When startled or threatened, warthogs can be surprisingly fast, running at speeds of up to 30 miles an hour. As you can see in this clip, this leopard tries to take a baby warthog, but the mother reflexively crashed into it and flipping the leopard into the air. In the wild, drinking at waterhole is very dangerous, and the risks have to be weighed up. As you can see in this clip, this warthog comes for a drink at waterhole, and suddenly huge crocodile fires out of the water, but luckily the warthog had quick reactions to avoid the reptile grab it into the water. I hope you enjoyed this video. Please subscribe and give us a like.
Eagles are the real king of birds, with smashing claws and beak.
Any grammar,
Fast, strong, with powerful wings and keen eyesight.
right. Yeah, isn't right.
I'm telling you right. Well, you better quit following me then. Because your ass.
If there are any grammar that's not right.
Any grammar ain't right.
Yeah, isn't right.
I'm telling you right. Well, you better quit following me then. Because your ass, you're going to have to come out of retirement.
I correct you all the time.
Huh?
I correct you all the time. All day, every day.
Correct me for what?
Hey guys, it's your girl Melanie, and yeah, we're about to get into Steve Harvey checking a woman on live TV. Here we go.
Hi.
How you doing today?
Good, good.
Good. I really need your help.
Okay.
I have a Mountain Dew addiction, and it's very serious. On a daily basis, I can drink like 5 to 6 cans of Mountain Dew. It's my wake-up drink, my breakfast drink, my just because drink, I need it right now kind of drink.
Yeah.
I've tried to quit cold turkey, Steve. I seriously did. But it's like in a few days, I'm right back at it. I just got to have the Mountain Dew. I'm not sure why I crave it. I don't know if it's the sugar.
Okay, this screams clout demon to me. It's like she came to the show, right, and the audience tickets, and they were just like, does anybody have anything they want to ask Steve? And is there something weird about you or something that's, you know, a little bit off or quirky? And it's like this woman dug up anything she could, and she's going to ask Steve, who is not a dieting expert, who is not an addiction expert, who anything like that, about her Mountain Dew addiction. What does that have? These clout demon questions, y'all, they just be throwing me. Like, just baby girl.
You got to help me out, Steve. Have you ever had such a bad habit that you just couldn't quit?
Now, somebody said cigars, but it's not a nasty habit to me. It's not. I'm just no, it's not. Cigars are great. No, it's not. No, it's not a nasty habit. No, and it's not even a habit. I do it all the time because I want to. Give her the. Who the hell did Dr. Oz get in here? Go.
Steve,
what's wrong?
Y'all, on site, she correcting him. She's saying something to him in the audience while this is another woman's question. To me right now, she's giving off a Karen vibe. She even has like that teacher Karen look where, you know,
5 to 6 cans of Mountain Dew. It's my wake-up drink, my breakfast drink, my just because drink, I need it right now kind of drink.
Yeah.
I've tried to quit cold turkey, Steve. I seriously did. But it's like in a few days, I'm right back at it. I just got to have the Mountain Dew. I'm not sure why I crave it. I don't know if it's the sugar.
Okay, this screams clout demon to me. It's like she came to the show, right, and the audience tickets, and they were just like, does anybody have anything they want to ask Steve? And is there something weird about you or something that's, you know, a little bit off or quirky? And it's like this woman dug up anything she could, and she's going to ask Steve, who is not a dieting expert, who is not an addiction expert, who anything like that, about her Mountain Dew addiction. What does that have? These clout demon questions, y'all, they just be throwing me. Like, just baby girl. Okay.
You got to help me out, Steve. Have you ever had such a bad habit that you just couldn't quit?
Now, somebody said cigars, but it's not a nasty habit to me. It's not. No, it's not. Cigars are great. No, it's not. No, it's not a nasty habit. No, and it's not even a habit. I do it all the time because I want to. Give her the. Who the hell did Dr. Oz get in here? Go.
Steve,
what's wrong?
Y'all, on site, she correcting him. She's saying something to him in the audience while this is another woman's question. To me right now, she's giving off a Karen vibe. She even has like that teacher Karen look where, you know what I'm saying? Like she always has something to say. So they just can't let a man live. They always got something to say.
Oh, Steve, I came all the way from West Point, Mississippi. I have to get my piece in. Those cigars are bad.
No, who told you that?
I know. My daughter is a nurse. She's a nurse practitioner. She knows.
Stand up, nurse. Give your nurse, because you ain't no nurse. Give her the mic.
I am.
Do you know anybody that has died from smoking cigars?
Not from cigars. But
Thank you. Thank you. Stand up, mama. Stand up.
All right, Steve. But I have an addiction also. I'm a Facebook junkie. I'm a retired English teacher. I get on Facebook just to grade other people's posts.
Y'all, an English teacher. Did I say a teacher? I have not watched this segment before, but did I say she looks like a teacher? And an English teacher, I cannot stand what I call, grammar Nazis. People who, they just have to correct everything on social media. If you post it wrong, if you have the right punctuation. I know some of y'all are probably like that in the comments. You can't stand to see that. And I get it. There's sometimes I can't stand misspellings and things. But she just says she has an addiction to go on Facebook and to grade people's posts, grade their English, and to correct them. Can you imagine living with this woman who is constantly fixing what you say and has to be right? So her daughter proved Steve right, and now she's moved on to something else.
If there are any grammar that's not right,
Any grammar ain't right.
Yeah, is it right?
I'm telling you right. Well, you better quit following me then. Because your ass, you going to have to come out of retirement.
I correct you all the time.
Huh?
I correct you all the time. All day, every day.
Correct me for what?
Family Feud. Family Feud. These people want to win. They save some money. Themselves some money.
These people want to win. These people do want to win. These people wants to win some money.
Not they sell some money, themselves some money. Themselves.
They want to wear what?
Themselves some money, not they sell.
They want to win themselves some money.
Y'all, think of how entitled this woman is. Like she says, she sits up all day, every day, correcting his grammar on Family Feud. He's a comedian. Like I know a lot of guys got a lot of smoke for him and all that, but they're not sitting up all day, every day just to essentially hate watch. She's basically saying she hate watches him because she wants to correct his English. Like, and the sad reality is there's so many women like this who are just constantly nitpicking. Everything's an issue. Everything's a problem. She sits up and waits for him to do something wrong so that she can correct it. Can you imagine living with someone like that? That poor daughter. I mean, I'm not saying she's not a good mom and things like that, but like, why don't you have anything better to do than to sit around and always, you're so entitled. You think you're so much better than everyone else because you were a English teacher. So it's now your job to correct all the grammar of the world. Like, get a life, lady, honestly. And I hate having to speak to my elders like that, but right here, she's out of pocket. And it's just deranged. A lot of these people that come on his show to ask for help, I think they need mental health counseling.
I don't know them, they. They want to win themselves some money.
Themselves some money.
Themselves?
Yeah. I'm an English teacher. It bothers me. Makes my ears hurt.
That bothers me.
It bothers me. That's why I'm here to bother
Themselves?
you, Steve. I came all the way here to bother you.
Like, see, they drove here themselves.
Themselves.
No, they drove here themselves.
Themselves.
They drove here themselves.
Themselves.
No, not them. No.
Yes.
Y'all, the need to be right. She keeps grabbing the mic and correcting him, and Steve saying, no, I want to say it how I want to say it. I've become a multimillionaire talking the way I talk, saying things the way I say, because it's funny, it's for inflection, it's for effect. But for her, you must speak Queen's English in order to do anything. And here she is, I'm not trying to be funny, a basic, schmegular woman who thinks she's going to correct somebody who's made a living off of the way he speaks and how he talks to people. It's part of his comedy shtick to speak like that? What comedian speaks in proper English? But she needs to be right. She doesn't even know. She's on this man's show. She came all the way here to correct him. And some of y'all mad at your girlfriend. Some of y'all mad at your wife and your mama or whoever, your sister, whoever's in your life. Some of you guys and women, you're mad at people like that. But they not coming all the way cross country just to correct you. And in your house, imagine somebody coming all the way to your house as a guest, and they're correcting how you're living. They're correcting how you're speaking. But this woman's need to be right is so intense. She's going to argue with him, and she has to win no matter what. There could be no concession. He has to bow down to her. Ooh, Lord, this woman.
They did, Steve.
No, they drove here themselves. And it's not even they, it's they. They drove here themselves. Who does that? Who does that? Why are you spending your life trying to use proper grammar when clearly that ain't necessary? That ain't necessary. Give her the mic.
It is necessary, Steve.
Why?
Because I'm an English teacher, and it bothers me when you don't do that.
Look here.
It's all about her. So because it's necessary because she's an English teacher and she don't like it. Lady, who died and made you God? Like, she really, think of the goal, the actual goal to come on a man's show to disrespect constantly. And she's laughing now because everybody's laughing at her. She thinks that they're all laughing with her. No, they're laughing at you, ma'am. But can you imagine? Like, now, I would want a woman like this as a lawyer, okay? There's certain circumstances. As a doctor, if she was a doctor, she was nitpicky like that. I want my doctor like that. I want my lawyer like that. There's certain, my accountant like that. I want nitpicky people for certain things. But when they're doing their job, he is not your student, ma'am. He is not your child. But she is willing to, can you imagine, she is dressing down a grown man on his show, multimillionaire, and she's in his house, and she even feels so inside that she can correct him on his show. Her personal life, woo, baby.
That's a note. Look at him. Look here. Look here. Everything I say gonna bother you.
It is. But I still love you. But
I love you too.
But I can correct you.
No, don't do that.
With you. I want to.
Don't do that.
But it bothers me, Steve.
I ain't finna talk no other kind of way. I ain't finna talk no other kind of way.
Not finished, Steve. Not finished.
I can't tell if she got a wedding ring on. I don't know if she got a man or not, but any woman, let me just speak to him right now. She thinks he wants to do it his way. He wants to speak how he wants to speak. He wants to do what he wants to do. And if we as women, if you think about it, we want to nitpick men on how they're doing something, why they're doing something, because it bothers us, because we don't like it. We're entitled to push our way onto a man. We're entitled to push what we want. Men in general are not nitpicky like that with women. They'll bring up something maybe once in a while or whatever. But let's be honest, ladies, this woman, is a classic example of where nothing will stop her from being right. And she really thought, what did she think? That she was going to come to Steve Harvey's show and he going to say, you know what? You're right, grandmother. I should speak how you want me to speak because it bothers you. You are that important. Not my own autonomy, not me being my own person, but because you're bothered, I must correct this. Look at how entitled she is. But anyway, guys, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about this. Woo, I feel like this is a Karen 101. She's doing it in kind of like a joking manner, but let's be honest. Well, she wasn't joking. People laughed and made it a joke. But she is serious, and she sees nothing wrong with it. But anyway, okay. Let me know what you guys think. Leave a comment, and also hit subscribe. I've gained a crazy amount of subscribers in a very short amount of time. I'm very thankful for this. It's kind of hard to believe because I've had almost, actually, if I looked at the data, in the past 30 days, almost 60,000 subscribers in 60 days. Now, I know that slows down and goes up and down, but I just want to say thank you to anyone who subscribed. I plan on doing a live very soon to celebrate, so we can, you know, you guys can ask me questions and we can just have a good time. But until then, I'll see you in the next one.
What's good, everybody? It's your boy, O'Shea.
If there are any grandma.
Ladies and gentlemen, the birds have laid eggs 1 month earlier than normal. And see, they're trying to blame it on climate change. I'm not fully buying it. You know, life has changed in such a dramatic way for everybody globally, especially over these last 2 years. And sometimes we kind of overlook how life has changed for these animals as well. And, you know, I remember when I was a child, the old folks would say, if you want to know if something's wrong, watch the animals. The animals will always tell you if something is wrong. Now, some people may have noticed this, but I don't think everybody does because it's just not the norm for us to get up and pay attention to how many eggs birds are laying, not unless you're in that kind of business. All right, so it turns out that birds are laying their eggs earlier than before, and eggshell evidence point to climate change, and I'm not fully buying that. A new analysis published in the Journal of Animal Ecology shows that the average egg laying dates have moved up by nearly a month for 72 species of birds in the upper Midwest region. A 120-year-old collection of eggshells held by the Chicago's Field Museum helped hatch an investigation in a national group of research. The museum houses hundreds of shells, most of which were collected before the 1920s, along with data about the type of birds and the eggs that were laid. Scientists also use records of bird nesting observation taken in Chicago area between 1880 and 1920 and about 1990 to 2015. Over time, researchers found that the average egg laying date moved up for a variety of species in Chicago, and overall, birds lay eggs advance by an average of 25.1 days, with less shift for residential species and a wider shift for short and long distance migrants. So even migrating birds are laying their eggs ahead, you know, and along with songbirds that are all around you, including pigeons. This is even happening to them. So it's happening overall to birds all around us. The animals studied aren't just early birds, they are sensitive to climate shifts. The researchers found that small changes in temperature, approximately using carbon dioxide data from over the years, affected the birds' laying patterns. Climate change have shifted seasonal rhythms of animals and plants, which affects everything from bird food to bird habitats and can place birds in competition with one another for insects and other food sources. The earlier and warmer springs have accompanied human-caused climate change, can effectively strand birds that are born earlier in their traditional food sources. The study points to just not the urgency of human cause climate change, but also a variety of historic observation to modern science, combining archival data that modern observation researchers write will provide the ability to track, understand, and perhaps even predict responses to present a future human-driven environmental change. Well, how do you know they're not changing back to the way they were before? I mean, who's to say a month earlier was not the norm for them in the first place? You know? I mean, this has been a rough life for them as well. We know it's been pure hell for us. We know that for certain, you know? But y'all, please tell me what you think. You know, like I said, how do we know they're not evolving back to the way it used to be? Only the birds would know. We sure wouldn't know. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the
America is not a racist country.
You know, I can't believe we are still talking about reparation panels and putting groups of people together on a task force and all that stuff when you didn't need none of them things for the Ukraine. You gave those Ukrainian all kinds of money. And my brothers and sisters also paid into those tax dollars that you gave away to people that are not citizens, don't live here, and never made a contribution here at all. So they got all of the money. But here in the United States, even in California, that's dealing with reparations right now, they're still talking about reparation panels. This is just unbelievable. So I'm going to go ahead and play this audio from Fox News.
Black reparations panel could decide who gets compensation. California's task force on reparations is members divided on which Black Americans should be able to get compensation as a result of the slave system. California's first in the nation task force on reparations is at a crossroads, with members divided on which Black Americans should be eligible for compensation as atonement for a slave system that officially ended with the Civil War but reverberates to this day. Some members want to limit financial and other compensation to descendants of enslaved people, while others say that all Black people in the U.S., regardless of lineage, suffer from systemic racism in housing, education, and employment. The task force could vote on eligibility on Tuesday after putting it off last month. Governor Gavin Newsom signed legislation creating the two-year reparations task force in 2020, making California the only state to move ahead with a study and plan with a mission to study the institution of slavery and its harms, and to educate the public about its findings. The committee is not even a year into its two-year process, and there is no compensation plan of any kind on the table. But there is broad agreement among advocates of the need for multifaceted remedies for related yet separate harms, such as slavery, Jim Crow laws, mass incarceration, and redevelopment that resulted in displacement of Black communities. Compensation could include free college, assistance buying homes and launching businesses, and grants to churches and community organizations, advocates say. Yet the eligibility question has dogged the group since its inaugural meeting in June, when viewers called in pleading with the 9-member group to devise targeted proposals and cash payments to make whole the descendants of people enslaved in the U.S. Pamela Moore, the committee's chair, said she expects robust discussion at Tuesday's meeting, which will include testimony from genealogists. She favors eligibility based on lineage rather than race, saying it will have the best chance of surviving a legal challenge in a conservative U.S. Supreme Court. A reparations plan based on race would attract hyper-aggressive challenges that could have very negative implications for other states looking to do something similar, or even for the federal government, she said. Everyone's looking to what we are going to do, she said. California Secretary of State Shirley Weber, who authored the legislation creating the task force, had argued passionately in January for prioritizing descendants for generations of forced labor, broken family ties, and police terrorism. The daughter of sharecroppers forced to flee Arkansas in the dead of night, she recalled how the legacy of slavery broke her family and stunted their ability to dream of anything beyond survival. Opening up compensation to Black immigrants or even descendants of slaves from other countries would leave you as descendants with mere pennies, she said. But members at February's meeting, nearly all of whom can trace their families back to enslaved ancestors, questioned the need to rush on a pivotal question bound to shape reparations deliberations across the country. Task Force member Lisa Holder shared a poignant story of losing her child at delivery because the medical staff did not take seriously the concerns of a young Black woman who knew something was wrong with her baby, she said. In the U.S., Black mothers are far more likely to experience a pregnancy-related death than white women. No one asked me if my ancestors were enslaved in the United States or if they were enslaved in Jamaica or if they were enslaved in Barbados, said Holder, a civil rights attorney. We have to embrace this concept that Black lives matter, not just a sliver of those Black lives, because Black lives are in danger, especially today. Critics say that California has no obligation to pay up given that the state did not practice slavery and did not enforce Jim Crow laws that segregated Black people from white people in the southern states. But testimony provided to the committee shows California and local governments were complicit in stripping Black people of their wages and property, preventing them from building wealth to pass down to their children. Their homes were raised for redevelopment, and they were forced to live in predominantly minority neighborhoods and couldn't get bank loans that would allow them to purchase property. Today, Black residents are 5% of the state's population, but overrepresented in jails, prison, and homeless population. And Black homeowners continue to face discrimination in the form of home appraisals that are significantly lower than if the house were in a white neighborhood or the homeowners are white, according to testimony. Nkechi Tefa, director of the Reparation Education Project, is among longtime advocates who are thrilled the discussion has gone mainstream. But she's baffled by the idea of limiting reparations to people who can show lineage when ancestry is not easy to document, and slave owners frequently moved people among plantations in the U.S., the Caribbean, and South America. I guess I tend to be more inclusive rather than exclusive, she said, and maybe it's a fear of limitation, that there's not enough money to go around. California Assemblyman Reginald Jones Sawyer, a member of the task force, said there is no question that descendants of slaves are the priority, but he said the task force also needs to stop ongoing harm and prevent future harm from racism. It's in the system, it's in our laws. It's in how we treat one another. It's how we talk to one another, he said. And no amount of money will make that go away. A report is due by June with a reparations proposal due by July 2023 for the legislature to consider turning into law.
Okay. Yeah, well, California didn't have slave laws, but California certainly participated in all the discrimination. You participated in sabotaging the Black residents that were there. You fully participated in a whole host of things that held our people down. So, no, you don't get off the hook. None of you states do. None. Zero. And ladies and gentlemen, no, I think it should go to just the descendants of slaves. You can distinguish that very easy. You can even do that through vital statistics, ladies and gentlemen. They can trace your parents and your grandparents and their grandparents. Don't let these people try to make you believe this can't be done. It certainly can. I mean, otherwise, how would most of us that have done our family trees, we can go all the way back several hundred years. Okay, so if that can be done, let's not try to act all brand new. And why can't Joe Biden just sit down and do a stroke of a pen like he does for all of that Ukrainian money? You know, this committee, a 2-year committee for that. And I just saw Sheila Jackson Lee running her mouth in the news recently about HR 40 and try to do something to get it passed and all this stuff. Nobody wants to hear that. You just passed and gave money to a whole different nation of people. You didn't need no panel. You didn't need no committees. You didn't need no task force. You didn't need to do it for 2 years before you handed over the money. All of that is just smoke screen crap that you give to black people. You don't give that to anyone else. Why didn't you tell those Ukrainians that you got to put together a committee and a task force before they can get the money? You didn't do none of that. And you certainly didn't tell them you don't have the money like you try to tell us. You don't tell them that. This is a bunch of BS. Get it done the same way you got it done for the Ukrainians. That's what you do. And make sure you don't leave out anybody, you know, all of the bywords from centuries ago that you called us all the way up until now. Those people, those are the ones that you want to give reparations to. I mean, let's face it, especially you can't go by all of the people here just because we may look the same when it comes down to our melanin. Why would it be that way? But then again, America's real big on giving money to people that don't even belong here. Okay? They got their issues in a whole different part of the world, and you have fully concerned yourself with that situation and given away all of our damn money. Y'all, please tell me what you think about what California is trying to do. The only thing y'all need to do is talk about the money, get the money issued out to the people in California, and do it as quickly as you did it for the Ukrainians. Aren't even citizens here. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace, family.
Hey, Dr. Bernard here. This is medicine. It's for muscle aches and pains, and you apply it to the skin. There's a label on the box that's required by law here in the United States, and it tells you how to take it. It says apply to affected area. If the area is not affected, might not want to apply it there, just like this patient will find out. I make a new video every month, so if you hit subscribe and the bell to get notifications, we can read all the references to subject matter and related cases linked in the description below together. A boy rubbed an entire tube of pain relief cream on all the parts in between his legs. this is what happened to his brain. CG is a 16-year-old boy presenting to the emergency room with abdominal pain, headache, and polyuria. Poly meaning many and uria referring to urine. He was urinating excessively. Earlier the day before, CG was with his friends. They like to make fun of where they lived. It's a boring place. Nothing ever happens, but this time they were going to make something happen. One of the friends, Jake, had recently strained his neck when he slept funny one night. Looking for some kind of therapy, Jake found pain relief cream. He heard it had some medicine in it, but it's also minty. You'll feel a burn. You'll focus on that burn and you won't feel the pain anymore. Jake applied some of this cream on his neck, and then right after he had to use the bathroom. The hand that applied the cream made contact with all the parts in between his legs. Immediately after putting his pants back on, Jake could feel his groin go from ice cold to burning hot as he spent the next 30 minutes in a world of hurt to the point where he felt nauseous. If there's a way to get someone to rub a whole tube of this cream in between their legs, it'll be the funniest thing I'll ever see, he thought. One day, while everyone was hanging out, Jake ate a piece of 3-week-old pizza, and that pizza came right back up. As the friends laughed in his face, he felt embarrassed, but then he seized the opportunity. He challenged them. Eat a piece of the pizza, or rub a tube of this pain relief cream in between your legs. One or the other, otherwise you're not leaving my house. Clearly, this was a nonsense game played by a group of bored teenagers, but they were determined. One of the friends ate the pizza while the others watched, and that pizza came right back up. Pain relief cream is just minty lotion, the other friend said. They use it in hospitals all the time, so it's safe for everyone. As CG opened the tube, immediately after slathering a handful of the cream on all the parts in between his legs, CG wasn't sure what he was feeling. It felt cold, not really that uncomfortable at first, but then the burn started to settle in. As the minutes passed, he felt like someone had put a blowtorch to his groin and started searing it like a steak. As the pain intensified, he started to panic. The friends said that even more cream will help neutralize it, because if there's too much cream in the area, none of it can absorb into the skin, so this is totally like an antidote to itself. But then the hurt got worse as he rubbed the rest of the tube in. As CG tried to wash it off, it burned even more. Everything was red and irritated. He felt like there was a chemical burn on his groin feeding into his rear. As the hour continued, the pain started to fade. At first, it seemed like everything was over, but then CG started to feel like the air coming out of his nose was hotter than normal. He laid down on the floor, and everyone noticed that he was gasping for air. He didn't realize that he was breathing this way because when someone asked, he had no idea that he was doing it. As the hours passed, a high-pitched ringing started playing in his ears that wouldn't go away, and the music the friends were playing in the house started shifting in pitch. His chest was pounding, his arms and legs felt weak. He would urinate every couple minutes like he had chugged gallons of water, but he didn't drink anything. When he went to the bathroom to empty his stomach, the friends thought something was wrong. CG didn't eat the pizza, but as they find him laying down in a crooked and twisted position on the floor, they call for 911, and he's brought to the emergency room where we are now. Bengay Ultra Strength is a mixture of camphor and menthol, both of which are responsible for the cool, then warm sensation when applied topically, but this formulation also has 30% methyl salicylate. This is related to aspirin, known as acetyl salicylic acid, which in the body, they both become the same salicylate. This anti-inflammatory is the reason why it's in the cream for pain. These derivatives are some of the most common over-the-counter medicines. Pepto-Bismol for stomach ailments is bismuth subsalicylate, and even some face washes have salicylic acid, and it's the salicylate causing all of CG's problems, but the medical team don't know that. He's too embarrassed to tell anyone what he did. This will probably pass on its own, he thought, so he just tells the doctors that he hasn't been feeling well. At examination, doctors noticed that CG was responsive, so nothing was wrong with his brain, at least not yet. His breathing and his heart rate were fast, but his lungs were clear. His fast breathing wasn't because something was blocking his airway, and his heart doesn't have any problems. A blood test finds that he has hyperglycemia. Hyper meaning high, glyce from ancient Greek glikis referring to glucose or sugar, and emia meaning presence in blood. High sugar presence in blood. It wasn't just a kind of elevated blood sugar level, it was so high that doctors presume that CG has new onset type 1 diabetes, the type that's caused by pancreatic damage, not insulin resistance that can develop later in life. They presume he's experiencing an acute illness because of it called diabetic ketoacidosis. Keto referring to ketone, a chemical that's formed in the blood due to the fact that the body has metabolic derangements. Acidosis referring to a disorder of the body resulting in a flood of. It wasn't just a kind of elevated blood sugar level, it was so high that doctors presume that CG has new onset type 1 diabetes, the type that's caused by pancreatic damage, not insulin resistance that can develop later. Later in life. They presume he's experiencing an acute illness because of it called diabetic ketoacidosis. Keto referring to ketone, a chemical that's formed in the blood due to the fact that the body has metabolic derangements. Acidosis referring to a disorder of the body resulting in a flood of acid floating around in the blood, and diabetic meaning that all of this is coming from a problem of how his body handles and responds to sugar or glucose, bringing us back to hyperglycemia. Because CG's 16, he's considered a pediatric patient. Hypoglycemia this severe doesn't happen suddenly. It takes hours to days, meaning that the body has had some time to adapt in the setting of diabetic ketoacidosis. If everything is corrected aggressively and too quickly, overcoming those adaptations suddenly could do more harm than good. But this is a problem because while DKA needs to be treated slowly in a patient of this age, CG doesn't have DKA. It looks like he does at admission, but he doesn't. Salicylate poisoning, which is what he has, needs to be treated quickly, and the treatments between the two are completely different. Precious time can be wasted if the medical team doesn't find this in time, as they start him on insulin that slowly infuses into him. Insulin is a hormone that's naturally released in your body after a meal. It gets the body's cells to absorb the sugar and nutrients from the blood. It works because his blood sugar becomes normal again over the next few hours. But the time has been lost now because CG starts to become confused. He doesn't look well. The salicylate poisoning from that tube of cream rubbed in between his legs is getting worse. Another blood test finds that he has low bicarbonate presence in blood. But what does this mean? Bicarb is a base. It's one part of baking soda known as sodium bicarbonate. When we breathe air in, our body wants the oxygen from that air so it can produce energy and function. When we breathe air out, our body puts out carbon dioxide, same carbon as bicarbonate. The body wants balance. If he has low base presence in blood and the opposite of base is acid, then he should have a lot of acid in his blood, except that same blood test finds that CG's blood is a little bit more basic than normal. This tells the medical team that something other than ketoacidosis is happening to CG and they need to figure it out quickly. Skin is not the same across your body. The skin on your palms and on the dorsum or the backside of your hand are very different. You can feel it, you can see it. Scrotal skin is not at all like the skin on your hands and your arms. It's thin. There's an abundant blood supply going right to this external sac of skin and muscle. Applying a cream that's meant to absorb into the area where you apply it will likely absorb a lot when applied to somewhere thin with an abundance of blood vessels like the scrotum, meaning methyl salicylate applied here can absorb right into the bloodstream. There's structures adjacent to the scrotum that will likely absorb the cream as well. In a small science experiment, the scrotum was found to absorb creams rubbed on it at a rate 42 times more than when those same creams were applied to the forearm. If CG rubbed an entire tube in between his legs, and that tube is 30% methyl salicylate, it means up to 55 big tablets worth of aspirin absorbed into his body. Just 6 big tablets can start to cause problems in adults. When you take medicine by mouth, it goes into your gut and then absorbs into your liver, where a large percentage of it is immediately broken down. This is called first-pass metabolism, and explains why medicine taken by mouth sometimes will have higher doses than their intravenous formulation, because IV goes directly into the blood, circumventing that first pass. CG rubbing Bengay on his scrotum means that the methyl salicylate absorbed directly into his blood, a large portion of it not getting broken down by the liver first, so the dose is even higher than if it were taken by mouth as it starts flowing around his body. This explains all of his problems. Salicylate is a toxin of the mitochondria, powerhouse of the cell. By disturbing energy production, fats, which are used to produce that energy, are disturbed in this case, allowing for glucose by mouth as it starts flowing around his body. This explains all of his problems. Salicylate is a toxin of the mitochondria, powerhouse of the cell. By disturbing energy production, fats, which of the mitochondria, powerhouse of the cell, by disturbing energy production. Fats, which are used to produce that energy, are disturbed in this case, allowing for glucose, which is also used to make energy, to spill into his blood in huge amounts, to the point where doctors suspected he was having a diabetic attack, but he just didn't have diabetes. As the energy production is disturbed more and more by the huge amount of salicylate in his body now, the mitochondria keep working harder and faster, but nothing gets produced. If nothing is done about this, more and more salicylate absorbs into the organs, and there's no way to pull it out once it's in. It causes the lungs and the brain to swell with fluid. Because salicylate absorption isn't reversible, the brain will expand and crush up against the sides of the skull, causing permanent damage. The fact that he's becoming confused now means that his brain is starting to become affected. Heat and acid start spilling into his blood, causing acidosis. His body tries to compensate for this by breathing quicker. Carbon dioxide, when it's in the blood, increases acid content. Because we breathe carbon dioxide out, breathing faster and harder will suppress acid levels in the body, explaining why his blood was basic while he had low bicarbonate presence in blood, but only for a certain amount of time. The medical team, recognizing this blood abnormality, orders some more tests, and they confirm that he has high salicylate presence in blood. When they asked him if he had some contact with some kind of medicine, he was embarrassed and he didn't want to say. He was partially responsive, so he may not have been able to say even if he wanted to. But one of his friends blurted out that CG did in fact rub a whole tube of Bengay on the parts in between his legs. Young men are well known to rub things like Bengay and Tiger Balm and Icy Hot on their scrotum, either as a joke or as a challenge, or just however young men tend to operate. There's more recent reports of men applying it to the region for other purposes. A general rule of thumb is to not apply anything to your scrotum if you don't need to, especially if it contains medicine. Water and soap when you need to wash the area is fine. Whether or not this particular pain relief cream will make you infertile if you've done this before, I suspect it's not likely. There's people documented to have passed from doing this. In one prominent case, it was a girl, high school athlete, who applied copious amounts to a large surface area. From what I understand, she did not apply it to the equivalent structure in between her legs. Vaginal mucosa is highly vascularized and is a direct in to the bloodstream too, but she applied an amount enough, often enough, to get high salicylate presence in blood, significant enough to cause the end of her life. If you're a man or have biological men's parts, deliberately applying copious amounts of this cream to this area, you're putting yourself at risk of a poisoning that can become deadly because of how much can absorb through the scrotum. This is the kind of poisoning where you can go to sleep because you'll be fine for a while, and then suddenly you just won't wake up. After days in the hospital, a lesson learned about not rubbing unreasonably copious amounts of medicine on sensitive parts of the body, and care from a medical team that was diligent, CG was able to make a full recovery. This video is comprised of parts from 2 different cases done this way to teach about salicylate toxicity, mixed acid-base disorders, diabetic ketoacidosis, and dermal absorption of creams and ointments. There appears there could be a rising incidence of salicylate toxicity from this route of administration for reasons that I described earlier. Thanks so much for watching. Take care of yourself and be well.
In 1959, Chevrolet released America's first air-cooled rear-engine car. It was hailed as most profoundly revolutionary. It became the first car to appear on the front cover of Time magazine, October 1959, and Motor Trend named it the 1960 Car of the Year. Only a few years later, it would be called the most dangerous car in America. Chevrolet had removed the part to cut costs. This allegedly caused the car to roll over. The cost of this part less than $20. The cost savings would prove negligible compared to the lives affected, damage to Chevy's image, and impact on American car industry forever. Today we're looking at the Chevrolet Corvair, from controversy to cult classic, and the truth with everything in between. It's the 1950s. The big 3 American car makers, General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler, are producing just one size of passenger cars, large, because consumers prioritize families and comfort, and oil prices are cheap. But European imports are gaining ground on U.S. soil. Sales of compact cars from Volkswagen, Renault, and Fiat indicate an American demand for smaller and cheaper cars. The big 3 realize many American families are on a budget, are looking for a second car that's more affordable. So Ford and Chrysler take a standard approach. Instead of designing new cars, they just scale down their cars into compact versions. The compact cars have a 20% smaller body and use a 4 or 6-cylinder engine rather than a V8. But General Motors does something different. Here's why. This is Ed Cole, chief engineer of GM's Chevrolet division. After World War II, he had been involved with an experimental rear-engine Cadillac project got shelved. But Cole kept his interest in rear-engine cars, and he especially loved the air-cooled compact cars from Europe. Soon, Cole became general manager at Chevrolet and VP of General Motors. This is 1956. The market is ripe for Chevy to pursue the compact car market, so Cole jumps on the opportunity to develop a compact prototype. At first, GM as a company resists the compact concept, but the economic recession of 1957 to 58 happens. Finally, GM accepts the fact that more consumers are looking for affordable compact cars. GM changes its mind and gives Cole the green light to produce a compact prototype. The goal is to design a compact car that weighs 1,332 pounds less than a standard 1960 Chevy. That's 1/3 of the weight. And they want to sell it for $200 less than the standard. To make the car smaller and lighter without compromising stylish proportions, the engineers realized they can't just shorten the wheelbase and the front and rear overhang. Instead, they need to remove the floor hump for the drive shaft to lower the overall height while accommodating 6 passengers. The engineers look at different European cars. Then they decide the best and most aesthetically pleasing option is to use a rear-engine, rear-wheel drive design. The result is a Chevrolet Corvair. It's priced less than $2,000, which is half the annual income of an average American. In fact, it's the cheapest car Chevy has ever made. It attracts young families, housewives, and less experienced drivers. In its first year, Chevy sells over 200,000 Corvairs. It would eventually sell over 1.1 million of its first-generation models. But it's not just its compact size and low price. For Americans, the Corvair is novel, from interior to exterior. This is the first American car with a rear engine. Also, the first American air-cooled flat engine. It doesn't need a water radiator. The engine itself is modeled after a Beetle, Volkswagen Beetle, of course. But instead of a flat 4 engine like in the Beetle, the Corvair comes equipped with a flat 6. It's non-standard for an American car and more similar with European cars. The Corvair comes with a frunk, which is a front trunk. It also has a swing axle rear suspension, non-conventional chassis, wider wheels, and fuel economy of 20 to 25 miles per gallon. Contrast that with the Chevy Impala, which has a fuel economy of 15 miles a gallon, and you can see why Corvair is economically appealing. The Corvair also has an unconventional exterior design because it doesn't have tail fins or front chrome grille. Because remember, the engine's in the back, so it's radically different from competing compact cars like Ford Falcon and Chrysler Valiant. That's why critics call the Corvair revolutionary, and the Corvair wins many design awards. The first generation Corvair lasts from 1960 to 1964. Because of the initial popularity of the Corvair sedan, Chevy makes the Corvair available in other trims, including the Monza Coupe, the Lakewood station wagon, the Greenbrier van, and the Greenbrier loadside pickup truck. In 1962, it becomes the first production car to offer a turbocharged engine as a $300 option, able to produce 150 horsepower and 210 pound-feet of torque, which is impressive for a relatively small engine back in 1962. The Corvair achieves respectable sales, and the world looks rosy till 1965. Then, a book titled On Safe at Any Speed gets released. Its author is a young Harvard-educated attorney named Ralph Nader. He targets the early Corvair models as a one-car accident waiting to happen, and he attributes the Corvair's engineering flaws and lack of safety concerns as the main cause. The book opens with the account of Mrs. Rose Tierney. She's driving her Corvair on Hollister Street in Santa Barbara, California. John Bortolzo, police officer who happens to be driving the opposite direction, witnesses her car suddenly swerve to the sharp left and flip over. Two other men rush to help Mrs. Tierney. Mrs. Tierney sits dazed and numb in shock, but she managed to say calmly, "Something went wrong with my steering." But that's not the only thing that's gone wrong, for nearby is their severed arm, still with their wristwatch on the wedding ring on it. Here's the sad kicker. She was driving at the posted speed limit, a mere 35 miles an hour. The ambulance takes Mrs. Tierney away. Officer Bortozzo checks the scene. He observes that the left rear tire is flat and deflated. He also notices that the road gouge marks made by the metal rim of the tire. Later in court, he gives the opinion that the engineering behind the Corvair caused it to swerve out of control and flip over. Just like other Corvair accidents he has investigated in the past. General Motors settles out of court and pays Mrs. Tierney $70,000 rather than continue the trial. And that's how Nader's book opens. The book criticizes the Corvair for its strong tendency to oversteer and flip over. Oversteering happens, for example, if you're making a right turn, but the car turns more to the right than you anticipate. A skillful driver knows to let up on the steering wheel to correct an oversteering break. But here's the problem. For the previous 3 decades up to this time, conventional cars in America typically understeered. So the average American is used to overcorrecting and compensating for it. So now imagine what the average driver does now that he or she has a car that is inherently oversteering. We're talking disaster. Critics attribute the Corvair's unique handling characteristics to several key factors. First off, the Corvair is the heaviest rear-engine car in the Western world. More than 60% of its weight is in the rear and 40% in the front. That's not even accounting for any passengers. The uneven weight distribution alone requires skillful driving. Otherwise, it can cause poor handling and increase the chances of sliding. But the average American at the time isn't used to driving rear-engine cars. They're more accustomed to front-engine cars, so they don't take into account the Corvair's different handling characteristics. To compensate for its strong oversteering tendency, GM recommends car owners to maintain critical tire pressure levels. Specifically, the front tire is at 15 psi and the rear at 26 psi when cold, or 18 psi and 30 psi when hot. GM lays the burden of responsibility on the car owner. The problem is that the recommended tire pressure is not in line with existing industry standards, and they aren't easy to remember. Besides, tire pressures aren't regulated or enforced, and the average car owner isn't always aware of the importance of maintaining the recommended levels. But it's not just the uneven weight distribution. The Corvair's suspension design gets a lot of heat for also causing oversteering. Here's what I mean. Most cars at the time used a front-engine, rear-drive configuration with a conventional solid axle at the rear. With this setup, the rear wheels remain perpendicular to the ground. In contrast, early Corvair models use a swing axle independent suspension system similar to the Renault Dauphine and the Volkswagen Beetle. This setup eliminates universal joints at the wheels and keeps the rear wheels perpendicular to the drive shafts. So the rear tires face large camber angle changes when the car takes a corner. This decreases the tire contact with the road surface and leads to loss of rear wheel grip and oversteer. Initially, the Corvair was supposed to come equipped with a front anti-roll bar to address the handling issues. The bar transfers conventional solid axle at the rear. With this setup. The rear wheels remain perpendicular to the ground. In contrast, early Corvair models use a swing axle independent suspension system similar to the Renault, Dauphine, and the Volkswagen Beetle. This setup eliminates universal joints at the wheels and keeps the rear wheels perpendicular to the drive shaft. So the rear tires face large camber angle changes when the car takes a corner. This decreases the tire contact with the road surface and leads to loss of rear wheel grip and oversteer. Initially, the Corvair was supposed to come equipped with a front anti-roll bar to address the handling issues. The bar transfers the weight to the front outboard tire, reduces the rear slip angles, and avoids oversteer. But at the last minute, just before production, GM modifies the design to cut costs and removes the anti-roll bar. Evidently, the Corvair's rear weight bias and swing axle setup are a dangerous combination. Together, it leads the car's rear to start swinging outward when cornering. Also, the rear tires tuck under and the weight transfer places tires at odd angles relative to the pavement. The angles are significant enough to cause the car to oversteer with an aggravated lift, and then the car rolls over. General Motors ends up facing more than 100 liability lawsuits, but GM denies mechanical significant. The weight transfer places tires at odd angles relative to the pavement. The angles are significant enough to cause the car to oversteer with an aggravated lift, and then the car rolls over. General Motors ends up facing more than 100 liability lawsuits, but GM denies mechanical fault and blames the accidents on driver error or road condition. By the time Nader's infamous book gets released, Chevy has already addressed the problem on newer models. For example, the 1964 Corvair is fitted with an anti-roll bar between the front wheels, the standard equipment, and also a camber compensating single-leaf transverse spring between the rear wheels to limit camber change. For the 1965 Corvair, Chevy replaces the swing axle suspension with a fully independent suspension system and two lateral stabilizer rods in the rear. But by then, the damage to GM's reputation was already done. At the time, car crashes are the leading cause of death in Americans younger than 45 years of age. So the book catches public attention. Bad press gives the Corvair a notorious reputation. But the book does more than kill the Corvair. It leads Congress to enact the landmark National Traffic and Motor Vehicle Act. Also, President Lyndon B. Johnson creates the Department of Transportation in 1966. Its purpose? To regulate the car industry and maintain safety standards in the brakes, tires, seat belts, and eventually airbags, padded dash panels, and so forth. So what happened to the Corvair? Corvair sales are already dropping due to the release of the Ford Mustang in 1964. And Nader's book helps drive the last nail on the Corvair coffin. The year after the book comes out, Corvair sales drop by more than half, down to 110,000 in 1966. Compare that to Mustang sales, which hit almost 608,000. Shortly after, Chevrolet releases the Camaro, which is also well received, and Corvair sales continue to nosedive, reaching 27,000 in 1967, and then down to a mere 6,000 in 1969. That year, Chevy pulls the plug on the Corvair. But in 1972, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration issues a surprising report. It concludes that the Corvair isn't more unsafe than other cars on the road at that time. NHTSA states that the videos that critics used to demonstrate the Corvair's instability were not a valid evaluation of the handling characteristics of a 1960 Corvair. The footage shows tests being done between a Ford Falcon and a Chevy Corvair on a circular track with a center radius of 150 feet. Tire pressures on both cars were varied for different phases of the test. In all phases, Corvair always followed the Falcon, and the Corvair continued to spin out. NHTSA observes that the Corvair driver intentionally turned the wheel to the inside of the center radius to make the Corvair skid and appear more unstable than the Ford. It further states that the Falcon had a clear advantage since it was always in front of the Corvair, and the previous skid marks on the road meant that they had evidently done some practice runs prior to filming. Corvair fans to this day believe that the tests were rigged to make the Corvair look bad. They always note that the test was performed and filmed by the Ford Motor Company. On the contrary, they say that Corvair's engineering was genius. It had superior handling, and that it was fun to drive. But now you tell me, have you ever driven a Chevy Corvair or know someone who has? Do you think its engineering is inherently bad, or do you give weight to NHTSA's report that rev up your engine? This guy's neighbor has a Toyota Sequoia, 275,000 miles on it. Takes it to the Toyota dealer. The service writer says, we need to flush your transmission and change it. So they did. And 4 days later, they're driving it, and it slips and it won't go anywhere. The transmission went out. And the Toyota dealer said, well, you need a transmission now. And they're going to have to spend thousands of dollars. They had to cancel their vacation because they had it flushed with 275,000 miles. This is why I tell people, do not flush your automatic transmission. It can destroy them. Now, yeah, it's an old transmission, but I've seen Sequoias with 400,000 miles that were still going, that didn't have their transmissions flushed. You do not want to flush. And the idea that the dealer told them to flush it, because of course they're selling them a process that they make profit, they make money at. And instead of saying, oh, we're sorry, or warning them, it might slip when you're done. Oh yeah, you need this. And then, 4 days later, well, now you need a new transmission. It's going to cost you thousands of dollars. So listen to me. You got a real high mileage vehicle. Do not flush. I don't advise flushing any automatic transmission. Now, if you got an absolute pile of junk Chrysler that won't even move, and you want to try, what the heck, it doesn't move, maybe it'll help it a little, right? But do not flush. It is not a good idea to flush automatic transmissions. Of course, it's a money maker, and it's easy for the dealerships, because rather than take the pan off, clean it, get new filter and everything, they just take the cooler lines off and plug them onto a machine, and the machine runs it all. It's a very easy, non-labor intensive job that can charge a lot of money for. And in this case, a whole bunch more money, thousands more, to replace the transmission if it destroys it. All right, here we go. Uber's at it again. Uber is hiring lobbying groups to lobby against the rights of people to unionize and get benefits for the gig workers, the people that are driving the Ubers, right? And they have these BS ads of the people saying, oh, I can only work 20 minutes a week if I want, or I can work 30 hours, whatever I want, blah, blah, blah. Freedom, yeah, freedom not to get paid. Now, this lobbying group is called Flex, and they call themselves the voice of the gig-based economy. Yeah, you know, it's just another high. It's like somebody will start something, America's for freedom, and then it's just a bunch of corporations that are backing the whole thing to make it look like you have freedom, but they're just getting what they want. They've been doing this forever, getting PR companies to spout this BS so they don't have to pay benefits to the people that are driving Uber and stuff. If you go back to 2020, these companies spent $200 million in advertising in California alone to pass California Proposition 22 that offered workers little tiny gig benefits, but exempted all the workers from being actual employees with full labor rights. They're saying, oh, you're just contract labor. That's awesome. We don't have to pay anything. I worked at CBS. I was contract labor. And they tried to contract almost everything out, but they got caught by the federal government, because if you're more than a certain amount of employees, you have to have a certain percentage of full-time employees, and they tried to turn them all into, but the government said, no, you can't. Now, I was, but I didn't care. I don't like being bossed around companies anyway. I just made videos, and then they paid me every month for the videos that I made, but they tried to do it with a lot of their workers, and they couldn't get away with it because it was a big company that had a certain amount of employees, and they can't just have them all as contract laborers. Well, Uber and Lyft, they're getting away with that so far. And believe me, look, California alone, they spent $200 million for one law. That's how much money these people have. And they don't have to go by the labor laws of this country because they're making a whole bunch of money having other people drive their own cars with their own insurance, and they're skimming the cream off the top. So here they go again. They got their, misinformation coming out by this thing called Flex that tells you what a great idea it is not to give benefits to these people because they can make more profit. But it won't look that way. And their ads will be, well, our workers have freedom. They're free. Be sort of like maybe in a Roman day, Well, those guys rowing, they got freedom. They got a choice whether they can row or not, And they get that free music. The guy beating on a drum. Doom, doom, doom. I have a power stall. I got a 2000 Lexus GS 400 with no codes, 171,000 miles. It'll burn out going straight, but if I hit a hard enough turn when I dip left, it'll reduce power. Like a motor mounts bad. As soon as it goes straight, it gets full power. The only thing that's logical is somewhere you got a loose connection, wiring connection, or a weak sensor. And when you hit that side and you hit a dip, it disconnects the sensor, or the wiring's loose, or the sensor's got something wrong. And when it gets a dip like that, the shock makes it not work. So what I do if I were you, pay a guy like me to hook up his high-level scanner and drive it that way. And you drive it and you get the hesitation. Look at the data. We have machines that record it all while we're taking the road test. And then we play it back and we can see. It might be a deal where you look at it and all of a sudden you see the crank sensor drops out when you hit that corner. Then you'd start checking the crank sensor wiring and the crank sensor itself. That's where these machines come in real handy, the mechanics have. And truthfully, you can go out and buy a $100 scan tool that has such capability, not to the level that mine does, but still, it'll have the data and you can record it, and then when it acts up, you can play the data back and you can see, look, this sensor went dead when it did that, so I know that's where the problem is. Cars are so complex these days, you need equipment like that to work on. Paradigm says, should I buy a 98 Buick Sabre with 54,000 miles for $5,000? If they can absolutely, positively prove it only has 54,000 miles on it, it's a good car. But really, that's a 24-year-old car, a 24-year-old Buick. How they can possibly be going for as much as $5,000 these days is beyond me, because it's 24 years old. All the rubber seals might be rotten. It might start be leaking all over the place. You might say, oh, it's only a seal. Yeah, well then say it's in the engine seal. You got to pull the engine out to replace it. That's a lot of money and labor too. If you can prove that's the real mileage, it's almost a quarter of a century old. I mean, it's insane what the prices have gotten to. But, you know, if a mechanic says, yeah, it's in good shape, yeah, that's the real mileage. It's between you and the seller or what it's actually going to go for. Mercedes-Benz is overpriced, says, I got an 06 Toyota Highlander, 124,000 miles. When it's warming up, I hear it rattle at about 1,000 RPM, but when it gets to 750-ish, it stops. What could it be? As they age, the timing chain tensioners on those, or oil pressure, they can sometimes stick. So if you do a good engine oil flush, like the ATS engine oil cleaner, run it for 15 minutes, then change the oil filter, that can clean it. If it goes away, great. You fixed it by using some cleaner and changing your oil. That will often fix it. Now, if it doesn't, sometimes the variable valve timing, the camshafts are on sprockets. Sometimes the variable valve timing sprocket assembly gets weird and it'll make noise like that while it's warming up and then stop. In that case, as long as it goes away, I'd live with it, because you got to rebuild that, and that costs thousands of dollars to fix correctly. And I've seen them rattle for years that way. But sometimes it's as simple as flushing the engine oil, changing it, putting new oil in, and if that does, that just meant that your timing chain tensioner was sticking, and that cleaned the carbon off of it, and now it's not sticking and it won't rattle, because as soon as you start it, the pump pumps it in and makes it nice and tight. Rattling chains often do that. Alex G says, a wood pigeon pooped on my car. I live in the countryside, and we have overhead cables. I wash, wax, and polish my car every 3 weeks. It was only on my car for a few hours, but there's a smudge like a teacup on my boot trunk. I think it damaged the clear coat. What can I do? All right, well, if it was only on for a few hours, get the finest polish you can. Put it on, do it in the shade, not in the sun, and polish it, polish it, polish it, polish it. And after you do that a few times, if it looks great, great, it's fixed. If it's not, then it has actually damaged the clear coat, and you would have to have that little section clear coated over. At least the advantage is, if it's just the clear coat, you can re-clear coat it if it hasn't gotten through to the actual paint, because the clear coat is just fingernail polish. It's clear, and you can clear coat things over because it's clear. It's not like you've got a color here and it doesn't match perfectly. Clear coat has no color at all, so you could try polishing it first. If that doesn't work, a little clear coat, try to re-clear coat the area. Of course, if you're going to clear coat it, you got to do a certain area of it, and you got to get all the wax and everything off, clean it off with like alcohol, get it real clean, and do it inside where there's no dust and everything coming. And you could re-clear coat it yourself, or pay a guy who's a painter, and they can do little sections of clear coat pretty fast. They know what they're doing. Tomcat says, can you do a video on CVT transmission reliability and how to avoid CVTs nowadays? All right, well, I've got a bunch of videos on CVTs. Just put Scotty CVT transmission, watch a bunch of them. You're not going to be able to avoid them much in the future, because almost everybody is going to them. But you can avoid CVT problems. And you can do that by buying either a Toyota or a Honda. They both make their own CVT transmissions, and they both do an excellent job. And all the later model ones, the good ones, have a launch gear, an actual gear to take off for first gear, and then it slips to the CVT transmission once the launch gear is done launching the vehicle. It's a very good design. They're very well built. They get phenomenal gas mileage, and they have pretty good pickup too. That's how you avoid problems. Get a Toyota or Honda CVT. They make their own. They know what they're doing. And change the fluid in them every 30, 40,000 miles. You can learn how to drain them watching my videos, and then pump the same amount back in. But you can learn how to change it yourself and maintain them. But you're not going to be able to escape them if you buy a modern car, because they're all going that way. Samuel says, I have acceleration problem with my 1988 Ford Bronco 2. I put a fuel pressure gauge on it, and it read 29 to 30. Now, I took it for a spin, and when it wouldn't go over 50 miles an hour, the pressure gauge was reading 0. Changed the fuel filter. Could be a clogged filter. But if that pressure is reading 0, odds are your pump's going out. Could be the wiring to the pump. Now, it's an 88 Bronco. It's old as the hills. What a lot of guys will do is they'll just run a wire from the battery to the fuel pump, give it power the whole time, then drive it. And if it stops, you know it's in the wiring. And since it's such an old vehicle, you could just put a toggle switch on, so it'd be like an airplane. You start the car, first you flip the switch that makes the pump, and then start the car and drive it. When you're done, turn the switch off. Rather than rewire the whole car, maybe it's a computer problem, not sending power to the pump. Could be a lot of things. You would start there. If you got 0 pressure, either the pump itself is burning out, or more likely, it's not getting any power. Because if it's burning out, it's not going to work at all. And you see, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. That's more of an electrical problem. So if you never want to miss another one of my new car repair videos, remember to rev up your engine. Here's a Mercedes SLK. This baby was $60,000, right? He bought it for $25,000 with 15,000 miles on it. That shows you their resale values, they plummet. But with that low mileage on it, there's a lot of life left in this car for sure. Yeah, they're beautiful cars, and of course, they're chock full of technology. But the guy who bought this is a mechanic who likes fiddling around with stuff. He's added a camera in the front. Why? So he doesn't smash this expensive piece of plastic that's the front of the car. Got nice plastic shields for the headlights. Price some of those babies out. Those headlights cost a fortune too. Now, this is not a car for the non-mechanical person to buy unless they have an awful lot of money. That's just how Mercedes are. But this guy likes messing around with his. He's put modules in it so he can even change the fuel injection system on the fly on this thing. Now, you know I'm not a Mercedes fan. I always warn people about buying them, especially used. But this guy's a mechanic, and check it out, this beautiful coupe was made where? It was made in Stuttgart. Yeah, in Germany. Now, it's beautiful inside. There's no doubting that. It's got that metal drop box top. Start the engine up. A nice smooth idle. You get 34 miles a gallon in a sports car that goes this fast. The Germans have many interesting ideas. There's no arguing that. As I said, they're beautiful looking cars. But of course, they perform. And of course, it's got this wild automatic drop top. Not canvas. It's nice and quiet when you're riding around on like a canvas top. And here we go. The magic of German technology. Now, yeah, a lot of technology to take the top down. It's a long way from the old Willys Jeep of World War II where you just flip the windshield down. But then again, we won and they lost. Now, of course, it's got this beauty cover on it. To me, it's a complete waste of time on a beautiful machine to cover it up. Why do you want to cover it up? You want to see what you got. Okay, with the turbocharger, puts out 241 horsepower and 273 pound-feet of torque because the turbo gives it a lot more torque. So it's got plenty of get up and go. But since it's a 4-cylinder engine, as you can see, it actually has working room. Look at the oil filter. It's right there. You don't have to crawl under the car. The battery's under here and it has a little fan to cool it. It has 3 modes, economy, regular, sport. They can change the timing, the cam timing, the fuel injection, spray. Now understand the owner is a retired pilot for American Airlines. So he likes technology and he likes going fast. Of course, he has the insanely bright headlights that they claim are brighter than the sun at noon. They will follow you around auto dimming. There's technology up the wazoo. Of course, it's got anti-lock brakes. Long past anti-lock brakes in this thing. And he even owned BMWs, but they were motorcycles. He worked on them himself. Oh, he did own a Bavaria. Of course, back in the day, they were a lot simpler than they were today. I had a customer with a Bavaria that had 400,000 miles, and it was still running like a clock. BMW made much better vehicles back in the past than they do today. So what are you gonna get these days for $20-something thousand? Well, if you're a gambling man and you can find one with really low mileage, hey, remember last year I had a guy bring a Lotus in. He paid less than half of what the Lotus cost new, and it had 2,500 miles on it. If you wanna gamble with high tech, go low mileage used. Their resale values plummet. I mean, he's gone wild. He's put an air horn, he's put the lit star on it. He's done all kinds of stuff. He's having fun. Hey, since he saved over 35 grand, He can put a lot of toys on it. And he's still way below the curve on this one. We got the top going here. Now we're gonna put it up because I can't film with the top down. All you're gonna hear is the air. Now the first thing you're gonna notice is it's relatively low to the ground, so it really hugs the road. And for a small wheelbase car, it's got a nice smooth ride. They've got all kinds of technology in their suspension systems. Really, I'd never guess that you'd get a car with a wheelbase this small that would ride this well. Now I'm putting it in sport mode, so it'll go a little zippier, stiffens up the suspension. Yes, marvels of technology. You wouldn't want to own this thing when it gets to be really old and high mileage, unless you like spending all your day messing around with electronics. But they all work now. It's only got 19,000 miles on it. Now here we come to our little testing range. Let's see what this thing can do. There goes the turbo. Smooth shifts. You really wouldn't think it's a 4-cylinder engine, let me tell you. It's fun to drive. And the big advantage is with a 4-cylinder engine, this thing's got a really good weight balance. With the V8, it didn't have too much weight in front of the car. This is perfectly balanced. It's really a fun car. It's kind of like a Mazda Miata on steroids with a lot more technology. The Germans anal? Yes, they are. This car has 1, 2, 3 clocks. And strangely enough, that one, when it's time change, it twirls around by itself to the hours. Now, there's the Germans for you. Now, sure, I warned people about technology in Mercedes, but really, for 20-something grand, with 15,000 miles on it, and it runs like it does, it's a beautiful toy. There's no arguing that. He could sell it for a lot more if he wanted to, but it's this fun toy. He's retired now. He used to fly airplanes. He even keeps it in economy mode because he likes getting better gas mileage. I'm sure this thing will last a long time being made in Stuttgart. And truthfully, if you get the Mercedes sports cars that have the V8 engines, it doesn't matter what size the car is. They're gas hogs because they're big old V8 engines. These 4-bangers can last a long time. Change the oil regularly. This thing's in immaculate shape. Of course, it doesn't have any miles on it either. As long as you keep insurance on it, because of all those electronics, if it gets flooded out, man, there's $10,000, $15,000 right there. But as long as you keep it insured, a car like this can be a lot of fun. The first Toyota Mirai was sold in the United States, in California. So it's been around for a while. You know, hydrogen fuel cell cars are interesting. The only problem is
what's good, everybody? It's your boy, O'Shea Duke Jackson, back at it again with another episode of the Celebrity Junk. You know, Soulja Boy, I really like Soulja Boy. He is somewhat of a trendsetter. I don't know if he's a trendsetter as much as he wants people to believe, but I'll definitely give him credit for some of the things that he's done in the hip-hop industry, especially with the ringtones and, you know, getting viral on the internet and stuff like that. But, you know, Soulja Boy, I guess in his career, we can say that he's on a decline. And we know that nobody can stay hot forever. But Soulja Boy is, you know, now 31 years old. You know, his origin is in the Atlanta area. All right. Atlanta hip hop, even though he was, you know, born in Chicago. And he talks about helping out a lot of artists when they came up. He even mentions him and the Migos. What? Rich the Kid, Mozzie, and Mozzie's from Sacramento. Lil B, Riff Raff, Famous Dex, Lil Durk, Chief Keef. And he talks about, like, when they got big, though, they didn't return the favor. They can't even get a song with him.
Stop the cap.
And I wanna play a little bit of that clip, and then I'm gonna come back and talk about it here.
Who I'm gonna sign next? SODMG. I always work with an artist before they pop off. Look at me and Migos. Look at me and Rich the Kid. Look at me and Mozzie. Look at me and Lil B. Look at me and Riff Raff. Look at me and Famous Dex. How many rapper niggas I done worked with before they got popping, before they got their record deal? I'm always doing a song with a nigga before they get signed. Look at me and Lil Durk. I was on Lil Durk's first mixtape. Look at me and Chief Keef. Look at me and Lil Durk. I do songs with all these niggas before.
ちょっと質問が。何か講義でわからないところでもあった？ではないんですけど、どうして池田犬の人って白衣を着ているんですか？あら、変？いえ、全然。すごくかっこいいんですけど。他の研究室はみんな普通の格好だし、なんでかなって。うちの伝統みたいな感じよね。別に強制じゃないけど。雪村先輩はこれは鎧だって言ってましたね。
白衣を着ると賢そうでかっこいいからですよ。心理学的には役割効果といって、人は自分の服装や役割に近い人間になっていくのです。おしゃれをした日には前向きな気持ちになっていくでしょう。
確かに。
知の象徴たる白衣をまとう。それは学術の徒にふさわしい振る舞いにつながるのです。
そういえば、先生はなんで白衣を着ていないんですか？
聞く。
確かに先生の白衣姿って見たことないですね。
もちろん私だって着たいんですけど、ある方がそれを断じて許してくれないのです。
それって一体何者？探してもドラン F です。解読不能な杭の罠。カオスな理論実証中。セオリー通り君と恋したい。天才と変人紙一重のライン。不器用な笑みにキュンはバグ。この私じゃダメですかがっかりしますか？最終定義が君の前じゃ成り立たない。本当はただ触れたいだけ、キスをしていいだけよ。ほら探してもダメです。解読不能な杭の罠。かすかな愛のシークレット見つけ出して。この気持ちはまだのサイエンス。非言語コミュニケーションの果てに不思議な現象大発見。それはつまりあなたとだから。先生が白衣着てたのってあんたたちがうちに来る前のことだからね。そうだったんですね。
素晴らしい証明です、茨田君。
先生、
すいませんごめんなさい。
毎回ミーティングで白衣を破くから私が白衣禁止にしたの。備品の無駄だって。なるほど。さすが茨田先輩。
今日も輝いてるぜ、アイカ。俺にはもうお前しか見えてねえから。
で、
アイカも
例の恋愛